he sang out cheerfully as they came within earshot. "He has done nothing but sing your praises and declare his love for you since I met him as I was climbing over the stile back yonder. He has not even complimented me on my new straw hat." Anna looked briefly at Luke, her eyes startled, before smiling at Henrietta and moving close to the low hedge that separated the bottom terrace from the lawn. "And it is such a becoming hat," she said. "I will compliment you on it, Henrietta." She laughed gaily. Luke acted from impulse. He leaned over the hedge, took his wife by the waist, and lifted her over, despite her startled shriek of protest. She laughed again as he set her down. "You will not find that so easy to do in a few months' time, Your Grace," she said, and then flushed and caught her lower lip between her teeth. "Oh, Anna," Henrietta said, clasping her hands tightly at her bosom. "Does that mean what I think it means?" Emily was stooping down to smell the flowers, Luke noticed, but Doris was an interested listener. "Anna is with child," he said, offering her his arm, drinking in the sight of her, as he always did, as he always had. Now it was a relief to see her, to touch her, to speak aloud his deep, irrevocable involvement with her. His mind clung to the present, firmly relinquished the past, yet again. His horse snorted with impatience to be moving again. But Henrietta had to hug her and kiss her first, and Doris had to do likewise across the width of the hedge. All three of them were laughing and talking together. Luke grimaced and caught Emily's eye. She was observing the excitement, obviously not understanding it. He shrugged and raised his eyebrows, and she smiled at him. "'Twill be a son," Henrietta said. "I know it will, Anna. It must be a son. How happy I am for you, and for Luke, of course, even though he would not compliment me on my hat. Perhaps I will even forgive him." She laughed and moved toward the gap in the middle of the hedge so that she could enter the formal garden. "I shall return to the house with Doris and Emily. I know when 3 is a crowd." He watched her go, feeling curiously depressed. For a few minutes he had wanted her again. Oh, not really physically, but nostalgically. He had wanted to be that boy again, and he had wanted her to be that girl again. He had wanted to change the world. He had been right to dread coming home. Anna took Luke's arm and walked with him in the direction of the stables. "I am so sorry," she said. "The announcement was yours to make. You would have liked to make it in a more formal manner, I am sure." "Mine to make," he said. "It seems to me, madam, that my part in the making of our child was a singularly small one in comparison with yours. So I will be unable to lift you in a few months' time. Is that a challenge to my strength?" She laughed. Anna's laugh was all sunshine and happiness. He wished, suddenly, that there was not the necessity to go to the drawing-room for tea with the family. He wished he could take it privately with his wife in her sitting-room, not necessarily to make love to her there, though the idea had its definite appeal, but just to be alone with her, so that he could gaze exclusively at her, without being ill-mannered, and so that he could talk only to her, and listen only to her. He was shaken for a moment when he realized how much he had come to depend on Anna's sunny nature and uncomplicated placidity, especially here at Bowden. He was not sure that even now he would not bolt back to Paris if it were not for Anna. And why not come to depend on her, he thought. She was his wife, and despite her past and the secret she had refused to reveal, did he not have a past and unrevealed secrets too? She had given him no reason since their wedding night not to trust her. "And how many months will it be, madam, before my strength is to be put to the test?" he asked. She laughed again. "Before I am fat and ugly," she said. "At least 2 more, I hope. 'Tis not even 2 months yet." "Fat and what?" He frowned sidelong down at her. "Ugly, Anna? With my child in you? Ugly to whom, pray?" He liked to tease her, to make her laugh. He was learning how it might be done, and she was learning how to do it to him too. The time was, and not so long ago, when he would have whipped out his sword if any man had dared try to tease him, or looked stony and haughty if any woman had tried it. "I am begging for a compliment, you see," she said, "since you did not give one to Henrietta. How unkind of you, your Grace. Perhaps you will have one to spare for me. Will I be ugly?" "Madam." He paused to bow over her hand and raise it to his lips, while her eyes sparkled up at him with mischief. "I can conceive of only one possible way you can appear more beautiful in my eyes than you are at this moment. That will be when you are 9 months swollen with child." Oh. The mischief disappeared, to be replaced with what looked very like wistfulness. "Do you speak truth, your Grace? Or is it mere Parisian gallantry?" "Madam," he bowed again, "I vow 'tis not a speech I am in the habit of delivering to ladies. I do not enjoy having my face slapped." She threw back her head and laughed with glee. "'Tis tea-time," he said. "We will be frowned upon if we are late, Anna." "Yes, indeed," she said, "and I am hungry. I am reminded that I am now eating for 2. While I may be willing to deny myself, I do not feel 'twould be fair to deny the person who cannot speak for himself." "Or herself," he said. "Or herself," she agreed. Anna had a gift for happiness, he realized suddenly, and a gift, too, for passing it on to others. He had indeed made a fortunate choice. "Anna!" Henrietta caught up with her sister-in-law and friend on the stairs after tea, and they ascended the rest of the way together, arms linked. "I was hoping for a private word with you, with as little delay as possible." Anna looked at her inquiringly. "You must not misconstrue what you saw," Henrietta said. "You really must not. 'Twas perfectly innocent." Anna looked puzzled. "Oh." Henrietta bit her lip. "You did misconstrue it, did you not, and are pretending that it does not matter? Believe me, I thought Luke was at the house this afternoon. I took a book outside to be alone for a while, and he came upon me sitting on a stile as he rode home. I suggested that he ride on while I walked, for I did not want anyone to see us and misunderstand. But of course Luke is ever gallant. He insisted that we walk together. 'Twas nothing more than that, Anna, I swear. Please believe me." Anna gazed at her in amazement. "Henrietta," she said, "how foolish of you. Of course I know 'twas nothing more." "Ah," Henrietta exhaled in obvious relief. "You are very generous, and of course you are secure enough in Luke's love to trust him, and I hope secure enough in your friendship with me to trust me. You understand that what is past, and there is an end of the matter. As Luke observed while we walked, we were little more than children then, and it all happened more than 10 years ago." Anna felt suddenly chilled. "What happened more than 10 years ago?" she asked. Henrietta's hand flew to her mouth as she looked at Anna in dismay. "You did not know," she whispered. "He did not tell you." "Oh." She closed her eyes. "I wish I had known. I wish I had known." Anna felt sorry for her sister-in-law. She knew how it felt to say something and then wish it unsaid, knowing that it was impossible to unsay. But at the same time she felt wary, and not at all sure she wanted to know. She opened the door into her sitting-room and smiled. "Come in and sit down," she said. "Perhaps you had better tell me what happened, Henrietta." Henrietta sank down onto a chair and set both hands over her face. "What a fool I am," she said. "Of course he would not have told you. Why did I assume he had?" She looked up resolutely. "'Twas really nothing, Anna. We grew up together, Luke and I, and when we reached a certain age we fancied ourselves in love with each other. We were to be married. Luke and Henrietta, growing up together, falling in love. 2 beautiful people. Yes, of course, of course." "What happened?" Anna asked. She did not really want to know what had happened. Now that the time had come, and she was being offered the knowledge she had ached to know, she no longer wanted to know. Pandora's box was perhaps best left shut. But it had already been opened. Luke and Henrietta. Henrietta sat with eyes closed and hand pressed to her mouth for a long time. "How can I tell you?" she said at last. "But how can I not? Your imaginings will be worse than the reality, if anything could possibly be worse. George ravished me and got me with child. Luke begged me to marry him even so. He cried in my arms, Anna, but I could not. I was with child by his brother, and so I married him, after Luke had challenged him to a duel and almost killed him. He was sent away. George nearly died, but I thought I had killed Luke too. Word came back of a terrible wildness in him for a long time, and then word that I had indeed killed a part of him. Word had it that he no longer had a heart. Do not believe it, Anna. He does have a heart. He loves you. He must have told you that. It all happened so long ago." No, he had not told her any such thing. Quite the opposite, in fact. He had told her there was no love. He had married her so that she would breed his sons. She had known that from the start. There was nothing chilling in hearing confirmation of that fact now. But once he had loved deeply enough to try to kill his own brother over it, deeply enough to kill all love inside himself after the tragedy hit. He had loved Henrietta, and even a few weeks ago he had not wanted to come back to Bowden. He had not wanted to come back to Henrietta. He had been afraid to come back. And now they had met again, the two of them, and walked alone together long enough to upset Henrietta. Yet they were forever divided by the facts that she had been married to his brother, and that he was now married to Anna. "I am glad you told me, Henrietta," she said. "'Tis something I needed to know, and something I was curious about. I knew about the duel, you see." She smiled. "Don't feel bad about letting it slip." "Oh, but I do," Henrietta said earnestly. "'Twill come between us, Anna, and I have so enjoyed having a friend." Anna got up from her chair and rushed over to hug her. "And so have I," she said. "Nothing will come between us, silly goose. You are my sister and my friend." She hoped desperately that she spoke the truth. Henrietta hugged her in return. "I swear to you, Anna," she said, "that 'tis all in the past, for both Luke and me. It has to be. Even if he had not married you, he could not possibly have married me. So you must not fear. There was not a word of impropriety this afternoon." "Silly goose," Anna said. And yet, she thought unwillingly, her sister-in-law's protestations were almost too vehement. Chapter 15. Ashley was horribly bored. He had been home for 2 months, and had never in his life felt more idle. He had read and ridden and walked and fished and visited neighbours and flirted with neighbours' daughters and bedded one labourer's daughter who was both pretty and eager. He had ended that liaison almost as soon as it had begun. He did not fancy facing the embarrassment of having a bastard to support on the family estate. His father had always been strict about such matters. He was estranged from Luke. They had scarcely exchanged a word in 2 months, and the worst of it was that Ashley knew himself to be in the wrong. He had been living recklessly in London, and quite beyond his means, despite the fact that he had a large income for a younger son, and Luke, true to his word, had enlarged it. Ashley had been at school when his father died, and at university when George died, but he knew for a fact that they would have come down as hard on him as Luke had, if he had lived as wildly while they were alive. Perhaps harder. Ashley had not known that Luke had been cut off altogether after the duel. He had assumed that he had continued to receive his income. The trouble was, Ashley was finding that it was not easy to admit publicly that one was in the wrong. Doing so would be too hurtful to one's pride, and it was not easy to feel fond of the person who had put one in the wrong. He was not feeling fond of Luke. He still felt betrayed by the changes in his brother. He remembered the good-natured, always smiling, always indulgent and patient older brother who had been his idol. George had been too far distant in both age and position for any close relationship during their younger years, and too unhappy in later years. But Luke had always been there, willing to play, to help with lessons, to listen, to sympathize when the younger boy had been punished for some offence. It was to Luke he had looked most for approval and love, Ashley realized now. He had not thought of it in quite those terms at the time. He had known that Luke had changed. For years, all through his youth and young manhood, he had listened avidly to any fragment of news about his brother that had reached his ears, usually from Uncle Theo, and he had built a mental image of a fashionable, attractive, daring, and devil-may-care brother. When he heard that Luke was coming to England, he had expected that his brother would be his greatest ally. He had pictured them drinking, carousing, gambling, and womanizing together. He had pictured his friends envying him such a dashing older brother. But Luke was nothing like he had been, and nothing like he was reputed to be. Oh, he was fashionable to an extreme, and doubtless very attractive to women. But there was a reticence, a coldness, a hardness about him that had bewildered Ashley at first, and then alienated him. Luke seemed even more sternly devoted to duty and the preservation of his heritage than their father or George had been. There was no love in him, no compassion. Consider what had happened to poor Doris, and to himself. It just did not seem right coming from Luke, even though both he and Doris had behaved rather badly. He could leave home, Luke had told him, when he had satisfied his brother that he had good reason to do so. Ashley knew himself to be in the wrong, but at the same time he felt a stubborn determination never to go begging. Never again, that was. And what good reason could he find for leaving? He did not know what he wanted to do with his life, and so he remained at home, with nothing to do, bored and unhappy. One afternoon he was wandering aimlessly along the river, which looped around to the west of the house among trees, flowing faster and faster, until he came to the falls, a long and rather steep slope, over which the water tumbled and bubbled. The sight of flowing water, and particularly the sound of it, was always soothing. He would sit on the dry rocks beside the falls, he decided, as he approached them, and miss tea. He was not hungry. But someone else was there before him. She was standing on the flat rock that jutted out over the falls. She was barefoot, and her dress had been tucked up at the waist to expose her ankles and the lower part of her legs. She wore no hoops beneath her closed gown, and no full petticoats either. Her hair was loose, and in tangled waves about her face and down her back. Even though she was of only medium height, she was too tall for her weight and shape. She was only beginning to bud into womanhood. She was holding up her dress and reaching out one foot into the rushing water. "You had better be careful not to tumble in," he called. He did not believe there was any danger of anyone's drowning in the falls, unless a head was hit on the rocks. But he knew from experience that the water was very cold. Falling in would not be a comfortable experience. There was no response, and he remembered that the child could not hear. He walked slowly toward her, so as not to startle her. She caught sight of him eventually, and returned her foot to the rock, before turning to smile at him. It was a sunny smile, rather like Anna's. She stepped down from the rock, clambered down over the others, and looked up at him. The top of her head reached barely to his chin. "Have you escaped too, little fawn?" he asked. It was pointless to talk, and yet one felt foolish remaining silent and grinning like an idiot. Her eyes were going to slay men by the dozens when she was a few years older, he thought, deafness or no deafness. They focused on his mouth as he spoke, and she smiled again and nodded. She could understand what he said. "Are you supposed to be alone?" he asked. "Where is your nurse?" The smile became rather impish, and she pointed through the trees in the direction of the house. "You like being alone?" he asked. She turned her head to look at the water and the trees and the falls. She set both her hands over her heart and then made a wide gesture all about her. She looked back at him. "You love all this?" Who would not love such beauty and such solitude? But what would it be like not to be able to hear the water? "And you prefer to escape and come here alone?" Deafness, he supposed, would lock a person up in a very private world. It would lead to loneliness, or at least to aloneness. He wondered if this child was lonely. Yet she had a happy smile. "I have disturbed you," he said. "I will go away, but be careful." He pointed to the rock on which she had been standing and turned to leave her. But she caught at his hand with both of hers and shook her head. Well, he thought in some surprise, someone needed him, if only a child. "What is it, little fawn?" he asked. For answer, she tugged on his hand and led him back toward the rocks. She bounded up them and onto the one that jutted over the water, and he scrambled up after her. She sat down, motioned to him to sit beside her, and lowered her feet over the edge of the rock to dangle in the water. She turned her head and smiled at him. "Is that a challenge?" he asked. She leaned over, her hands cupped together, and scooped up a palmful of water. He expected that she would hurl it at him, and braced himself for the shock, but she lifted her hands, closed her eyes, and dipped first one cheek and then the other in the water. There was a look of near ecstasy on her face. Did the other senses come more alive when one was absent, he wondered. The temptation was irresistible. Ashley removed his shoes and set them behind him, and then pulled off his stockings, tugging them from beneath the tight bands of his knee breeches and rolling them down his legs and off. He swung his legs gingerly over the edge of the rock and into the water, gasping as he did so. "Zounds!" he said. Emily was looking at him and laughing at him, the sounds she made strange and rather ungainly. He pulled his feet up again and rested his heels on the edge of the rock. He draped his arms over his knees. She drew her feet up onto the rock too, clasped her arms about them, and rested one cheek on her knees. She looked steadily at him. "What are you looking at, little fawn?" he asked her. "The water is cold." She smiled rather dreamily. A sweet child. How old was she? 14, had he heard Anna say? 14 to his 22. An 8-year difference. The same age span as between him and Luke. Had he seemed such a child to Luke? And yet his brother had never shown impatience with him, had never given the impression that he had better things to do than spend time with a nuisance of a younger brother. He turned his face fully to her. "You can understand me," he said, "but you cannot express yourself to me. Is it painful, little fawn?" Her eyes, those wonderfully expressive eyes, grew wistful. He wondered if she had any way of communicating with the people in her life. There had been the few hand gestures she had used earlier. Did anyone, Anna perhaps, care enough to build on those signs, to make something of a language of them? Even then, would it be possible for her to express any of her deepest feelings? He smiled at her. "Answer my question," he said softly. She nodded her head against her knee, her eyes still wistful. He reached out a hand and gently smoothed back a lock of hair that had fallen across her face. She smiled again and lifted one hand. She pointed at him, made a flapping movement of her 4 fingers against her thumb, and then pointed to herself. She did it again when he made no immediate response. "You want me to talk to you?" he asked. She nodded. And so he talked, telling her about his childhood. telling her about coming home from school one holiday to find Luke gone, telling her about his stupid, immature behaviour in London, though he did not mention the mistress whom he had been unable to afford, and about his boredom at home. He told her about his feeling of betrayal, about his feeling of guilt. There was a sense of great relief in unburdening himself to another person, he found, even if it was to a person who would not understand much of what he said, and would be unable to do anything about it even if she did. It was soothing to feel human sympathy, soothing to his loneliness. "I am a poor, abject creature, little fawn," he said finally, grinning at her. She shook her head slowly. "And you are a good listener," he said, aware of the irony and yet the truth of his words. She smiled back at him. He said no more, but listened to the soothing rush of the water and looked into its sparkling, fast-moving depths, and when a little hand stole into his, he clasped it, drawing comfort from it, giving comfort. She was a child in need of love, and he was an adult in need of company. "Ashley, what the devil is going on?" The voice, cold and haughty, cut into his peace like a knife. He turned his head sharply to see his brother standing several feet away, close to the trees. Luke strode closer. "I suppose it did not occur to you," he said, "that Anna would be almost frantic with worry. Did you bring her here? She is a child who should be with her nurse." But Emily had realized that there was someone behind them, and had turned her head to look. She rose to her feet and bounded down the rocks like some wild and graceful woodland creature, holding her hands out to Luke. He took them and smiled at her. Ashley realized that it was the first time he had seen his brother smile in over 10 years. "Anna is worried about you, my dear," Luke said to her. So he, too, must have realized that the child could read lips. "Come home for tea?" Luke asked her. She linked her arm through his and turned back to Ashley to reach out her other arm for his. He shook his head. "You had better come," Luke said stiffly. Ashley pulled on his stockings and shoes and got slowly to his feet. Emily was still reaching out an arm toward him, her face eager and smiling. He wondered as she took his arm, and he was forced to begin the long walk back to the house with his brother, only the deaf-mute child between them, how much she had understood of what he had poured out to her. "Deuce take it, Luke," he blurted after a few silent minutes. "What do you think of me? That I am a spendthrift and a gamer and drinker and womanizer? You were right, but as I live, I am not a child molester." He glared across the top of Emily's head at his brother, who looked as cold and composed and immaculate as ever. His hair was even powdered, and he had dressed for tea in a green silk coat over a paler green waistcoat. "Damn you, Luke," he said. "Say something." "I know you are not," Luke said without looking at him. "But she is a child in my care, Ashley. She is dear to my wife. She has a handicap that would make it impossible for her to hear searchers calling to her, and impossible for her to call for help. And it is late afternoon, with the evenings growing darker as autumn approaches. I was annoyed, angry, that you appeared careless of those facts, and of how Anna would be worrying. But I put too much on your shoulders. Emily is not in your care, and I trust you to behave toward an innocent child as I would expect any brother of mine and any gentleman to behave." Was it an apology? Ashley was not sure, but the words did cast him in the role of younger brother, who could not be expected to behave responsibly. The words irritated and hurt him, and struck him with their truth. He should have realized that someone other than her nurse would be looking for the child. "I am sorry," he heard himself saying. The words came out, sounding as if he was anything but sorry, but he had spoken them at least. Luke did not reply for a while. "I trust you, Ashley," he said. "That was not my meaning when I saw you with her. although he had been holding the child's hand. Oh, yes, deuce take it, it had been his meaning. But Ashley supposed it was as close as he was going to get to an apology from his brother. Emily, walking quietly between them, holding on to an arm of each, looked up at them, one at a time, and smiled her serene, sunny smile at each. Did she know, Ashley wondered, what had been going on across the top of her head? He was given the strange impression that she did, that she had manoeuvred it. An impossibility, of course. She was a deaf, mute child. Dealing with a family was not at all easy, Luke was finding. He was out of the habit. Indeed, he had deliberately cultivated independence. He was not enjoying being part of his family again. He especially resented being the head of it. Sometimes he longed for his life in Paris with a deep nostalgia. Anna spoke to him about Doris one morning while they were out riding. He resented the introduction of the topic at a time of day that he was beginning to think of as all their own, just for themselves. He liked to ride a little behind her, admiring the graceful picture she made in the saddle, wishing that they could be alone together somewhere, perhaps in Paris, with no one to concern themselves over except themselves, and he consciously enjoyed each such morning. Soon her pregnancy would be far enough advanced that he must forbid her to ride altogether. Then he would be able to ride alone again. The prospect was surprisingly unappealing. He resented her introducing a serious topic into their conversation. He relied on Anna to add light to his life. "Luke," she said abruptly, "Doris is unhappy." Just as if he had not noticed for himself, just as if he did not feel uneasy about it, though he had nothing for which to blame himself. "She is sulking like a sullen child, waiting to be noticed," he said more coldly than he had intended. "That is exactly what your mother says," Anna said quietly. So his mother, too, was coldly ignoring Doris? It was like her to do so. Was he like his mother, then? Had he grown to resemble her over the years? He could remember Doris's riding up before him on his horse as a child, though their parents had always scolded her when they knew and told her that only babies had to share a horse with their brothers. He had encouraged the child because he had enjoyed her chatter. Only now did he realize that he had been a lonely boy who had basked in the adoration of his much younger brother and sister. He could remember Doris's telling him on one occasion, her head snuggled against his chest, that she was going to marry him when she grew up. She had been maybe 5 years old at the time. "I do not believe there is anything I can do to help her, madam," he said to Anna now. "Putting an end to that association and sending her home to prevent clandestine communications and a possible repetition of the attempt to elope were the only things to be done. I am not sorry that I did them." "No," Anna said. "You were quite right to save her from herself, Luke. But what?" He did not need Anna as his conscience. He hoped she was not going to adopt that role. "I believe she feels that it was your own consequence and the pride of the family you were safeguarding," she said. "I believe she feels that you do not love her, Luke." "You cannot marry me, Dor," he had told his 5-year-old sister with a chuckle. "I am your brother." "But I love you more than anyone in the world," she had protested, gazing up at him with hurt eyes. "More than Mamma and Papa and George, a little bit more than Ashley." He had hugged her thin little body with one arm. "I love you too," he had told her, "more than anyone else except Ash, though he had adored George too. I love the two of you equally. We will always love each other in a special way because we are brother and sister." She had snuggled against him as he guided the horse. "I am going to ask the king," she had said. "He will let me marry you, Luke." There had been a lengthy silence between him and his wife. "Do you?" she prompted, her voice rather tense. "Do you love her?" "I know nothing about love, Anna," he said. "I made that clear to you the morning after our wedding. I can only perform my duties here to the best of my ability. You would do well to remember that it is pointless to appeal to sentiments I do not feel." She did not reply, but after another short silence spurred her horse, first into a canter and then a gallop. He kept pace with her and lifted her silently down when they were back in the stables. He did not know if the gallop had been a deliberate defiance of his order, but he did not scold her. He would be ripping up at the wrong person. She had shown him his own inadequacy, and he resented being made to feel guilty. He resented the fact that she had set herself to arouse his conscience. Doris was his sister, his family. He would deal with her as he saw fit. He did not need Anna to prompt his actions. He needed Anna only for— But he frowned. No, that was unfair. He needed Anna for more than just that. Needed? He frowned again over the word his mind had chosen. He did try to talk with Doris, but he made the mistake of summoning her to his office and retreating behind his desk when she came. She did not help matters, of course, when she refused the offered seat at the other side of it. She preferred to stand, she told him, and did so, establishing a sort of parent-child disciplinary relationship before anything of any significance had been said. "You are unhappy," he said. She laughed. "Doris," he said, "it was intolerable. Even if you could have adjusted your life to poverty and to a loss of status and all the luxuries with which you have been surrounded since birth, you could not have been happy with Frawley. He wanted your fortune more than he wanted you."
"Perhaps even so. He wanted me more than I am wanted here,"
she said, her eyes and her voice cold. "You belong here," he said. "You have family here. You are my sister. Do you not believe that he was willing to take money? £5,000 in return for giving up his courtship of you?"
"Perhaps," she said. "You have never known a poverty so extreme that £5,000 can be an overwhelming temptation. Doubtless it seems a paltry sum to you."
"Zounds, Doris," he said, frowning. "Are you defending him?"
"I hate him," she said calmly, "because I believe you. But I hate you more for tempting him and exposing that weakness in him."
He drummed his fingers on the desk. "You hate me for saving you from an unspeakably dreadful future," he said.
"Yes."
She added no further explanation. "I hate you," she had told him once. She was perhaps 8 years old at the time. An elderly dog, of which she was passionately fond, had been ill and suffering, and Luke had deliberately taken Doris out of the way while the poor animal was shot and buried. She had been distraught on their return, especially when she discovered that he had known and had kept her away. "I hate you. I'll never, ever love you again." How had he handled the situation then? He had grabbed her and hugged her tightly to him while she struggled and kicked and screamed. He had held her until she had finally dissolved into tears, and then he had rocked her and cried with her, despite his 19 years. And then he had carried her up to her room and sat with her on his lap until she fell asleep and he could set her down gently on her bed. That was what he had done then, but then was not now. Now he drummed his fingers on the desktop and looked at her with shuttered eyes. "You will remain here over the winter," he said. "Perhaps next year I will permit you to go back to town. You will have forgotten Frawley by then, and will be ready to make a more eligible match." He had intended the words to sound conciliatory. She half smiled at him.
"Am I dismissed now?"
she asked. He nodded. She turned away, but she stopped before proceeding on her way to the door.
"I always thought," she said, "that the worst thing in the world would be never to see you again. I was very wrong. The worst thing has proved to be your coming home. I hope that Anna has a son. I hope she has many sons, because if Ashley ever becomes Duke, perhaps I will lose him too."
And then there was Henrietta. "Luke," Anna said to him, one day after she had lain down on her bed and he had covered her with the blankets. He had seen that she was tired, after an afternoon call and had insisted on bringing her upstairs to rest.
Henrietta feels that the furnishings and draperies should be changed in some of the rooms. She feels that the house should reflect the fact that this is the middle of the 18th century. She wanted me to speak to you about it.
He seated himself on the side of the bed. "And what do you feel?" he asked her. She hesitated.
"I like the atmosphere of antiquity and elegance here," she said. "I hate the thought of changing anything, but I can see her point."
"We will follow your wishes," he said.
"But it is what she planned with her husband," she said, looking unhappy. "I think she finds the situation difficult, though she is always very sweet about it and swears she is happy to have me here. Perhaps we should—"
He leaned toward her. "Perhaps we should remember," he said, "that you are my Duchess, madam, and not Henrietta. There will be no changes in the furnishings or draperies of the house. The decision is mine, made on your recommendation, and will not be changed." She looked at him uncertainly.
"She is my friend," she said. "I do not want to make her unhappy, Luke. She told me what happened."
She bit her lip.
"About why she married your brother rather than you."
He straightened up. "I suppose," he said, "it was inevitable you find out sooner or later. 'Twas all a long time ago. 'Tis all ancient history." She smiled rather wanly, and rather than discuss the matter further, as he supposed he ought, he got to his feet and strode from the room without another word. There was really nothing else to be said, and he preferred not to talk about such matters with Anna. Anna was his present and his future. He did not want her entangled in his past. But there was still Henrietta. Always Henrietta. If he was out riding alone, he met her. If he was out walking alone, he met her. If he was in the library or some other room alone, she joined him there. Always accidentally. She was always distressed to find that he was in that particular place at that particular time. He realized that it was all deliberate, just as that first meeting at the stile had been. Henrietta had not hardened her heart as he had. She had suffered every day during her marriage, and every day since, she had told him. And now, even knowing him married, and knowing he could not marry her even if he were not, she could not stay away from him. She was unhappy having him close, but could not stay away. And what about his own feelings? Was he still attracted to her? Yes, certainly there was that. She was a very attractive woman. Even a dispassionate mind would be forced to admit that. But deep down, did he still love her? Was he still capable of love? He honestly did not know the answers, but he lived in dread of discovering them, and he lived in dread of those arranged meetings, fearing what might come of them if he lowered his guard for even one moment. Yet he would not express his displeasure to Henrietta. There had been so much pain in her life. Henrietta had ridden alone to Wycherley to call on her brother. She was in the habit of riding alone, of visiting alone. Restlessness had been a part of her nature since she had made some foolish and disastrous choices many years before. Having Luke back home was intolerable, she had just told William. Once he had been hers, entirely hers, clay in her hands. She remembered him crying in her arms when she told him she must marry George. She remembered that he had challenged George to a duel for her sake and almost killed him too. She had always wondered what would have happened if he had succeeded. Could she have married him? Would she have? But it was intolerable having him back. She had known they could never marry, but she had pictured them living together at Bowden, the Duke and Duchess, though not married to each other. She had pictured herself as mistress at Bowden, doing what she wished there, as George had never allowed her to do. She had pictured Luke, indulgent and loving her. She had never believed all those stories about him. But he had brought home a wife. It was impossible to know if he was fond of Anna or not, but he clearly meant Anna to be mistress at Bowden,
And he had got Anna with child. Henrietta, riding homeward down the dark, winding driveway leading from her brother's house, gazed down at the road ahead. She would never forget her disappointment at giving birth to a stillborn son. She would never forget George's telling her, brutal as always, that he was glad, that he had never been more happy of anything in his life, that he would make sure she had no more chance to bear a child of his. Luke would be his heir, he had said, with a curious, twisted smile. And now Luke had succeeded to the title. And then Henrietta's head snapped up, the unpleasant memories gone. There was a horse on the driveway ahead of her, standing perfectly still. On its back was a tall, slim man, completely covered in a long black cloak, and his face was more than half covered with a black mask. His tricorn was worn low on his brow. "Madam," he said softly, "I have startled you." A highwayman on William's land, Henrietta thought indignantly. She lifted her chin and glared at him. She would be damned before she would show fear.
"What do you want?" she asked. "I have nothing of value, beyond my rings and a few coins in my purse. My brother will see you hanged."
He looked rather attractive when he smiled. "I want nothing that is yours, your Grace of Harnden," he said, causing Henrietta to raise her eyebrows. "Perhaps I wish to restore to you something that is rightfully yours."
"Oh?"
Henrietta was intrigued and indignant.
"Be off with you, fellow," she said briskly. "You will get nothing from me today."
But he leaned forward in the saddle and smiled again. "I do not wonder," he said, "that the Duke is enamoured of you, madam."
"I believe," she said, "you have the wrong Duchess, fellow. Now, if you will excuse me."
But he only rode closer, bringing his horse to the side of hers so that their knees almost touched. His eyes observed her keenly through the slits of the mask. "What I do need from you is some assistance, madam," he said. There was an aura of unmistakable masculinity about a masked and mounted highwayman, Henrietta thought, and he was looking at her with open appreciation. Henrietta had been starved for male admiration for such a very long time. She did not count the local landowners who were quite beneath her notice. "The Duke has a wife," the highwayman said, "who married him under false pretences."
"Anna?"
Henrietta said. "Anna, yes," he said softly. "She will be leaving him sooner or later, your Grace." Henrietta frowned and forgot her air of aloof disdain.
"She is your—"
she began. "Ah, no." His eyes caressed her, from her riding hat to the low neckline of her riding habit. "There is no romantic attachment between the lady and myself. I merely wish to free the Duke of an encumbrance in the interests of justice. You can help me, madam."
"I?"
Henrietta wore no handkerchief at her bosom to preserve modesty. She was proud of her bosom, and she was glad now that she had neglected to wear the handkerchief.
"How so, sir?"
"Allow me to explain," he said, but before he did so, he took her right hand in both of his, drew back her glove, and set the bare skin of her wrist to his lips, first the back, then the front. She felt the tip of his tongue against her inner wrist. Henrietta shivered with pleasure.
"Who are you?"
she asked. He smiled at her. "But that is question upon question, madam," he said. "Shall we deal with the first? The second is of no importance." Chapter 16. Anna had succumbed to temptation. When Luke had slid his arm from beneath her head and untangled his body from hers in order to get up for the usual early morning ride, she had grumbled into wakefulness. "Go back to sleep," he had suggested, as he did most mornings. And this morning she had rolled over into the warmth his body had left behind on the bed and done just that. And so she had missed their ride together, always her favourite part of the day. She stood at the bedroom window, looking absently out at gardens that were rapidly losing their colour and at distant trees that were giving hints of the changing season. Someone had been in and built up the fire and lit it. She must have been sleeping like the dead not to have heard. But she was sleeping for two, she reminded herself, as excuse for her laziness. She spread a hand over her abdomen. Through the thin fabric of her nightgown, which she had put on after rising from bed, she could feel the satisfying swelling. Luke had touched her there last night, as he frequently did now, and commented that she must have lost her waist somewhere. The months of her marriage had brought a measure of contentment. The child in her had become a real being, felt not only with her mind now, but also with her body. There was the tiredness, the insatiable hunger, the movements, the swelling. She was enjoying her impending motherhood with the deep gratitude of a woman who had expected to be a spinster and barren all her life. It had been longer than 3 months. They had been home for more than 2. She was beginning to believe in freedom. She was beginning to believe in happiness. The house was running smoothly. She had made herself busy carrying out her duties as Luke's Duchess, and she believed that her husband's dependents liked her. She had made friends of all their neighbours. She organised dinner parties and card parties with informal dancing for the young people. She eagerly accepted the invitations that came in return. And Luke, she felt, of whom his neighbours had appeared wary at first, was being accepted again. Emily seemed happier here than she had ever been at home. Luke was unexpectedly kind to her, and Emmy had taken to him. And Emmy had found a hero in Ashley, and followed him about whenever she had the opportunity. Anna had told him, apologetically, that he must not allow the girl to make a nuisance of herself, but he had replied that he liked the child and enjoyed her company. It was often not necessary for Emmy to follow him about. Often he took her walking, or even riding, always with her nurse's knowledge and Anna's permission. They made a strangely touching pair, the deaf child and the lonely, unhappy man. They seemed to find contentment in each other's company. Anna had been unable to spark any sort of romance between Agnes and Ashley, even though she had tried subtly to bring them together. Agnes, pretty as she was just too shy of handsome men, and Ashley was excessively handsome. There were other handsome young men in the neighbourhood, some of them interested, but Agnes seemed to prefer the very ordinary, rather portly and dull Lord Severidge, Henrietta's brother. He was a man who had no conversation other than his farms and his horses and hounds, and yet Agnes could sit quietly at his side during a dinner and listen and talk with him with apparent interest. It would be a good match, Anna supposed, if ever it came to the point. But, oh dear, such a dull one. She smiled at her own thoughts. Whoever Agnes married would be a man of her own choice. If she chose to marry a dull man, then so be it. But how could anyone prefer William to Ashley? Not that Ashley had shown any particular interest in Agnes either, of course. Ashley, Anna suspected, was too young to fix his interest anywhere yet, and unhappy and unsettled. Poor Ashley. Doris, too, was unhappy, though less restlessly so than Ashley. There was no communication between her and Luke either, though Anna had tried once to explain to him that Doris probably felt unloved. She did not care to remember the chilliness of his reply. It was all very sad. Between Doris and Anna a friendship had resumed. Doris had even raised the subject of Ranelagh with her, and admitted that none of what had happened there had been Anna's fault. Anna's friendship with Henrietta had not cooled, despite Henrietta's anxiety on the afternoon when she had told Anna about the past, and Anna had tried to put the past resolutely out of her mind, though she had once mentioned it to Luke himself. It had nothing to do with the present. And Anna tried, too, not to think of her own past. Her new home, her advancing pregnancy, her deep contentment helped her. She felt sometimes like someone who had recovered, pale and weak, from a long illness, and was slowly but surely convalescing. She felt health of body and mind being gradually restored. And yet, of course, it could not last. On this particular morning, she heard her maid in the dressing-room even before the girl had been summoned, and turned from the window as the girl tapped on the door of the bedchamber and opened it hesitantly. "There is a letter here for you, madam," she said, holding it out. "It came by special messenger, to be delivered into your hands." Anna remembered then that an unfamiliar rider had come up the driveway to the front doors while she had stood at the window, and had emerged after a few minutes and ridden away again. She had hardly noticed at the time. He was probably scarcely out of sight among the trees even now. She knew. She did not need to take the letter and look at the writing on the outside to know, though she did both. She knew. "Thank you, Penny," she said. "I will want to dress soon. Return in half an hour, will you?" "Yes, madam," the girl said, bobbing a curtsy and withdrawing. She closed the door into the dressing-room. "It has been a long time, my Anna," he had written. "Sometimes I regret my decision to allow your marriage, but patience will bring us both ultimate and endless happiness. You are to bear Harnden an heir, I hear." Anna spread a hand over her womb and closed her eyes for a few moments. She felt dizzy and very, very cold. "But you are beautiful, even in your impending motherhood," the letter continued. "Your green morning gown, the satin one with the darker ropings, made you look a part of nature as you strolled in the garden in it 2 mornings ago, and young Collins admired you almost to the point of indiscretion in your blue sack dress, à l'anglaise, at his mamma's rout the evening before last. You see, I am never far away, my Anna." She thought she might faint, but her muscles were too rigid to allow her to fall, or to move away from the window. She felt eyes on her from behind every tree. She felt eyes on her from the room behind, but she could not turn. "You must not forget," the letter continued, "that you are merely on loan. A little test, then, my Anna. Forgive me. There is the small matter of an outstanding debt that must be settled. £200. Not a great deal, you see. There is an old gamekeeper's cottage 100 yards west of the gates into Bowden Park. There is a large stone on the doorstep. The bill will be beneath it today. You may take it, my Anna, and replace it with the money. I will then consider the debt paid. Before nightfall, if you please. Your servant, Bladen." After several minutes, Anna folded the letter with hands that trembled only slightly. She was used to such letters. In such ways had she redeemed many of her father's debts, though she knew that there were enough left that he would be able to hold her in thrall for the rest of her life. Though it was not just the debts. If it were, she knew that she would go begging to Luke. Luke would pay them for her sake, though now it was her brother who would benefit, not her poor father who was dead, and not any of the girls. Charlotte was married. Agnes and Emmy were safe here at Bowden. Yes, she would go begging if it were only the money. She would salvage her pride by insisting on paying it back little by little out of her allowance, and she would tell Victor, who knew nothing of the extent of the debts, and who believed that by some miracle their father had paid them all before his death. Victor would pay Luke back gradually. Luke would not miss the money, huge as the debts were. He had told her that he had 2 vast fortunes, and he would not refuse her, she was sure. But it was not just the debts, or even mainly the debts. She had redeemed many of them, although almost none of them with money. She had redeemed them by doing what he had told her to do. She had chatted brightly to neighbours and distracted them at parties and assemblies, while he stole priceless ornaments and jewels. She had charmed gentlemen with whom he played cards, flirting her fan at them, or showing an accidentally indiscreet amount of cleavage, or smiling with warm eyes, distracting them while he cheated them of small fortunes. Once she had even accompanied him into a town where she was not known,
and haggled alone with the jeweller over the sale of some jewels he had stolen from her neighbours and friends. After such occasions, he had returned one or more of her father's bills to her, sometimes wrapped about a gift. The mystery of the disappearance of so many valuables in the neighbourhood was never solved, but Sir Lovat Bladen had many witnesses to the fact that Anna was the thief, and he had 2 witnesses willing to testify that she was a murderer, that she had pushed her father to his death from the roof of their house. It would seem that she had motive for all those crimes. Everyone had known that her father was close to ruin. Everyone would believe that she had stolen in order to prevent it from happening, and that she had killed him in order to stop the piling up of more debts. Everyone knew how fiercely devoted she was to her brother and her sisters, and so she could never go to Luke, for it was not a matter of paying off the debts. The debts were only the means by which Sir Lovat had got his hold over her for reasons of his own that eluded her understanding. The debts would never be paid off. Even if she went to Luke and persuaded him to pay them all, doing so would not help her. If she went to Luke, she would risk having Sir Lovat angry at her and finally carrying through on all his threats. Luke would believe that he had married a woman whom witnesses could prove to be a thief and a murderer, and indeed she was an accessory to many of those crimes. All of Luke's wealth and position would be unable to save her from the gallows. Anna went into her private sitting-room. There was money in a drawer of the escritoire, enough money. Luke had insisted she have it, though she had told him she had nothing on which to spend it here at Bowden. She sat down and counted out £200. She set her forehead down on the desk, closed her eyes, and drew several breaths, fighting both faintness and nausea. Her green morning gown. She had strolled in the garden with Henrietta and Emmy wearing it, and she had worn her blue dress to the Collinses, where young Cecil Collins had touched and rather embarrassed her and amused Luke with his calf-like admiration. How had he known? She got resolutely to her feet and hurried to her dressing-room to ring for her maid. Why wait for the full half-hour to pass? It was a beautiful day, with the slight nip of autumn in the air. Emily was outside, as she so often was, and as she loved to be. It was not difficult to escape from her nurse, especially now that she was 14 and almost grown up. She was alone this morning, Ashley having ridden off to visit some friends. Emily loved Ashley as she loved her own soul, but she never minded being alone. Most of her life she had been alone, though rarely was she lonely. She had always known herself loved, especially by Anna. Even as she thought it, she saw Anna in the distance, emerging from the house. Emily's face lit up, and she took a few hurried steps in the direction of her sister. It was rare these days to have Anna to herself. Anna was usually with Henrietta, or another member of her new family, or with Luke. Emily loved Luke too, though she was sorry that he was such an unhappy man. She was glad that her dearest sister had married a handsome and splendid and kind man. Ashley did not believe he was kind, but he was. But Emily stopped before she was spotted. Anna, she could see, did not want company. She looked about her as she stood on the upper terrace, almost furtively, and then she hurried away through the formal gardens, head down, not at all enjoying her surroundings. She was on her way to some definite destination without company, and without a carriage of any sort to take her there. Emily frowned. There was something about her sister's bearing that reminded her. She had almost forgotten. She had seen Anna's great happiness. Anna loved Luke dearly, and she was going to have a baby. Emily had forgotten Anna's great unhappiness, or at least she had pushed it back into memory, assuming that it was all at an end. But there was something about Anna now. Emily found herself following her sister, careful to keep out of sight. That was not easy to do on the long lawn beyond the gardens, but Anna did not look about her again. She hurried onward, her eyes on the ground ahead of her.
When they reached the woods, Emily could follow more closely. Where was Anna going? She was hurrying through the trees with a purpose, and yet she was too far from the drive and the gates to be going to the village. There was an old cottage close by, Emily knew. She had discovered it during her wanderings, and had thought it would make a cosy little hideaway in which she might sit and think on chilly or damp days. But the door was locked, and though it was an old and dilapidated building, she had been afraid to break one of the small windows. It was Anna's destination, she saw to her surprise, though Anna did not find it easily. She wandered about for a few minutes before she came upon it. Emily hid behind a tree and watched as her sister walked hesitantly up to the door, looking almost as if she expected to be shot at from a window or from the surrounding trees, and then stooped down quickly to lift one corner of the heavy stone that lay on the doorstep. There was something underneath, Emily could see. It looked like a piece of paper. Anna picked it up, looked hastily about, and fumbled beneath her open gown to reach through the slit in the side of her petticoats to the pockets taped about her waist beneath them. But she brought something out in place of the paper, stooped down again, and stuffed it beneath the stone. She stood up, turned away, and half ran back in the direction of the house. Emily pressed herself close to the tree so that she would not be seen, but she saw Anna's face. It was pale and frightened. Emily's heart sank, and she closed her eyes and leaned her forehead against the trunk for a moment. It was true, then. It was all going to start again. She felt it. Her first instinct was to hurry over to the cottage to find out what it was that Anna had put beneath the stone. But she hesitated, and caution made her stay where she was. She was glad a couple of minutes later that it had. A man stepped out of the woods opposite, a stranger, and hurried to the cottage, where he stooped down on his haunches, lifted the stone, drew out what was beneath it, and inspected it. Emily could see that he was counting money that he had tipped out of a small cloth bag. He stood up, slipped the bag into a pocket, darted a quick look about him, and disappeared again into the trees. Emily returned her forehead to the trunk and closed her eyes again. She felt sick. She felt like crying. She had been so happy here. Anna had been so happy. But it was starting again, and though she had never before seen the man who had collected the money, she knew that somehow he was behind it all, as he had been behind all of Anna's misery. Emily had always known it, even though she did not understand why it was, and even though everyone else appeared to like him. She wanted Ashley suddenly. She wanted his strong hand holding hers, his tall man's body close beside her, keeping her safe. If only she had some way of telling him. He would make things all right. Or Luke. He would make things all right for Anna. But she had no way of telling them. Ashley was not the only one who sometimes sought out the falls for the sense of peace, the seclusion of the wood, and the rushing of the water brought. Luke liked to go there too. On that particular morning, he had been on his way home, after spending an hour with one of his newly satisfied tenants, when he had paused on the bridge and looked down into the water and succumbed to the temptation to steal a further hour for himself. He had turned his horse's head along the river-bank and had been lost to sight among the trees by the time Anna emerged from the house. He tethered his horse to a tree and stood looking into the falls, one foot raised on a rock, his arm draped over his leg. He breathed in peace and the coolness of autumn, and the special smell of damp autumn leaves, which could always evoke a whole host of boyhood memories. He must bring Anna here soon, before the trees lost all their leaves. She would like it here. They could be alone together for a short while. It was difficult to find time alone together outside their own private apartments. He turned his head when the snapping of twigs warned him that someone was approaching. Perhaps she had found the place for herself and was coming there now. He had left her in bed, but that had been more than 2 hours ago. But it was Henrietta. "Oh, Luke,
she said, stopping, a hand to her heart.
"You startled me. I thought you were out on business. You like to come here too?"
No, not again. It was one too many times. One too many contrived meetings. He had made one of the saddest and one of the most relief-bringing discoveries of his life during the past month. He no longer loved her. There was nothing, except a certain nostalgia for what had been and what might have been, and a certain pity for what she must have suffered, and still seemed to suffer. He had put aside strong emotions 10 years ago. Very successfully, it seemed. He was content with his life as it had become. Strangely, unexpectedly content. He returned his foot to the ground and turned to face her. "No, Henrietta," he said. "You did not think I was out. You saw me and followed me here." She flushed and bit her lip.
"Oh, Luke,"
she whispered, and tears welled in her eyes. "It will not do," he said. "I will escort you back to the house." She closed her eyes. Her face was pale in the shadows of the trees. She looked youthfully, delicately beautiful. He felt nothing but pity.
"But you feel it too," she said. "I know you do, Luke. You pretend to have no heart, because you do not want to admit, even to yourself, that the past is not over. But you feel it too."
"No," he said. "No, there is nothing, Henrietta. You must realize that. And these contrived meetings must end. What happened was painful to us both. We were both victims of fate. But it is long in the past."
"You swore you would love me forever,"
she said, tears standing in her eyes. "Yes." He sighed and reached for his snuff-box, which he had not brought with him. "But it has proved not so, Henrietta."
"You love Anna," she said,
the tears spilling over onto her cheeks.
"And I am sure I cannot blame you. She is lovable and blameless. I am sure she has never done anything you could possibly censure. I love her myself. Have you told her you will love her forever?"
"My marriage is a private matter between Anna and myself, Henrietta," he said as gently as he could. She spread her hands over her face, and he stood where he was, his hands clasped behind his back. He would not go to her. She might misconstrue such a gesture.
"You have been stronger than I," she said, "and wiser. I suppose, then, Luke, I must look elsewhere for admiration and love. I have been lonely, you know."
"Yes," he said. "There will be worthy men willing to love you, Henrietta." She lifted her head.
"There is one,"
she said. "Is there?" He smiled.
"But he will never be you."
She gazed wistfully at him.
"I wonder if you had not married Anna."
"No," he said firmly. Her chin came higher.
"No," she said. "You would not forget that I was George's, would you?"
He did not answer. He offered her his arm, and they strolled through the trees in the direction of the house. He led his horse with his free hand. As they emerged from the trees, they could see Anna hurrying, head down, across the long lawn in the direction of the house, looking rather as if she thought herself pursued. She was alone. She did look up and see them as she entered the formal gardens and hurried onward, but she bent her head again and seemed to increase her pace. Luke frowned.
"I shall leave you,"
Henrietta said,
"and go and take tea with Anna. I am sorry, Luke. I am sorry that I had less self-control than you. Forgive me."
But she did not wait for an answer. She hurried across the lawn toward the house, while he turned with his horse in the direction of the stables. Where had Anna been, he wondered, so uncharacteristically alone? Why had she been in such a hurry? And why had she not smiled and changed direction to come toward them? He was disappointed. He had missed their morning ride together. Chapter 17.
They were to take tea at the Wilkses, Luke and Anna, the Dowager, Doris, Henrietta and Agnes. It was no informal afternoon call. An invitation had been issued and accepted. The Wilkses had cousins from London staying with them. Luke's mother, then, showed open annoyance when one of their number had still not come downstairs, 10 minutes after they should have been on their way. To the Dowager Duchess, punctuality had always been an important attribute of good breeding. "I do not like to be kept waiting, Lucas," she said. "Your wife must learn that in this part of the world we do not make ourselves deliberately late merely to convince people that we are of superior rank. Perhaps where she comes from—" "The world will not end, madam, because we are a few minutes late," Luke said. "I shall go up and see what is keeping her." He had been 5 minutes late himself. In Paris, it was considered almost a mark of ill-breeding to be early or even on time. Being early was a sign of over-eagerness, and one must never show oneself to be over-eager. But it was unusual for Anna to be late. There was no one in her dressing-room, he saw in some surprise, and no one in her sitting-room. He tapped on the door of her bedchamber and opened it. She was standing at the window looking out. She was wearing a silk morning gown, wrapped simply about her with a sash at the waist, and no hoops. Her hair had not been dressed, but hung loose and unpowdered down her back. "Anna?" He stepped inside the room and closed the door behind him. "Have you forgotten that we are to take tea at the Wilkses?" "No." Her voice was quiet and toneless. She did not turn from the window. He crossed the room toward her. "Go without me," she said. "I want to be alone." She sounded quite unlike Anna. Her voice was lifeless. Her shoulders were slumped. "What is it?" he asked, frowning. "Nothing," she said. "I just do not feel like going out." "You are unwell?" he asked. A glance down at her body showed him that she was not wearing stays. She was quite noticeably losing her slim figure. "No," she said. He continued to frown. "You are absenting yourself from tea for no apparent reason after we have accepted the invitation," he said. "Is it not somewhat discourteous, madam? And discourteous, too, to leave my mother and my sister and yours downstairs without informing them that they need not wait for you?" "Go away," she said. His eyes glinted dangerously for a moment. But he had heard about the various maladies that could accompany pregnancy, moodiness among them. Anna had been so remarkably well that sometimes he forgot that her body and her mind were having to cope with unfamiliar changes and functions. He reined in his temper. "Come and lie down," he said, setting his hands lightly on her shoulders. "You need rest, Anna. I will send for your maid to bring you a hot drink. I shall make your excuses to Mrs. Wilkes. Your condition is generally known, I believe." She shrugged her shoulders, pulling free of his hold. "Go away," she said again, and then she was shrieking at him. "Leave me alone! Is this not my own room? Is there no privacy to be had anywhere?" He had never seen Anna in a temper. He gazed at her in some amazement for a few moments, eyebrows raised, and he had never tolerated temper tantrums in any woman. A few of his women had tried, and had found themselves swiftly and firmly cast off. He turned on his heel and strode toward the door. "Luke!" Her voice stopped him as he was turning the handle. It was no longer shrieking, but sounded almost panicked and shaking. He turned slowly and looked across the room at her, his own expression cold and haughty. "Don't leave." The words were whispered. Her eyes were tightly closed. He walked slowly back toward her, and she opened her eyes and looked at him. They were large with unhappiness. There was something wrong, and it was not her health. "What is it?" he asked. "Tell me what has happened, Anna." She shook her head slowly and reached for him. "Nothing," she said, as he took her in his arms. She shivered. "Nothing. It is just that I am not feeling well. I am tired and lacking in energy."
It was not that at all, he knew, but clearly she was not going to tell him what it was. "You must lie down and rest," he said. "I have to go. The others are awaiting us downstairs, and my mother is less than pleased by the delay. Come, let me help you off with your gown." But she grabbed for him when he would have let her go.
"Don't leave me."
She pressed herself against him.
"Don't leave me, don't leave me."
She whispered it over and over again, as her arms came tightly about his neck, and her eyes closed, and she sought for his mouth with her own. He gave it to her, and tightened his arms about her again. There was a familiarity. She had been like this before. It did not take him long to remember. She had been like this in the carriage on the way home from Ranelagh Gardens, intensely, almost wildly amorous, throwing herself at him, so that he had been persuaded to the almost incredible indiscretion of coupling with her inside an unlocked carriage on the public streets of London, and she had been as wild and as clinging after they had got home. It was the night she had told him she was with child, the night she had begged him to bring her home to Bowden. He kissed her opened mouth deeply, opening his own, thrusting his tongue inside, leaving it there while she sucked inward on it, and while her hands tore at the ribbon holding back his hair and closing the silk bag that held the length of it at the back. He felt his hair spilling over his shoulders and about her face. He thought about his mother waiting downstairs, even as he felt himself harden into arousal.
"Make love to me."
Her lips were rosy and swollen, her eyes heavy with desire.
"Make love to me, Luke. Please, please make love to me."
Her body was taut with desire, taut with desperation. "Come." He led her to the bed, untied the sash of her gown and slipped it from her shoulders. She was wearing only her shift beneath. She lifted her arms as he removed it, and reached for him as he drew back the bed covers and lowered her to the mattress. But he did not join her there immediately. He crossed the room to lock both the door into the corridor and that into the dressing-room. He shrugged out of his heavy silk coat and stepped out of his buckled shoes, but did not stop to remove the rest of his clothes. He unbuttoned his breeches and went down into her reaching arms. He could read well the needs of her body. He had carefully taught himself the skill many years before, and he was familiar with Anna's body after more than 3 months of almost daily intimacies. He knew that foreplay was not what she needed now. She needed to have him inside her. He freed himself from the fabric of his breeches and put himself there, firm and deep. She sighed, and almost immediately relaxed beneath his weight and his penetration. She needed him in her for as long as he could keep himself there. He could sense that need. In some strange way she was not aroused, and did not want or need to be brought to climax. She needed his body, his closeness. His body instinctively recognized her need and set about satisfying it. He stroked into her slowly, reaching deeply and carefully inside her. He had been loving her with shallower strokes lately, conscious of her pregnancy. But he knew that she needed depth today. She moaned with every inward thrust. She seemed quite oblivious to the fact that someone came into her dressing-room and knocked quietly, first on her sitting-room door, and then on the bedchamber door. She did not even seem to hear when Henrietta called her name softly, and then tried the handle rather hesitantly. He set his mouth wide over hers to absorb the sound of her moans, until he heard the outer door of the dressing-room close again. He gave himself to her for as long as he was able, before his control went, and he spilled into her with a sigh. But he kept his arms firmly about her after he had turned her onto her side against him, and lifted the bedclothes so that they almost covered her head. She pressed her face into the silk of his waistcoat at his shoulder and wrapped an arm about his waist. He smoothed one hand lightly over her hair and felt her slipping slowly and deeply into sleep. He stared over the top of her head at the window.
something had happened. Just as something had happened at Ranelagh. At the time, he had concluded that it must have been a combination of factors. Her anxiety over Doris, the violence of his confrontation with Frawley, which she had witnessed, her new awareness that she must be with child. He had looked no further. That last fact had seemed to explain her pleas to be brought home. Could there possibly have been something else? As there was something now, today. He frowned and cast his mind back to that evening. He had not spent a great deal of time with her after that long walk outside the rotunda with her in the gardens. But then it was not the thing to spend all one's time with one's wife when out in company. But he had watched her when she had danced with other men. She had sparkled with gaiety and vitality as she always did. It was that brightness in her that always drew his eyes to her, even when he was surrounded by other beauties. Apart from the few minutes during which he had run back to the pavilion for his mother, while he stayed at the gate with Doris, he had scarcely taken his eyes off her all evening. Nothing could have happened. Except... He remembered now that he thought more carefully. Except that when he had returned from seeing his mother and Doris on their way home, Anna had been strolling with the dark-cloaked, dark-hooded, masked man who was a neighbour of hers from her home. The man had not brought her all the way back to him. She had made no attempt to introduce the two of them. Was that not strange if he was a neighbour, father to one of her personal friends? It had not struck him as strange at the time. It did now that he was looking for something strange in that evening. There had been something rather sinister about that man. But of course they had been at a masquerade. Everyone had been masked, and she had not appeared at all upset when she had returned to him. Except that it was at that moment, was it not, that she had asked him if they might leave. He had assumed that the upset over Doris and Frawley had taken the enjoyment from her evening, as it had from his, and perhaps that was all it had been about, except that he knew there had been something else. And what about today? What had happened to bring on the misery, the flash of temper, the clinging, the almost desperate need to have him as close to her as it was possible for him to be? It was so unlike Anna. She was a passionate and an uninhibited lover. There was no form of intimacy she would not allow or show delight in. But she liked her pleasure to build slowly and to climax explosively as he did, and she never initiated love-making, only eagerly accepted it when he did so. Never, except on 2 occasions that was. What had happened? Henrietta? Had she seen them together coming from the trees that led to the falls? Had she imagined that it was a clandestine meeting? But no, it wasn't that. It was something that had preceded that. He remembered that she had been hurrying homeward. He remembered his surprise that she had not waited for them or come to meet them, and his surprise that she had been walking alone when there was always someone clamouring for her company. It had not been a pleasure walk. He knew that now. Was it anything to do with the letter she had received by special messenger? He had met the man at the gates while on the way to his tenant's house and had offered to make his delivery for him. But the man had explained that he had received strict instructions to deliver the letter only into the Duchess's hands or into those of her personal maid. Luke had raised his eyebrows and ridden on without comment. Was there a connection between the letter and the walk and this mood of hers? And yet, when he had asked Anna about her letter after luncheon, before she had disappeared upstairs, presumably to get ready for tea with the Wilkses, she had smiled brightly and told him all the news and gossip Lady Stern had sent her. Lady Stern's letter had come with the regular post. He had seen it himself. She had made no mention of the other letter, and he had not questioned her further. It had seemed unimportant at the time. It had been from one of her new lady friends in the neighbourhood, he had assumed. She had several. Anna was well liked wherever she went. Luke drew her naked body even more snugly against him, and she sighed against his shoulder.
He must find out what it was that had so much power over her emotions, so much negative power. He did not like it when the sunshine went out of her. Some light died in him, too, when she was unhappy. The thought, consciously worded in his mind, brought a frown to his face. No, that was not true. It could not possibly be true that his mood was affected by that of his wife. That would mean that she had some power over him, some control over him, that in some way he was dependent on her. Never. No, absolutely never in this life again. What he liked best about Anna was the comfort of the fact that she made no demands on his emotions. So different from Henrietta. Anna stirred in his arms, whimpered, clung closer, and relaxed into sleep again. He cradled her close. At Elm Court, Anna had always had to bear the burden alone. There had been no one to confide in, no one to cling to, no one to give her the illusion of security. It had been better so. She should never, never have given in to the temptation to marry. She did not know how long she had slept, though she felt that it had been for some time. But he was still with her, still holding her against his fully clothed body. She had the feeling he was awake. She did not know how she would look at him when she finally moved her face from the warm hollow between his shoulder and neck, or what she would say to him. She looked back on her behaviour, appalled. She could hear herself begging. She could hear herself moaning, as he had given her exactly what she had begged for, and in exactly the way she had needed it. He seemed always to know what she needed. He had been dressed in his royal blue and silver for the Wilkes' tea. His appearance had been perfectly immaculate, as it always was. She could remember tearing at his hair ribbon, so that she might feel his hair about her face. His long hair always excited her. She felt deeply ashamed. She drew back her head and looked warily up into his face, hoping that he was asleep. But he was looking back steadily from beneath half-closed eyelids, and she knew somehow that he had not slept at all. She knew that he had been lying there for an hour or longer. She had kept him from rejoining his mother and the others, or from sending down an explanation. She had kept them from an obligation to their neighbours. Luke took his obligations seriously. She had kept him by begging him to go to bed with her, to make love to her. What could she say? I was feeling unwell. I was feeling depressed because I am growing fat and heavy. I did not have energy enough to dress for the Wilkes'. I am sorry. She opened her mouth to speak, but she could not decide which to say or what else she might say instead. He gazed back silently, so that eventually she hid her face in his shoulder again. "Are you afraid, Anna?" he asked quietly. "Is there something or someone you fear?" "Losing you. Sir Lovat Bladen. A prison cell, hanging by the neck until I am dead. Losing you." "No," she said. "Something happened today," he said. "Something that upset you." "Someone knows how I dress in a private garden and what happens to me indoors. Someone who is not even there. He is watching me. Who knows when?" "No," she said. He held her a few moments longer, and then drew free of her and got out of bed. He buttoned his breeches with his back to her, slipped his feet into his shoes, and stooped to pick up his coat. His gloriously embroidered waistcoat was horribly creased. He turned to look down at her. "I will protect what is my own, Anna," he said, "with my life, if necessary. I do not boast, perhaps, when I assure you that my reputation as a superior shot and swordsman has been well earned. You are my own. You need have no fears for your safety. Unless it is childbirth that you fear. That is the only danger against which I cannot protect you, alas. Do you fear it?" Not pain, or death, only losing her child. She feared losing the child.
Only a stillbirth, she said. For a while I would want to die too, I think.
He nodded, watching her. Sleep again if you can, he said. You have not been having enough rest. I am going to have to insist on more in future. His eyes were keen on her. She bit her lip.
Perhaps I will, she said. Thank you, Luke.
There was the ghost of a smile about his lips for a moment. "'Twas my pleasure, madam," he said. "'Tis always my pleasure to be of service to you." He turned and left the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Yes, it had been better at Elm Court when she had been alone. She had not been so prone to self-pity then. She lay on her back now, unmoving, trying to ignore the hot tears that had squeezed past her eyelids and were trickling down her cheeks and dripping onto the pillow on either side of her head. "You are my own. You are my own." He had not meant the words in that way. He had been talking strictly about possession. But oh, the longing for his love was an unbearably painful ache in her. Anna lay still with closed eyes. She was frightened again without him. She felt eyes watching her. It was impossible. There was nowhere to hide in her room. But if she got up to stand at the window, where she had been standing when Luke came earlier, she would feel the eyes again, watching her from behind every tree. She was afraid to get out of bed. How much longer would it be, she wondered, before there was another letter and another demand for money or something else? How much longer would she be on loan to Luke? Until after the birth of their child? Longer? And then what? Would she go meekly when the time came? Or would she fight? "I will protect what is my own, with my life if necessary. You are my own." What would have happened if she had confided in him? If she had blurted the whole truth as she had been on the verge of doing? But she had never fooled herself into thinking that physical passion and the protectiveness a man felt for his possession indicated affection or more. He would have to love her dearly to accept what she had to tell. And even then. But Luke was no longer capable of love. It was something he had killed in himself years ago. Besides, Luke would not be able to protect her. "I will protect what is my own, with my life if necessary." The visit to the Wilkses had been made. The ladies from Bowden Abbey had arrived half an hour late. Tea had been held back for them, and then the Dowager Duchess had had the unspeakable humiliation of having to make excuses for the absence of the Duke and Duchess, who were, understandably, to have been the guests of honour. She had explained that her daughter-in-law was indisposed, an excuse that would be easily accepted, since her delicate condition was generally known, though, of course, most women of her rank would have made the effort to overcome indisposition. But how could she excuse her son's absence? That he was tending his sick wife? Such an excuse would be an insult. Luke listened, tight-lipped, to his mother's tirade. It was the first confrontation they had had since his return. "And so I said nothing," she concluded coldly, when the family was all gathered in the drawing-room before dinner. Everyone with the exception of Anna, who was late again. "I allowed them to draw their own conclusions. I was, and am, most displeased, Lucas." He allowed her say, but cold fury, far in excess of the provocation, balled in his stomach. How dared she? How dared she censure Anna? But the time when he might have exploded with uncontrolled anger was long past. "Madam," he favoured his mother with the direct force of his coldest gaze, "my wife had need of me this afternoon. That is all the explanation that needs to be made to you or to anyone else. 'Tis the explanation I sent to the Wilkses an hour ago." Luke's acquaintances in Paris would have recognised the look and the tone of voice. They would have been wise enough to hold their peace. Anna is in a delicate state of health, the Dowager said, her face stern, as she doubtless will be at regular intervals during the next 10 years or so. There is nothing unusual in that. Her maid is quite able to minister to her needs, and the physician, if necessary. You need to understand, Lucas, that your duties are primarily to your position, and that personal inclination and the imagined needs of a weak woman must be denied when they conflict with your responsibilities as Duke of Harnden. And you need to teach your wife the same lesson. Regrettably, it appears to be something that was not taught as part of her upbringing. The rest of the family had fallen silent and were listening to the altercation with varying degrees of interest and trepidation. Agnes was gazing at Luke with terrified eyes and with a flush of indignation on her cheeks. "I beg your pardon, madam." Luke's voice was soft and quite icy. "My wife is answerable only to me for her behaviour. Only to me. As for myself, I will always place personal inclination before duty to my position, if seeing to my wife's needs and safeguarding her well-being are to be so described. It must be remembered that I am responsible for the delicate state of her health." "Lucas!" She glared at him coldly. "Remember, if you will, that you speak in the hearing of 2 unmarried young ladies. But 'tis what I would expect of you. Self-indulgence has always been your besetting weakness." "Madam," he said quietly, "I came home against my inclinations to take up my responsibilities here. I came because my uncle suggested that my presence was necessary here, and my visit with you in London persuaded me that you all had need of me. I married Anna because a duchess was needed here, my own duchess, and sons for my nursery. I wish it to be understood that she will always be first in my life, before any other member of my family or hers, and before all my other duties. I will not tolerate criticism of that fact even from you. I will hear none from you ever again." He listened to his own words, almost as if someone else were speaking them. He was surprised by the truth of them. He had not wanted to leave Paris. He had not wanted to change his way of life. He had done both. And if there was something, or someone, who was making his present life bearable, it was Anna. His mother stared at him in shocked disbelief, proud and haughty as he. "And I will have it understood," he continued, "that for better or worse, I am the Duke of Harnden and Anna is my Duchess. She is mistress of Bowden Abbey. As such, her behaviour is irreproachable by anyone except me. There can be only one mistress in any home, I believe, if there is not to be constant conflict and bickering. Anna is mistress here." His mother had nothing to say. Neither did anyone else for a few tense, uncomfortable moments. But Luke was not sorry he had had his say. He had come, against his will, because he was needed. They had thought to use him, all of them, his mother, Doris and Ashley, even Henrietta, to get the life they wanted. And so they were all, in varying degrees, responsible for his coming. Well, he had come, and he would stay, but it would be on his own terms. Those terms had now been stated, not just for his mother, but for all of them. Anna came into the room before anyone had found anything to say. She was still rather pale, Luke thought, but she was immaculately dressed, and tightly laced, and she was smiling her usual sunny smile. "Am I very late?" she asked. "I am so sorry. I slept longer than I intended, and I am very sorry about this afternoon, Mother. Did Luke tell you I was not feeling well? I hope our absence did not upset Mrs. Wilkes. I will call on her tomorrow." Luke crossed the room to her, took her hand and raised it to his lips. "You are not late at all, my dear," he said. "And if you were, then we would simply wait for you. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, thank you," she said. "Much better." She smiled warmly at him, and then about the room at each of its occupants. You must tell us both what we missed at the Wilkses. Were the London cousins entertaining? And Ashley, you played truant as we did. For shame. You must tell us about your afternoon.
Tension seemed to drain away almost visibly. Luke wondered if Anna had even noticed it. But she had a gift for bringing sunshine into a room with her and for setting everyone at ease. Only his mother was still tight-lipped, and Anna was pale, holding on to her secret. Another secret, unless it was linked somehow with the other, but within their marriage this time. Oh, no. He must remember not to begin setting her on any pedestal. He must remember not to expect perfection of her. He must not grow too fond of her. He must not allow himself to depend upon her or to trust her too deeply. She kept secrets from him, and not trivial secrets, he believed. Chapter 18. Henrietta was bitter. Nothing in her life had turned out well. Like everyone else, she had striven all her life to achieve happiness, yet it seemed to her that she had never been happy. And now Luke had rejected her. She had expected that they would become lovers. She had fully expected it, even after the shattering news of his marriage had reached her. Marriages between aristocrats rarely meant anything in terms of sentiment, after all. Even after she met Anna and saw her beauty and vitality, she expected it. She remembered the power of Luke's love for her, and the terrible depths of his anger and grief when he lost her. But he had rejected her. For now, anyway. Perhaps in time. Henrietta had had lovers. How could she not have, when George had never once bedded her after their marriage? She had needs. It would have been impossible to remain celibate all those years. George had taken her frequently to London, and she had taken lovers there. He must have known, but he had not cared. Not George. She had never had a lover in the country, and never a lover outside a comfortable bed in a comfortable boudoir, and certainly never a lover whose face and body she had not seen and approved. Looks and physique mattered a great deal to Henrietta. Her masked highwayman made love to her for the first time, it was during their third weekly tryst, on a pile of not perfectly clean straw in a draughty barn. The day was chilly. He remained fully clothed, apart from the essential adjustment to his breeches. He even wore his boots and his mask, and she remained clothed, the skirt of her riding habit bunched rather untidily at her waist. He made love without foreplay and without finesse, pumping swiftly, almost violently into her, his whole weight bearing her downward. She really was not sure why she enjoyed it so greatly, and why, over the coming weeks, she went back eagerly for more. He would never tell her his name. He never removed his mask or his cloak. She knew nothing about him, except that he was an older man, 10 or 15 years her senior at a guess, and that he knew how to flatter, and that he favoured swift and lusty sexual encounters. Of course, she recognized almost from the start it was the very mystery of the man that was his main attraction. Perhaps if she saw him, if she knew his name, if she knew something about him, she would lose interest. She did try.
"How do you know, Anna?"
she asked him.
"What is your interest in her?"
"'Tis nothing to concern you, Henrietta," he told her. "'Tis in your interest, my dear, to work with me, so that you may in time gain back the position you so covet." Working with him meant supplying him with trivial and seemingly meaningless details about Anna's appearance and daily activities, and yet perhaps not meaningless either. She had noted a change in Anna. Her smiles were fewer, her complexion was paler, she was more reluctant to go outside the house, or even from room to room. Her eyes sometimes darted about as if she thought herself observed.
"And yet,"
Henrietta said,
"you say you have no personal interest in her."
He laughed softly. "You have no reason for jealousy, madam," he said.
"Jealousy?"
She bristled.
"La, sir, 'tis not likely I would ever be jealous of such as Anna. What has she done that you stalk her?"
"'Tis not your concern," he said again. "But I will rid you of her, Henrietta. You wish that, do you not?
And more to the point, I will rid Harnden of her. By the time I take her away, he will be ready to turn back to you again, and you will once again be the Duchess of Harnden. 'Tis what you want more than him, I believe. And in the meantime you have our weekly trysts to comfort you."
"Oh, la," she said. "I can live without that, sir, I am sure."
But he backed her against the trunk of an ancient oak, lifted her skirts, adjusted his own clothing, and proceeded to prove her wrong. He laughed at her panting eagerness. And so her appetites were fed, and her pride and her hopes. Only her curiosity was not. Curiosity about her highwayman and about Anna. And her as yet unsatisfied curiosity was in itself an appetite that took her back to him week after week to meet in whatever place he had appointed. She began to play games with Anna. She contrived to be seen alone with Luke, and then excused herself anxiously to her sister-in-law.
"'Tis just that we grew up together,"
she explained on one occasion,
"and that we always enjoyed each other's company. We still do. There is no more to it than that, Anna, I promise you. You do not mind. If you do, I will stay away from him, even at the expense of good manners."
"Oh, do not be foolish," Anna said, linking her arm through Henrietta's.
"Come up to my sitting-room and have tea with me."
"I do not want you to think that I have anything to hide, Anna," Henrietta said on another occasion.
"You must know Luke loves you. He talks incessantly about his love for you. He loved me once, but that is long in the past. You must not feel guilty, Henrietta," Anna said. "Come to see Emmy with me."
Henrietta made careful mental notes of various trinkets displayed in Anna's sitting-room, and of the sort of gestures she and Emily made to communicate with each other. Anna's eyes were beginning to look haunted. When would her highwayman take Anna away? Henrietta wondered, but she was not sure she wanted it to be soon. He excited her. The letters kept coming, as she had known they would. Sometimes they confined themselves to reminders of the past and assurances of future happiness, and a demand for payment of an outstanding bill. Sometimes their sole purpose appeared to be to blind her with terror, and they always succeeded. He knew the inside of her home, even the inside of her sitting-room. He knew her clothes and her trinkets. He knew what she said and what she did. He knew what others said to her. It was pointless to remain indoors, though she did so as much as possible. He was indoors with her. He was in every room with her. He was always just behind her shoulder. Sometimes she even opened her eyes when Luke was making love to her, to look furtively and fearfully about the bedchamber beyond the bed. She imagined, she felt, that he saw everything, everything. She preferred the letters that demanded money, even when she did not have enough with which to pay. Once she had to go to Luke to ask for an advance. "Certainly," he said, crossing the room to unlock a drawer. He handed her the full sum of next quarter's allowance. "But not an advance, Anna. A gift, if you will. Might I be permitted to know the occasion?" She had come prepared with a story about a wedding gift for Victor and new dresses for Agnes and Emily. But she could not lie. She stared at the money in his outstretched hand. "Secrets?" he said, his voice unaccustomedly harsh. "Again, Anna?" She looked up into his face.
"There have been no secrets," she said.
There, she had lied after all. His eyes, steely and cynical, looked back into hers. "Secrets are one thing, madam," he said. "Lies are something else again. Here, take the money and take yourself from my sight. I am busy." He might as well have slapped her face. She winced, took the money and turned away. But his voice stopped her before she reached the door. "Anna," he said, "you are my wife. I am never too busy for my own wife. Come and sit, and I will order tea. Will came calling earlier. I do believe he fancies your sister. Certainly he blushes and stammers enough for 10 lovelorn suitors. If she ever accepts him, you must persuade her to tease him out of his atrocious bob wig, and into a more fashionable bag wig instead. The sight of his head pains me.
All of Paris would fall into a collective swoon at the sight of him. She sat, clutching her money foolishly in her hands, until he fetched a stool for her feet, and took the money and set it on the desk. And she wished she could go back and answer his question honestly. "It is to pay one of my father's gambling debts," she could have said. Would it have sufficed? Would he have wanted to know more? She longed to tell him more. She longed to tell him everything. But she could not. She dared not risk it. There was a child in her womb, an innocent child, who might well be cast out with her, and thrown into prison with her, and— "I believe," she said, "that Agnes likes him as he is, Luke. She gazes at him as if he were Prince Charming come to life. It amazes me, I must confess. Myself, I always looked for a—" "Yes, madam." His eyes were intent on her. She was reminded suddenly of the way he had looked at her across the Diddering ballroom.
"For a handsome face,"
she said, and blushed. "Indeed?" He raised his eyebrows. "And is that what you got?"
"Yes."
Her cheeks were on fire. "As for me," he said, "I always looked for a pretty face. And I got it, I might add." They were on familiar ground, flirting and teasing each other. She kept her eyes averted from the money on the desk. Anna learned, over the weeks and months following that first letter, to live deeper within herself. She did not neglect either her duties or her social obligations, but there was a private, inner world to which she retreated whenever terror approached. Luke knew about the letters. He had seen a few of them being delivered, but even when he did not see them, he always knew. He knew her far better than she could possibly realize, far better than he had known any other woman. He always knew. He knew, too, that the letters did not come from anyone local or concern any local crisis. They were letters that were deeply personal and deeply disturbing to her. They were letters concerning her past, perhaps, letters from her former lover, though he felt he knew Anna rather too well to suspect that she would carry on such a clandestine correspondence, and he suspected that blackmail was somehow involved. There was that rather large advance she had asked for on one occasion. What was it that she felt she had to hide? What could be so serious that she was willing to pay to keep it hidden? Something to do with that former love, perhaps? Was someone threatening to give him the details? Could they be so very bad? He tried eventually to talk to her. It was on a day when one of the letters had come, though he had not seen it this time, or the messenger who had brought it. He was in his study, dealing with some correspondence of his own, when there was a knock at the door. He ignored it, thinking that it was probably Henrietta, but the door opened anyway. He did not look up. "I am busy," he said curtly. "Perhaps later." But then he felt a hand touch, and then smooth over his shoulder, and looked up sharply. He smiled, set down his pen, and covered the little hand with his own. "Emily," he said, "what can I do for you, my dear?" She gazed into his eyes, her own sorrowful. "What is it?" He took her hand between both his own. He felt a deep fondness for the child, a fact that had taken him by surprise at the beginning. There was so much person behind the silence, he suspected. Her eyes were the only window to that person, and her smiles. Today she was not smiling. She pointed upward, and he found himself looking up to the ceiling. "Upstairs?" he said. "What is up there, my dear? Or who is up there?" She stared at him mutely. "Anna," he said, and she nodded. He knew she had had a letter today. He had seen the truth in her face. "She is unhappy?" he asked. "She needs me?" Emily nodded. He did not immediately turn away from her. He found himself searching her eyes, almost as if he expected to find answers there, and almost seeing answers. "You know, do you not?" he said. "You know what it is that is making her unhappy?" Her eyes grew luminous. "'Tis something from her past," he said. But she would neither confirm nor deny it. She pointed upward again. "I will go to her," he said. He squeezed her hand between both his own and then brought it to his lips. "Thank you, Emily. You are a good sister. You love her dearly, do you not?" But she turned, drawing her hand away, and ran lightly across the room. She had opened the door and was through it before he could open it for her. She ran ahead of him up the stairs, pausing a few times to look back to make certain that he followed. She stopped outside the door to Anna's sitting room, waited until he had caught up to her, and then turned back to the stairs. He watched her run lightly up to the nursery floor. Yes, he thought, raising a hand to tap on the door. It was time he tried talking with her. She was sitting beside the fire, and was in the process of opening a book, which she had reached for in response to the knock at the door, he guessed, as he opened it and entered. She had not invited him to come in, though she smiled now and closed the book again.
"Oh," she said, "I was reading and lost track of time. Have I forgotten something? Is it tea time?"
"No," he said, seating himself and looking at her. The incongruity of the smile on the one hand and the pale face and bleak eyes on the other was chilling. She was wearing a morning gown wrapped loosely about her and looked more than 6 months pregnant. Even in her stylish sack dresses, worn loose in front, French fashion, as well as at the back, which he had suggested to her after forbidding her to wear stays, she looked noticeably pregnant. His mother was scandalized by the fact that she was no longer laced and had suggested that she stay out of the public eye until after her confinement. Anna had told her gently but firmly, as only Anna knew how, that she went unlaced at her husband's bidding and would honour her social obligations for as long as he saw fit. Or so Henrietta had reported to him. Henrietta had also suggested that he have a quiet word with Anna and persuade her to behave in a more seemly manner, as if there was something unseemly about being with child.
"What is it?"
Anna's smile had slipped somewhat.
"Why do you look at me like that?"
"Emily just came to me in the study," he said, "to tell me that you were unhappy." She looked at him blankly for a moment, and then laughed.
"Emily told you?" she said. "Emily cannot speak."
"Oh, yes, she can," he said. "Her eyes are more eloquent than many people's tongues."
"And with her eyes she told you that I was unhappy?" she said.
"Yes." He watched her keenly and waited. A few times she looked to be drawing breath to speak, but said nothing. He watched her swallow. He watched her hands on the arms of her chair. So much could be learned about people's emotions from watching their hands, he had learned, when he was receiving instructions on swordplay and shooting. Anna's were plucking at the upholstery.
"I have been feeling heavy," she said at last, "and a little unwell. I have the misfortune to be one of those women who grow very large with child."
She laughed briefly.
"And I have 3 months still to go. I have been feeling a little depressed, a little unattractive. It is foolish, I know."
"Have I made you feel unattractive?" he asked, his eyes narrowing.
"No,"
she said, almost in a whisper.
"No, Luke."
"Come here," he said. She looked at him uncertainly for a few moments, but then she rose to her feet and came obediently to stand before his chair. He undid the sash that held her gown closed at the waist and pushed back the silk fabric. The swelling of her womb pushed against her shift. He spread both hands over it and looked up at her. "Do you remember what I once told you about how you would appear to me when you were large with child?" he asked.
"Yes,"
she said. "I spoke the truth," he said. "I still come to your bed at night, Anna. I claim my marital rights there 2 or 3 times a week, though I am careful these days not to burden you with my weight. You must know, I believe, that I still find you desirable."
"Yes."
Her lowered eyes watched his hands. "But perhaps, madam," he said quietly, "you wish to be attractive to others as well as to your husband?" She looked up into his eyes and shook her head slowly. "Let us have done with this nonsense about your feeling unwell and unattractive, then," he said. "We once agreed that plain speaking was essential to a workable marriage. I allowed you to retain one secret. I did so on the understanding that it belonged in your past, and would forever remain there. But it encroaches on the present. That I cannot allow. There have been other secrets, Anna." Her eyes had widened. His hands resting firmly on her hips prevented her from taking a step back.
"No,"
she whispered. "Yes," he said. "You are mine, Anna, body and soul. I will have all of you now and for the rest of our lives." He was surprised by the fierceness of his tone, by the power of his feelings. He had not intended to speak this way. "No more secrets." "Oh!" Her hands came up to cover her face, though even so he could see its chalky whiteness. "Not those words, Luke. Not body and soul. Not like a bird in a cage, robbed of all freedom, robbed of all privacy. Not body and soul." But he had grown angry. Even as he had spoken, he had felt the impossibility of possessing her soul, and the undesirability of doing so. But even so he felt shut out, totally excluded from all the deepest meanings of her life. He realized suddenly how little he knew her, even after 6 months of marriage. There was a whole aspect of her life from which she had excluded him, and from which she would continue to exclude him. The realization made him angry. He had never wanted such knowledge of her. What had changed? He got to his feet, keeping his hold of her. "Who was he?" he demanded. "I need a name, madam." A great blankness descended almost visibly behind her eyes, like a curtain. She stared at him, her face turning paler, if it were possible. "Your lover," he said. "The man who had you before you married me. Who was he? Who is he?"
"No." Her voice was a whisper. "You said—"
"He is the cause of your unhappiness, if I am not greatly mistaken," he said. "Are the letters from him, or from someone who writes of him?"
"The letters?"
There was terror in her eyes. "You must think me a fool, madam," he said. She shook her head.
"I sometimes have letters from Mrs. Hendon," she said. "She needs help with her father. He is elderly and infirm. I sometimes go to help."
He looked at her steadily, without saying anything, and finally her eyes closed and she bit her lip. "His name, Anna," he said. "He has already had the virginity that should have been mine to take. He will have no more of you. He will die if he thinks to try." Her eyes came open.
"He did not," she said. "He did not. I have only ever been yours. I have lain with no man except you. There has only ever been you."
"Oh, pardon me," he said. "Clearly my experience was not sufficient enough to enable me to know the difference between a virgin passage and one already opened for sexual activity. It seems I have done you an injustice, madam." She bit her lip again, and she drew breath.
"And what about you?" she said, her voice rising. "You kept a secret from me. You told me you could not remember the cause of the quarrel with your brother, as if that were possible. You told me nothing of Henrietta, and you have told me nothing of your numerous meetings with her since we came here. You could not marry her, could you, because she was your brother's widow? And you could not come here without a wife, because then it would not have seemed proper for you to be so much in her company. But all is cosy for both of you now. Is that why you married me, Luke? Not just for sons, but for respectability while you rekindled the past with your old love?"
"Good God." "Madam," he said coldly, "you are out of order."
"Oh, yes," she said. "Yes, of course. We live in the real world, do we not? The real world where there is one set of rules for men and another for women. I must be condemned because I was apparently not a virgin on my wedding night. But you can freely admit to enough experience to have made the detection of my secret very easy. I must live without memories and bind myself to you body and soul, while you can indulge not only in memories, but in a reenactment of those memories. Do you sleep with her, Luke? Or is a wife not permitted to ask such questions of her husband?"
He clamped a hand on her wrist and drew her toward the door. He was not consciously aware of where he was taking her, or for what purpose, until they were in her bedchamber, and he was stripping off her gown and her shift and pushing her down onto the bed. He watched her as he stripped off his own clothes, feeling angry and frustrated. She looked back at him with pale, set face and hard jaw. He knelt between her spread thighs and drew her legs up over his. He lifted her with his hands and pushed himself slowly and firmly inside. He held still there while he leaned over her, setting his hands on either side of her head, and joined his mouth to hers. He opened it with his own and thrust his tongue deep inside before withdrawing it and lifting his head to look into her eyes. "You are mine, Anna," he said. "This is an act you will perform only with me for the rest of your life. 'Tis an act I will perform only with you for the same period of time, and an act I have performed only with you since our wedding. Have I answered your question?" She closed her eyes and lay submissive and unresponsive beneath him. "You are my wife, and I am your husband," he said. "If those facts make you feel like a bird in a cage, without freedom and without privacy, Anna, then so be it. 'Twas your choice to marry me." He watched her during all the minutes while he worked in her with steady rhythm. But for once his expertise failed him. Not that he was using any great expertise. He was doing only that which was intensely satisfying for a man, but far less so for his woman, unless her body had been prepared in advance or was worked on as part of the process. He was touching her only with the one intimate touch. But he could bring no response, and he was not even sure he had ever intended to. He was not making love to her, he realized, as his climax approached. He was stamping her with the seal of his possession, reminding her that there was no part of herself that did not belong to him and was not his for the taking. He released into her, and knew for the first time as he did so that physical satiety and emotional satisfaction were two quite different experiences, and did not always come together. He wondered if he had just ravished his wife, though that was rather a contradiction in terms. He drew himself out of her and got off the bed. He gathered his clothes from the floor. "If it is freedom and privacy you crave, Anna," he said, hearing the coldness in his voice, "you may have them in some small measure. Your private sitting room will be just that. I will not come there again uninvited, and I will not come to your bed again until after your confinement, until it is time for you to conceive again. Shall we say 6 months after this birth? Perhaps 4 if this is a daughter." Her eyes were closed. He had neglected to cover her when he got up from the bed. He dropped his clothes, and did so now, and then stooped for his clothes again. "If you wish to discuss your letters with me at any time," he said, "you will find me ready to listen. I cannot imagine you guilty of anything so very heinous, but you will remember, Anna, that you are mine. That is an unalterable fact." She did not move. He went through her dressing-room and into his own room, in which he had never slept. He leaned back against the door and closed his eyes. He had gone to her because she was unhappy. He had gone to try to bring her some comfort, some aid. God, he should have known that he was incapable of bringing comfort to anyone. He had known for a long time that he was no longer capable of loving. He had not known he was capable of cruelty. When she had needed comfort and understanding, he had been cruel. He had allowed himself to become frustrated by her refusal to confide in him, and angered by her accusation that he had been unfaithful with Henrietta, and that was something else he must do something about. He had allowed Henrietta to draw comfort from his company, always steering the conversation away from personal matters, but Anna had become suspicious. Could he blame her? He must see to it. He had hurt her, and he did not want her hurt. He opened his eyes and looked at his bed. Not so long ago he had guarded the privacy of his sleep, seeing to it that he never slept with the woman to whom he made love. Now he wondered if he was going to be able to sleep alone in that bed. For how long? 6 months, he had said. 4 if this child were a girl, plus the 3 months that remained of her pregnancy. 9 months, then. Perhaps 7. 9 months of loneliness. He heard the last word. verbalized in his mind, and he felt chilled. Loneliness. Was he becoming attached to her? Dependent upon her, then? Was it really loneliness he was facing, and not just sexual deprivation? It was loneliness. Ironically, the letters ceased soon after Luke had confronted Anna with his knowledge of them. There was only one more. It arrived a few days after the previous one, and informed her that the remainder of her father's debts could remain unpaid until after her confinement. "I would have your mind free of anxiety as you enter the last 3 months before giving birth, my Anna," he had written. She went with Luke and Agnes and Emily to Victor's wedding just before Christmas, after assuring her husband that she felt quite well enough to travel. She even shared a bedchamber with him at the home of Constance's parents. They slept at opposite sides of the bed, and did not once touch during the 3 nights they slept there. Seeing her brother and his bride, so very young and so very happy, Anna could not feel sorry for the burden she had taken on, so that they could be free, and so that they could have a home and a future. No, she could not feel sorry. And then, at Christmas time, during a large gathering at Bowden Abbey, William Lord Severidge, who had been uncharacteristically absent from home for a whole week and had returned only the day before, announced that he had called on Victor to make an offer for Agnes, and had been accepted by both the Earl of Royce and Agnes herself. Agnes, blushing rosily, fixed her eyes on his face. And what was more, William continued, after a great deal of exclaiming and hugging and kissing had interrupted him, he was going to take his bride travelling after a spring wedding. They were going to travel about Europe for a whole year. He had met a fellow in London who was eager to lease Wycherley Park for a year. There were more exclamations and much laughter over that particular part of the announcement. Lord Severidge's attachment to his home was something of a joke in the neighbourhood, and Agnes's unadventurous spirit was well known to her family. But it appeared to be a decision they had made jointly, and it appeared to please them. Anna knew a few moments of terrified panic, which only long experience with such feelings enabled her to control. "You are leasing Wycherley Park?" she asked William. "To a fine fellow," he said, "Colonel Lomax. He has been with his regiment in America, and is recently retired. You will all like him as I live." Anna exhaled slowly in relief. She prepared herself quietly for her confinement, concentrating all her energies, all her love on the child inside her. She lived alone inside her own mind, as she had done during those 2 years before her marriage, and she missed her closeness to Luke with a gnawing emptiness. Chapter 19. The Dowager Duchess sat in her own apartments, steadily working at her embroidery. Doris and Agnes walked outside, though not too far from the house, and then returned and sat together in one of the downstairs salons, wondering rather nervously, rather excitedly, what it must feel like. Perhaps, Doris said, Agnes would find out for herself in a year or so's time. Agnes turned pink-cheeked. Emily escaped from her nurse and found a corner of the conservatory in which to curl up. Ashley found her there and smiled gently at her, sat down beside her and held her hand. After a while she tipped her head sideways to rest her cheek against his shoulder. Henrietta joined Luke in the library, but withdrew to her own rooms when it became apparent to her that he was totally unaware of her presence. Luke was pacing. Anna was in her bedchamber, in her bed, in labour. It had started soon after she retired the night before. As soon as she was sure, she had gone through to Luke's room instead of ringing for her maid. He had leapt out of bed, rather as if someone had poured scalding water over him, and had carried her back to hers, despite her protests that she was quite capable of walking. Soon her maid was with her, and Mrs. Wynne, and the physician had been sent for. No one else had been disturbed. Anna had hoped that by morning they could all waken to the announcement that an heir had been safely born. But in the morning she was still labouring, and it seemed that it would never come to an end. She could hear the peevishness in her voice as she begged to have windows opened, to have a cool, damp cloth applied to her face, to have someone rub her back. But she could not alter the tone of her voice or the demands it made. It seemed to belong to someone else, someone out there. Anna herself seemed to be hiding far inside herself, hiding from the pain, from the anxiety, from the impatient excitement, and from the fear of dying, or, even worse, the fear of the baby's dying. And then about noon, not that Anna was in any way aware of time by that point, the nature of the pains changed, and the voice that did not seem quite to belong to her was yelling in panic for the physician. And all became pain after that, and frenzied pushing, and great gaspings for air in the brief moments of respite. And somewhere beyond, soothing voices and instructions that she followed blindly. And then the final burst of pain and pressure, and the warm gush, and the indignant squawking. Anna found herself crying helplessly, and laughing, and reaching out her arms for her blood-streaked, crying, ugly, beautiful child. Luke stopped his pacing when the library door opened and Mrs. Wynne appeared and curtsied. He glared at her, pale-faced. "Her Grace has been safely delivered," she said, smiling at him, "and mother and child are ready to receive you, Your Grace." He stared at her for a moment, wondering if the buzzing in his head was what people felt when they were about to faint. And then he strode past her without a word and took the stairs up to the next floor 2 at a time, something his Grace had not done in 15 years, Coates observed to Mrs. Wynne as they watched him go. The bedchamber was quiet, except for the unfamiliar fussing sounds of a newborn child. Luke did not see his wife's maid curtsy and leave the room. He was standing very still just inside the door, his eyes on the bed, where his wife lay looking at him with wide eyes, a blanket-bound bundle in the crook of one arm. "Luke," her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes slipped from his. "You have a daughter." A daughter. He heard that buzzing again for a moment, and felt air cold in his nostrils. A daughter. He kept his eyes on his wife. "You are well?" he asked. "Yes, just tired." Her voice was flat. A daughter. He approached the bed cautiously and shifted his gaze to the bundle. Through the opening of the blanket, he could see a fat little slit-eyed face, blotched with red. Dark, wet-looking hair. One little hand, tiny but perfectly formed with 5 little fingers and 5 fingernails, blotched like the face. His daughter. His and Anna's. He was a father. No longer alone and a law unto himself. No longer even just part of a couple, responsible for the well-being of the woman he had taken to wife. He was a father, head of his own family, with a daughter who was his own flesh and blood. He reached down as in a dream, slid his hands beneath the bundle, one spread beneath the little head, and lifted it. There was no weight at all. None except the weight of the blanket, it seemed. But it was warm and soft, and it made those fussing noises, and the unfocused eyes examined the world through the narrow slits. God. Oh, dear Lord God. There was life between his hands, human life, a life he had helped create, a life for which he would be responsible for years and years to come. His child, his daughter. Love, Luke found, though he was not fully conscious of the thought, returned in a powerful rush, and grabbed his heart in a vice and did not let go. Love was the most intensely exalting emotion life had to offer, and the most frightening. Fear and exaltation mingled and were indivisible, the one a part of the other. Love was what made life worth living, not the pursuit of pleasure, but love. Love, which involved the full spectrum of human emotions. Love came surging back to him in the form of a little bundle of humanity held in his hands. Not even a particularly beautiful little bundle, but his and Anna's, their daughter, their treasure beyond price. After a few moments, slightly turned away from the bed, he could no longer see what he held. It had blurred before his eyes. He could only feel the warmth and the miraculous feather-lightness of love and hear its mutterings.
"Luke."
The trembling voice behind him was thin with misery.
"I am so sorry."
Sorry? He blinked his eyes and looked over his shoulder.
"Perhaps there will be a son next year," she said.
He understood her misery in a flash, and it was perfectly reasonable. It was why he had married her. He had made no secret of that at the time. Fool that he had been. Could he have ever been so incredibly stupid? Anna. He turned fully toward her. His voice was little more than a whisper. I cannot begin to think of next year. Only of today, of this moment. We have a daughter. She is beautiful. Look at her. She is beautiful.
You are not too disappointed?
She looked up into his eyes at last, her own filled with hope and pleading. Disappointed? He set the baby carefully back in the crook of her arm, seated himself on the bed, and touched the back of one finger to her fat little cheek. Anna, I wanted a girl. Duty dictated that I hope for a boy. Inclination had me secretly wanting a little girl. This particular one. She was crying then, one hand spread over her face, making clumsy attempts to muffle her sobs. Did you really believe, he asked her, that I would be disappointed in her, and perhaps even reject her because she is the wrong gender? And yet she had no reason to believe that he would feel anything for any of his children, even his sons, beyond a satisfaction at having perpetuated his dynasty. He had told her repeatedly that he was incapable of love. How could even he have known that he would love again, that he would love his own child almost from the moment of its birth? How could he have known that that miracle and that terror awaited him?
I was so happy,
she wailed. She swallowed.
I was so very happy when she was born, and when I saw her and held her. It did not even matter to me, only that she was alive and whole. I wanted you to come and see her, and then I remembered.
I believe you need to sleep, Anna, he said. You are exhausted. But know that I am pleased with our daughter, that I could not be more pleased if you had been delivered of triplet boys. She sputtered into unexpected and shaky laughter. There will be time for sons, my dear. But if we have none, I suppose the world will somehow keep on turning. What are we going to call her?
I have not thought of girls' names, she said. I was foolishly convinced 'twould be a son. Catherine? Elizabeth? Isabel?
Joy, I believe, he said. Lady Joy Kendrick, with a few lengthy middle names to add consequence. Do you like it?
Joy.
She bit her lip and then smiled at him for the first time. Anna's smile, a little teary-eyed and tremulous, but full of sunshine.
Yes, Joy.
He touched a knuckle to his daughter's cheek again before getting up and leaning across her to kiss his wife on the mouth. Thank you, Anna, he said, for Joy. She is a precious gift. Sleep now. I shall send your maid to you. She was exhausted, Anna thought, after he had left, but she was not sure she could sleep just yet. There was too much of a tumult of emotions still churning inside her. She turned her head to gaze at the baby, at her daughter. Joy. He had named her Joy. He had called her a precious gift. He had said that he had hoped for a daughter. He was neither disappointed nor displeased. And he had looked at his daughter, at Joy, with a light in his eyes she had not seen there before. He had not been lying just to make her feel better. He had meant what he said. He loved their daughter. Perhaps she dared to think. Oh, perhaps there was hope. Perhaps there was a future with Luke, and with Joy, and with more sons and daughters, though she could not at the moment contemplate a repetition of last night's and this morning's ordeal. But she would go through it again and again if she could have Luke back. There had been such a distance between them in the past 3 months. Today was the first time he had kissed her in 3 months. Perhaps now he would come back to her. And perhaps that other was all at an end. She was a wife and a mother. Perhaps he would leave her alone now. Perhaps there was hope.
"Oh, lawks, madam,"
her maid said, tiptoeing across the room toward the bed a few minutes later.
"Don't weep, then. Was his Grace harsh with you? 'Twill be a boy this time next year, I vow and protest. And her such a quiet little thing, poor mite. Just arrived too soon, she did, alack. She should have waited for a brother to come first."
Anna smiled through her tears at her little bundle of joy.
"Whoever ordered the ringing of the church bells this afternoon must be severely reprimanded," the Dowager Duchess said at the dinner table the evening after her granddaughter was born. "I trust you have seen to it already, Lucas."
He looked at her keenly. "I ordered the ringing of the bells, madam," he said, "to announce the birth of my firstborn child."
"You should have consulted me first, Lucas," she said. "The church bells are only ever rung at Bowden to announce the birth of sons. A wrong message was sent today."
"No," he said. "'Twas the right message. The message that a child has been born here to the Duchess of Handon. You, madam, have said nothing to me today beyond an inquiry about Anna's health. Ashley shook my hand, and Doris kissed me, and Agnes made her curtsy to me. But all 3 of you looked warily at me as if afraid of appearing too delighted. Henrietta actually commiserated with me. The servants have been subdued, almost as if there had been a death in the house. Only Emily hugged me and kissed me and cried all over my cravat, and then smiled at me and told me with her eyes how happy she was for me."
"Emily does not understand," Henrietta said gently, "how important it is for a man in your position to have an heir, Luke. Poor Anna. She must be feeling very sad. I will have to try cheering her up."
"It is to be hoped," the Dowager said, "that she will do her duty next year."
"Do you mean, Mamma,"
Doris asked,
"that the church bells rang when George and Luke and Ashley were born, but not when I was born?"
"They will ring for your wedding door," Luke said, and watched her eyes widen in astonishment at his unconscious use of the old, shortened form of her name that he had used when she was a child. "And they will ring for every child of mine, regardless of gender. There is a child upstairs with Anna, our daughter, whom we would not exchange for a dozen sons. I shall send to Theo and Lady Stern and Royce and Anna's other sister with the announcement, and with the hope that they will be able to attend her christening. After all, Luke," Ashley said, grinning, "you do have an heir. Not that I covet the position, I make all haste to add."
"I have no immediate plans to marry,"
Doris said, eyeing Luke warily. "But you will," he said. "It has ever been my observation that the loveliest and most eligible of ladies fall prey to Cupid's darts sooner or later, and you are both, Dor." She flushed with pleasure and looked down at her plate. "Coates," Luke said, addressing his impassive butler, who stood at the sideboard with a footman, "you will open 3 bottles of wine for the servants' dinner following this, and you will have the health of Lady Joy Kendrick toasted. You will inform my servants that it is a birth they are celebrating. If I see one long face on the morrow, it will be dismissed from my service along with its owner. Is that understood?" "Your Grace," his butler murmured with a dignified inclination of the head. And with that, Luke rose from the table with the rest of his family. He never allowed the ladies to depart first, unless they were entertaining. He had made clear to them all that duty was not going to rule his life and rob it of all joy. An apt word to use. Joy was a far better word to use than pleasure. Pleasure brought empty, emotionless enjoyment. Joy brought, well, everything. It brought love and happiness, and fear, and pain, and vulnerability. He understood clearly that love had broken through all the barriers he had built so carefully and deliberately about his heart in 10 years, almost 11 now, and one moment of time, the moment in which he had gazed at his daughter for the first time, had shattered the work of years. He loved her, his little joy, with such an intensity of emotion that it almost frightened him. Yes, it frightened him, because he felt the unfamiliar urge to share his feelings. He had had the church bells rung, though he had not been near the church since his return to Bowden. He had scolded the family for the coolness of their congratulations. He had already planned a christening party, and he had felt a certain tenderness for Ashley and Doris, from whom he was estranged, and a need to set things right with them somehow. He had spoken to them, and they had spoken to him for one of the few times in the past 8 months. And Anna. He had been all but estranged from her for 3 months. They had been courteous and distant with each other. Duty had remained. Pleasure had gone. He wanted the pleasure back, and perhaps, too, a little joy. There surely should be more to their relationship than just duty and pleasure. A small child had found a chink in his armour this morning, and had blown it apart, but he felt naked without it, and afraid, and not at all sure he did not want to drag it about himself again, and reserve his new-found capacity to love for his child. Luke excused himself after drinking tea with his family in the drawing-room, and went upstairs to his wife's room. There was a sliver of light visible beneath the door. He tapped lightly on it, and waited until her maid opened it. "You may go and have dinner with the other servants, Penny," he said. She bobbed a curtsy, and left as he stepped into the room, quietly, in case his wife and his daughter slept. But Anna was propped up in bed, against a bank of pillows, and she had the child to her breast. She flushed and smiled at him as he crossed the room toward her, and sat down carefully on the bed. His eyes lowered from her face, and love constricted his breathing again. "She was fussing," Anna said. "I thought perhaps she was hungry, but I do not believe she is." His daughter's mouth was about Anna's nipple, but she was not sucking. "She is quiet," he said. "I believe she likes the comfort of being here," she said. "Luke, I am sorry you came at such a moment. You were looking so grand. You were wearing the clothes you wore when I first saw you." Though no one had remarked on his appearance at dinner, he knew that several of them had looked askance at him for wearing the most splendid of his evening clothes for a family dinner. They had not understood, perhaps, why he had felt constrained to wear his best. Indeed, he had only just resisted applying his cosmetics. He had had to make some small concessions to country living, alas. "While I am like this," Anna said with an apologetic laugh. "You appeared beautiful to me in your green and gold ball gown on that evening, madam," he said. "Tonight you appear 10 times more lovely." "Oh," she laughed again, delight in the sound. "Where did you learn such gallantry, your Grace? Do you hear your papa flatter your mamma, Joy?" Their daughter gave no sign of having done so. She appeared too content to be where she was. "The church bells rang in the village for half an hour this afternoon," he said. "The servants are drinking wine with their dinner in the servants' hall this evening. Invitations will be sent tomorrow to our absent family members, and to your godmother to attend the christening. And I donned my scarlet coat and gold waistcoat. 'Tis not every day that one becomes a father for the first time." She rested her head back against the pillows and smiled at him. "Luke," she said. She drew breath to say more, but merely shook her head slightly and smiled again. "May I?" He reached out hands that trembled slightly, as they had not done, surprisingly, the first time, and took the baby into his own arms. He held her in the crook of his arm and gazed down at her, and smiled. "Her skin has lost some of the red patches," Anna said. "Has it?" He continued to smile. "She looks just as beautiful to me as she did earlier."
Anna, resting against her pillows, raised her eyes from the baby to his face. She kept them there, gazing at him in wonder and with some wistfulness. He was smiling.
Lawrence Colby had not been happy since Luke's return to Bowden Abbey. For 5 years he had had almost a free hand in the running of the estate, during the first 3 of those because George, Duke of Harnden, had been an unhappy man and had shown little interest in the day-to-day workings of his inheritance, and during the last 2 years because Lucas, Duke of Harnden, was living in Paris and seemed totally unconcerned with his home or his lands. It was difficult to adjust to the homecoming of the Duke and to the unexpected fact that he took a keen interest in the affairs of Bowden and had his own very distinctive and very unshakable ideas on how things should be run, ideas that involved the spending of money that had been carefully hoarded over the past years, ideas that involved improvements that would profit the tenants far more than the duchy itself. Colby was an honest man, but he had been a disgruntled one for almost a year. When an opportunity presented itself to him, in the form of the offer of employment 50 miles away, he took it, though it offered no improvement in his salary. Money did not mean everything to Bowden's steward. Control did. And so he left with no more than a week's notice, in the middle of March, just when spring was coming, and with it one of the busiest times of the year on the farms. Luke was at a loss. Although he had concerned himself since his return with the workings of his estate, in truth he knew little about the business aspects of it. He walked into his office one morning and grimaced. He had had all the books and ledgers brought over from Colby's and stacked on his desk and on the floor beside it. He scarcely knew where to start. What he really needed was a new and experienced steward. But where was one to be found at a moment's notice? He should ride over to Wycherley, perhaps, and see if Will could suggest someone. Will seemed to know everything there was to know about farming. But his thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of his wife in the room.
"She is sleeping?" she asked.
"What?" he said, and then looked down at the child he held cradled in his arms. His family and servants had been confounded by the fact that he often carried his daughter about with him. Apparently, fathers were under no obligation to see their children for more than a few minutes a day, if that, or so his mother had explained to him after he had received visitors one afternoon while holding Joy. "Ah, yes. She must have nodded off from boredom when I forgot to continue conversing with her. Have you ever in your life seen such a mess, Anna?" He frowned at his desk and the floor beside it. She took the child from his arms.
"I'll take her up to the nursery," she said. "You know what Mother says about spoiling children by holding them too much." She smiled at him. "Poor Luke. It was very bad of Mr. Colby to leave so abruptly. Have you thought of Ashley?"
"Ashley?" He frowned blankly at her.
"Doris told me that he used to trail about after Mr. Colby during his holidays, after you went away," she said. "And you know that he spends a great deal of his time with William."
He knew no such thing. And how the devil had she got Doris to tell her that? "You suggest that I call on my brother for help?" he asked.
"What is family for?" she said.
But this was no normal family. Not like hers. How could he ask Ashley of all people for help? And yet, perhaps it was the very opening he had been looking for months now. And in the 3 weeks since Joy's birth, he and Ashley had been warily circling about each other, figuratively speaking. Luke could not forget the way his younger brother had grinned at him on the evening of her birth, and reminded him that he still had an heir. And the next day Ashley had shaken his hand more warmly than he had done the day before, and told him he was truly happy for him. "He will not do anything to help me," he told Anna now.
"Perhaps not," she said, lifting the baby to her shoulder and rubbing one hand gently over her back. "But you will not know if you do not ask, Luke. Ask him, please." He might have known that she was going to do this to him, act as his conscience, wheedle him into doing things that he had no particular wish to do. She was quite as bad as Theo. He found Ashley outside, walking across the lawn from the woods with Emily. He was holding one of her hands. In her other, she held a bunch of daffodils. They were both laughing, Emily in her strangely appealing though ungainly way.
"I would talk with Ashley," Luke said, when Emily was close enough to listen to his lips. "You may go up and see the baby before Anna leaves her if you wish."
She gave him her wide, happy smile and went running off toward the house. Ashley was looking at him warily.
"What have I done?" he asked. "You look grim. Are you sure you would not prefer to be seated behind your desk, with me standing on the other side, Luke? I would not be able to see over the stack of Colby's ledgers," Luke said. "I need your help, Ash."
His brother raised his eyebrows.
"Egad," he said, "I have not been called that sooty name for a long time."
And then he frowned.
"What sort of help?" "Have you ever fancied yourself as a steward?" Luke asked. "You want me to take Colby's place?" Ashley said, surprise in his voice. "If you think you can do it," Luke said, "and if you want to do it, you are under no obligation to me." "That is the trouble with my whole bloody life," Ashley said. "I am under no obligation to anyone. Everyone is obliged to look after me. Sometimes I think it would be as well to put a gun to my temple." "Don't," Luke said curtly. "I suppose," Ashley said, "I should have settled for the church or the army when they were suggested to me." "Not if they do not suit you," Luke said. "We must talk about it, Ash, and find something that really will suit you and give you a sense of purpose. In the meantime, will you help me out until I can get someone to take Colby's place?" Ashley nodded slowly. "As a matter of fact," he said, "I have always had an interest in business, Luke. I mentioned the East India Company to Papa once, and he exploded in my face. No son of his. You can guess the rest. I fancied going to India." Luke looked keenly at him. "Past tense?" he said. Ashley shrugged. "Then 'tis an idea we must explore without further delay," Luke said. "If 'tis what you really want, Ash. But will you help me while we wait for some answers?" He raised his eyebrows. Ashley grinned. "Everything is on your desk?" he asked. "I'll take a look. I used to get Colby to explain everything to me, you know." "Yes, I'll do it for you, Luke." Luke reached out his right hand, and his brother took it after a moment's hesitation. They clasped hands firmly and warmly. "Ash," Luke said, "I have made a devil of a mess of several things since my return. Give me a second chance." Ashley laughed. "If it had been Papa last year," he said, "or even George, I would have been bent over the nearest desk and soundly walloped, and I would have deserved every stroke. Your contempt was worse in a way because it was so unexpected, but it had its effect, Luke, as the walloping might not have. Give me a second chance." Luke clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Yes, this very minute," he said. "In my office, my dear. Sorry. In my office, brother."
Chapter 20. It seemed to Anna during the 2 months following the birth of her child that she lived almost with bated breath. They were a busy 2 months, and a happy 2 months, and there were no letters. Perhaps he had grown tired of taunting her, she thought. Perhaps he had admitted defeat, knowing that she was to have Luke's child. Perhaps he realized that he had lost her. She did not believe it for a moment. But she tried, she pretended to believe it. And sometimes she almost succeeded. Agnes's wedding was to take place 1 week after Joy's christening. It had been arranged thus so that the guests, who had travelled some distance for the one event, would be able to stay for the other. Anna looked forward to seeing Victor and Constance again, and Charlotte and her husband, and Aunt Marjorie, and Lord Quinn, Luke's uncle. But it was not just the busy preparations and the absence of letters that accounted for her happiness.
The long and terrible estrangement from Luke seemed to be at an end. Their child brought them together. Often when she went to the nursery to feed Joy, she found him there before her, playing with the child, or vainly trying to soothe her if she was very hungry. Once, to the nurse's obvious consternation, he was changing the baby's nappy. Almost always he stayed to watch his daughter being fed. He loved their daughter. Anna ached with the happiness of knowing that it was so, but at the same time she felt a certain wistfulness. If only he would look at her as he looked at Joy. And yet there was happiness. He talked to her more than he had ever done before. He talked about more than just trivialities. She wondered sometimes if he realized that he was treating her more like a wife than he used to do. He talked about Doris's going back to London with the Dowager after the christening, and about his efforts to find a new steward so that Ashley could join the East India Company. And on one magical afternoon he took her and Joy for a walk to the falls and sat with them there, telling Anna about his childhood. "We were always up to mischief here," he said. "We were strictly forbidden to go near the water, so of course we had to wade in it to see if we could descend the falls without losing our footing. I used to encourage Ashley to do it when I was old enough to know better."
"And George encouraged you?"
she asked. There was a short silence. "I suppose so," he said. She had noticed that he never spoke of his elder brother. "They were happy days," he said quietly. "I would have our children as happy, Anna." She hugged the words to herself, almost as if they were a declaration of love, almost as if they guaranteed her a future. And then he got to his feet, set the baby in Anna's arms, and strolled away to gather a bouquet of daffodils. "Madam." He bowed formally, though he was dressed in an informal frock-coat and breeches, and his hair was unpowdered. "The blooms almost match the sunshine of your smile." He set them along her free arm and took Joy from her again.
"Your Grace,"
she set a hand over her heart.
"you flatter me."
She laughed lightly, but in truth her heart was crying with pleasure. It was an afternoon she hated to see come to an end. Luke enjoyed the hectic days surrounding the christening of his daughter and the wedding of his sister-in-law and Will. Anna's brother and his wife and her sister and her husband arrived together one day, Lady Stern and his uncle on the following day. The house seemed suddenly filled with laughter and raised voices. It surprised Luke that he enjoyed it all. It was true that he had been much in society in Paris, and had always chosen the most glittering, most crowded entertainments. But he had enjoyed it all in a somewhat detached manner. His heart and his very being had never been involved. But now he was with his family and his wife's family, and he was enjoying the sense of involvement, the sense that he was part of it all, that he belonged. "Pox on it, lad," his uncle said, the first time they were alone together, slapping him on the shoulder. "But I am proud of you. I always knew you would come back here with a little encouragement and do your duty." "There are those, my dear," Luke said, taking a pinch of snuff and sniffing it delicately up each nostril, "who would say it was lamentably undutiful of me to beget a daughter as my firstborn." Lord Quinn laughed heartily. "Nay, but it takes practice like all else," he said. "A girl this time and a boy next. There is time, lad." Luke felt rather as if he had lost his daughter. She was always in some female's arms being cooed over, while other females crowded about awaiting their turn. But only he, and Anna, it was true, was able to make her smile. It was merely wind, his mother told him, when he was unwise enough to boast of the fact. But he knew, and Anna knew, that their daughter smiled for her mamma and papa. Sometimes Luke looked back on his Parisian self and wondered if he could possibly be the same person. He spent his time, as fathers were expected to do, it seemed, when there were enough aunts and great-aunts available to amuse their children, either at work or with his brother and brothers-in-law and uncle, and with Will, who was looking these days rather as if his cravat was always tied too tightly. There was one meeting with Henrietta a couple of days before the christening. She met him on the bridge when he was returning from some business beyond the village. She was standing gazing into the water, making a pretty and rather melancholy picture. He felt obliged to dismount from his horse and speak to her. She seemed to have been depressed for some time. He supposed the birth of Joy would have reminded her of the stillbirth of her own son. He felt sorry for Henrietta, and a little guilty that he had returned to make her unhappiness more acute. He stood talking with her for a few minutes, and plucked a single daffodil for her from the bank of the river and gave it to her before proceeding on his way. He wondered if he would have continued loving her, if all that business with George had not happened. Perhaps he would have. Henrietta stood looking after Luke. She crushed the bloom of the daffodil in one hand, not looking down at it. There was only one bright point in her life at the moment, and even that was small comfort enough. She was fiercely glad that the child was a girl. Anna had failed, and perhaps there would be no next time. Perhaps before she could conceive again. But Henrietta's highwayman had disappeared several months ago, as suddenly and mysteriously as he had come. They had met and made love as usual one week, and had made a tryst for the following week. But he had not come, though she had waited longer than an hour. She had neither seen nor heard from him since, and Anna was still here, and still mistress of Bowden. Luke was still distant and polite. But she refused to go to London for the season with Doris and her mother-in-law, though Luke had suggested it. Would he not love it if she married someone else, she thought bitterly. No, she belonged at Bowden. Bowden was hers. It always had been. She was not going anywhere. Luke went back to church for the christening of his daughter. He walked up the winding stone path from the carriage with Anna, his eyes on the baby in her arms, gloriously splendid in the family christening robes. Only when he was inside did he lift his head and look about him. He was surrounded by family, by his and Anna's, and he had his own family within reach of his arms, his wife and his daughter. He tried to remember his aversion to marriage when he lived in Paris, and his reluctance in London to take a bride, until he set eyes on Anna, and the decision had seemed to be taken out of his hands. He was not sorry. He held the thought in his mind, weighed it, considered it while the service went on about him, largely unheard. But he could find no fault with it. He was not sorry. Yet another thought nudged at his consciousness, but was kept ruthlessly at bay. The family was not complete. There were two other members of the family outside in the churchyard, his father and George. George. How could you do it, George? I loved you. You were my hero. Joy stirred as water was poured on her head and began to protest. Her father looked down at her and smiled, his heart aching with a love that was almost painful. He went back to church the following week for the wedding of his sister-in-law to Will. It was easier the second time. This time the event did not concern his own family, only Anna's and Henrietta's. The wedding breakfast was held at Bowden Abbey. It was a dazzling and gay and noisy affair that extended well into the afternoon. Agnes, quiet, timid little Agnes, whom Luke had scarcely noticed during the year she had spent at Bowden Abbey, glowed with happiness and gazed at her new husband with open adoration. Will, smart and clearly uncomfortable in satin full-skirted coat and embroidered waistcoat and buckled shoes and bag wig, all purchased with Luke's aid, was preening himself and looking fondly back at her. Agnes and Will were to spend their wedding night and the night following at Wycherley before setting out on their wedding journey the day after. The new tenant of Wycherley, Colonel Henry Lomax, was to take up residence there within the week. But before the wedding day ended, there was to be a ball at Bowden Abbey. Guests from the neighbourhood returned home to dress for it, while family and friends at the house relaxed for a few hours before dressing. Luke and Anna spent the time in the nursery, though Anna left early to go to the ballroom to make sure that everything had been prepared to her liking. It would be the first full-scale ball they had attended since they were in London, Luke thought. There had been a certain magic about the balls there. Yes, there really had. He wondered if any of it would be recaptured tonight. Luke dressed for the ball in burgundy and gold, new clothes he had had made in Paris and sent from there. Although he had made concessions to English country fashions for daytime wear, he still did not trust English tailors, and was frequently pained by their creations as worn by men of his acquaintance. His eyes strayed to an upper shelf when he had finished dressing, and he pursed his lips. Should he? But his neighbours would be scandalized by the sight of patches and cosmetics on his face. And since when had he cared what his neighbours thought? His Parisian days seemed long in the past. However, as he turned to Anna's dressing-room to lead her downstairs, he paused with his hand on the knob and smiled. Ah, yes. If his guests were shocked into a collective apoplexy, then that was their problem. At least Theo would be amused, and Anna too. He turned back to search for his ivory fan. He had already dismissed his valet. He slipped it into a pocket. Anna was dressed in a deep pink, open mantua over wide hoops, with silver embroidered robings and stomacher. There was lace at her cuffs and edging her cap. Her hair was carefully curled and powdered. She smiled dazzlingly at him as she rose from her dressing-stool and dismissed her maid. "Madam." He took her hand in both of his and bowed over it. "Your beauty quite robs me of breath."
"And you, Your Grace," she said, her eyes sparkling at him, "have been shopping in Paris again. 'Tis not fair to the other gentlemen who will be at the ball. They will be dressed according to the fashions of the English countryside."
"But then, madam," he said, "I have never followed any fashions at all. I have my tailor's word for it that the design of this coat and waistcoat are 3 months in advance of what even Parisians are wearing."
"You have forgotten your fan, alas."
She smiled. "Not so, madam." He drew it out of his pocket and touched the end of it lightly to the tip of her nose. "Shall we join our guests?" He made her a courtly bow and offered his arm. He was not falling in love, he told himself, as they descended the stairs together, her arm along his sleeve. He was surprised that he had even thought of his reaction to her appearance in those terms. It was just that she was gorgeously dressed and looking her most beautiful, and that he was on familiar territory with her. He wondered if she would flirt with him this evening, as she had used to do in London, and hoped that she would. And he wondered if they would take flirtation to its natural conclusion at the end of the evening. He turned his head as they descended the stairs and looked at her with hooded eyes. Her lips were parted, and her eyes were shining. She looked like a girl about to attend her first ball. It was one of those magical nights that Anna would remember afterward with bitter nostalgia. There had been dances at Bowden and at the homes of some of their neighbours since she and Luke had come there, but nothing on the scale of this ball. The chandeliers were bright with myriad candles, and the ballroom was laden with spring flowers from the gardens and other blooms from the hothouses. Their perfume made the ballroom smell like an indoor garden, and there was a full orchestra in the minstrel gallery. Her whole family was there, and all of them happy. Agnes, the new Lady Severidge, seemed lit from the inside with excitement and happiness and nervousness. Even Emily was in the ballroom, seated beside Charlotte, whose husband pronounced her unable to dance because of the interesting state of her health. Emmy gazed about her with bright and wondering eyes, but eyes that nevertheless grew even brighter on the occasions when Ashley came to her for a few minutes at a time and talked to her, an indulgent, brotherly smile on his face. But what made the evening magical for Anna was that Luke played with her again the game of flirtation they had always played in London. Although they danced the opening set together, their position as host and hostess of the ball forbade them to spend any more of the evening in each other's company. It might have been a disappointing fact, but was not. Anna danced all evening with a variety of partners. So did her husband, and neither neglected to converse with their partners or to circulate among their guests between sets. And yet they contrived to look at each other almost constantly. Anna with bright smiles, Luke with deceptively lazy eyes. And she shamelessly used her fan, fluttering it when she caught his gaze across the room, raising it to her nose when she had his full attention, and he used his, waving it indolently before his face, as his eyes did shameful things to her body. It was ridiculous, she told herself several times in the course of the evening. If they were observed, and Luke's appearance tonight, more gorgeous than he had yet appeared in the country, doubtless ensured that they would be thought to be out of their wits. They had been married for almost a year. They had a 2-month-old child in the nursery upstairs, and yet they were flirting with each other as if they had just met. It was ridiculous, and wonderful beyond imagining. "Faith, child," Lady Stern said to her at one point in the evening, linking her arm through Anna's, "whose wedding day is this, pray? I vow that anyone who was not sure would swear it was yours and Harden's." Anna flushed. So someone really had noticed. "Aunt Marjorie," she began, but her godmother squeezed her arm and interrupted her. "It does my heart good, child," she said. "I promoted the match, Theodore and I between us, but I have worried about it. You were set against marriage. Harnden was set against it. It does my heart good, I vow, to see the two of you so deep in love." Oh, it was not quite that way, Anna thought wistfully. There was love on one side, and flirtation and perhaps a little affection on the other, but even that fact was not allowed to dim her enjoyment of the evening. After supper, before the dancing resumed for another couple of hours, the bride and groom left for Wycherley, William's carriage streaming with ribbons that Ashley and a few of the other young men of the neighbourhood had attached to every conceivable projection. Everyone spilled out of doors to give them a rousing farewell. Anna hugged a rather tearful and clearly nervous Agnes, and then a blushing and hardly less nervous William. He would not have been her choice for Agnes, she thought, but clearly it was a love match. Her second sister was safe and headed for happiness. Her vision blurred as Agnes was assisted into the carriage by her new husband, and she felt a small hand creep into her own, Emily's, at the same moment as a larger, warmer hand came to rest on her shoulder, Luke's. Perhaps neither of them realized fully just what it meant to her to have her brother and sisters safely established in life. Perhaps both of them thought that her tears resulted from mere sentiment. She squeezed Emmy's hand and smiled at her husband. And then the dancing resumed. Anna stole away to give Joy her night feed, but was able to dance the last 2 sets, one with Ashley and the other with Lord Quinn. "Egad," Lord Quinn said, "I will never forget that night, when I had 3 lovely ladies to escort and only 2 arms. And now 2 of those girls are wed and have deserted me."
"But not Aunt Marjorie, Uncle Theo?" she said, smiling.
"Zounds, no," he said, chuckling. "You are in the right of it there, lass." Anna had the very improper suspicion that her godmother and Luke's uncle enjoyed a relationship that was somewhat closer than mere friendship. And then the ball was over. Far too soon, it seemed, though it had extended well past the normal hour for such entertainments in the country. Luke and Anna saw all their outside guests on their way and bade good night to their house guests, and then returned to the ballroom to commend their servants on a job well done, and to direct them to go to bed and leave the cleaning up until morning. Everyone else had gone to bed long before Anna finally climbed the stairs, her arm on Luke's. There was a tension between them. Surely the night could not be at an end. She did not want it to be over. Not yet. She wondered if only she felt the tension. But he paused outside her dressing-room and bowed over her hand, as he had done at the start of the evening. "You are tired, Anna?" he asked. "Oh, yes, but not too tired." "A little," she said, smiling at him. I promised you privacy and freedom, he said, for another 2 months.
Yes.
She scarcely heard her own whisper. Do you wish me to honour my promise? He asked, his eyes looking very keenly into hers.
No.
He raised her hand to his lips. I may come to you in a short while. She nodded, and he opened the door of the dressing room. Penny was waiting inside. Anna stepped in without another word or a backward glance. Drawing breath into her lungs took a conscious effort. Except for her wedding night, Anna had always waited naked for her husband. She wore her nightgown tonight and felt as nervous as a bride. She spared a brief thought for Agnes, but Agnes would be a wife by now. And she loved her William, and he her. All would be well with them. She stood at the window and turned to watch Luke when he tapped on her dressing-room door and came inside. He was wearing a blue silk dressing-gown. His hair had been brushed free of powder and had been left to fall free about his face and shoulders in long, dark waves. She was glad he did not follow the fashion to shave his head and wear a wig. She loved his hair. Anna. He took her hands and squeezed them. You will be thinking me a devil of a nuisance, keeping you up later than late. And yet his eyes wooed her. No, she said. She did not even try to hide the naked love and longing in her eyes. He drew her hands down against his sides so that she had to take a step forward. She touched him from breasts to hips to thighs. She could feel that he was already aroused. He set his mouth, opened over hers, and parted her lips with his tongue. It had been such a long time. Oh, it had been so long. I have missed you, he said. And I you. The touch of his tongue had sent raw desire shooting downward into her breasts and into her womb. It was to be for duty and pleasure, this marriage of ours, he said. There has been too much of duty, and too little of pleasure lately, Anna. Yes. She longed for a third dimension to be added to their marriage. She longed for him to talk of love. But he wanted pleasure of her, and it was enough. She had feared that perhaps he would not look for it with her ever again. Will it give you pleasure to be kept awake and hard at work until dawn? He asked her, his eyes gazing lazily into hers. Or will the pleasure be mine alone? He was wooing her with words. By now he must know her answer beyond any doubt. But words could be as erotic as lips, or hands, or body. That downward stabbing of desire had reached her knees. It will give me pleasure, she said. I never did mean for you to go away entirely, Luke. I never meant that. My bed has felt empty. He kissed her again, pushing his tongue inside her mouth for a few moments. Perhaps, madam, he said, we should lie down on it and discover if it feels more occupied tonight. Yes, your grace. She smiled at him. It felt simply filled and wonderful. They both agreed to that after the first swift, lusty coupling. The bed really did not feel empty at all any longer, she admitted to him, after the second skilled, agonizingly slow, yet thoroughly satisfying love-making to which he subjected her. It was an infinitely more comfortable bed than his own, he told her, after the third, leisurely, almost languorous joining of bodies and sharing of pleasure, warmer and softer. I could be persuaded to spend all my nights here for the next 50 years or so, he said, his breath warm against her ear, and some of my afternoons, too. She sighed sleepily against his throat. How might you be persuaded? She asked. By your promising to spend those nights and those afternoons here with me, he said. So it is not just the bed, she said. 'Tis the woman in it, too. He blew into her ear. I believe 'tis entirely the woman, madam, he said. You might have a straw pallet dragged in here, and I would be none the wiser. provided the woman was the same. She chuckled. It was the closest he had come to a declaration of love, and probably the closest he would ever come. But it was enough. They had loved the night away, giving and taking pleasure. She would be fortunate to snatch an hour of sleep before it was time to feed Joy again, but she would not exchange a few hours of deep sleep for what they had just shared. She loved, and she felt almost loved in return. She felt safe and warm and drowsy in her husband's arms. Perhaps part of him could not let go of the past, but she was giving some pleasure to his present, and perhaps she feared the future. But there was love and the illusion of security in the present. It was enough. For now, it was enough. "Good night, and good morning, my Duchess," he murmured into her ear.
"I am asleep," she muttered.
"Ah," he said, and bit her earlobe until she wriggled, protesting sleepily, out of reach of his teeth. She had descended too far into sleep to hear his chuckle. Chapter 21. Country living could sometimes be monotonous, even when neighbours made the effort to be sociable and to both host and attend various entertainments. The main problem was that one tended to see the same faces wherever one went. The return of the Duke of Harnden with his new bride and her sister had brightened the summer and autumn months at Bowden. Then the christening of their daughter and the marriage of Lady Agnes Marlowe to Lord Severidge added excitement to the spring, bringing as they did a whole host of fashionable guests to Bowden. And then, just when the neighbourhood might have expected a return to rather dull normality, the new tenant arrived at Wycherley. Colonel Henry Lomax was a single gentleman, a point of interest to the single ladies of the neighbourhood and their parents, and he was a retired army colonel, and thus could be expected to bring with him many stories of adventure and gallantry. After he had been in residence at Wycherley for a day, Colonel Lomax began receiving a steady stream of callers and a warm welcome. Luke and Anna were among the first to call, together with the Dowager and Henrietta. It seemed strange, Henrietta remarked, as they descended from the carriage, and she looked up at the house, to be coming to Wycherley as a visitor when it had been her childhood home. One group of neighbours was already in the drawing-room with the Colonel, but he rose to greet the new arrivals with a warm charm. He was a tall, slim man in his late 40s, still handsome. He was fashionably dressed in brown and cream, his bag wig neatly powdered. "I am honoured indeed," he said, when the introductions had been made, and he had favoured his new visitors with a deep bow. "But, Harnden, 'tis unfair, I vow. Most dukes of my acquaintance are allowed only one duchess apiece, yet you have 3, all equally lovely." His smile crinkled his eyes attractively at the corners, and revealed white and even teeth. Everyone gathered in the room laughed at the witticism. The Dowager Duchess was not amused by his gallantry, and showed her displeasure by inclining her head stiffly and regally to the Colonel, taking a seat next to Mrs. Purcell, and engaging her in conversation. Henrietta smiled and extended a hand, which the Colonel took and fetched to his lips.
"La, sir," she said, "I am but a widow, a dowager, though not in name. My late husband was Luke's elder brother."
"A dowager," he said, retaining her hand in his, and seating her beside him on a sofa after Luke and Anna had sat down. "Your youth and beauty would make a mockery of the title, madam." He released her hand. Henrietta continued to smile at him. He turned his attention to Anna. "I have been told, your Grace," he said, "that you have recently presented your husband with a child. A son, 'tis to be hoped?"
"A daughter,"
she said. "Ah," he smiled kindly. "I am sure she is a treasure to you, madam, and to his Grace." He inclined his head to Luke. "Your husband already has his heir in Lord Ashley Kendrick, I believe."
"Yes,"
she said. Conversation became general, and the tea-tray was brought in. The party from Bowden took their leave after half an hour had passed, and more callers had arrived. "I can see," Colonel Lomax said with a laugh when he stood out on the terrace with them, "that I have been fortunate enough to take up residence in a hospitable part of the world. It means a great deal to me to have amiable neighbours." He handed Henrietta into the carriage after Luke had done the like for his mother. "I shall look forward to furthering my acquaintance with all of you who have been kind enough to call." He smiled appreciatively at Henrietta and turned to Anna, hand extended. But she already had her hand in Luke's, and ascended the steps and seated herself with his assistance. "I shall also look forward to meeting your young daughter, Your Grace," he said. "I am inordinately fond of children." Anna inclined her head to him, but said nothing, as Luke seated himself beside her, and their coachman closed the door and climbed up to his seat again. Colonel Lomax smiled and raised a hand in farewell as the carriage started on its way back to Bowden Abbey.
"Oh, la!" Henrietta laughed. "I cannot say I am sorry William has taken Agnes on a wedding journey. I vow the Colonel is a most charming man. Would you not agree, Mother?"
"A little too free in his manners, perhaps," the Dowager said, "but he made an effort to make himself agreeable. When he returns our call, Lucas, you must invite him to dinner."
"You may be sure I shall do all that is correct, madam," Luke said.
Anna smiled brightly. "What a beautiful day it is," she said. "And what a shame that we have had to spend a part of it inside a carriage and paying a call."
"Duty is something that must be done regardless of the weather or one's personal inclinations, Anna," her mother-in-law reminded her.
Anna smiled warmly at her.
"Yes, I know, Mother," she said. "That is why I am here. I wonder where Agnes and William are at this very moment. They were going to Paris first. You gave them introductions there, Luke, did you not? But would not surprise me at all if neither of them calls on anyone you recommended to them."
"Madam?" He raised his eyebrows.
"They will take fright, imagining that any friend of yours must be alarmingly grand," she said. "And I dare say they would be right."
She laughed at his look of surprise and chattered brightly for the rest of the journey home. At first, Henrietta had not been sure. It had seemed too incredible. But there had been no mistaking those intent eyes and that perfect smile and the distinctive smell of his cologne. And he had squeezed her hand more tightly than a stranger would have done. She brimmed over with excitement. He was a wonderfully handsome man, more handsome than she had imagined, and charming. All the other ladies there had devoured him with their eyes, while he had devoured her with his. And Anna had known him. Oh, yes, indeed she had, clever as she had been at disguising the fact. She had known him, yet not acknowledged the acquaintance. There had been fear in Anna, well contained, but quite visible to Henrietta's eyes. It was all a glorious mystery, which was to be uncovered at last. He had come back, and somehow, she had no idea how, he was going to destroy Anna, and perhaps Luke too. Suddenly, the world seemed a brighter place again. Normally Anna would have made haste to the nursery after returning from an afternoon call. Joy was usually awake at this time of day, even though she was not due for a feed for more than an hour yet. She had started to smile, though she was usually more willing to oblige for her father than for her mother, and she was a good child, placid and cheerful. But today, after excusing herself and hurrying upstairs, Anna did not turn in the direction of the nursery, but rushed instead into her sitting-room and closed the door firmly behind her. She leaned back against it and wished there were a lock on the door, but it did not matter. Luke never came there now, and it was unlikely that anyone else would call on her there for a while. They would all assume she was with Joy. Her hands were cold and clammy. She held them out in front of her and watched them tremble out of control. She was so breathless that for a few moments she was afraid she would not be able to suck in enough air to keep her self-conscious. There was a coldness and a buzzing in her head. Her knees felt as if they would buckle under her at any moment. She sat down heavily in the nearest chair. She might have expected it. Why had she not expected it and prepared herself? She had thought of it, of course, when William had first mentioned at Christmas that he was going to lease his house to a tenant, but she had been instantly reassured by his mention of the man's name. She had gone to Wycherley today quite unsuspecting. She had entered the drawing-room with a smile on her face. Oh, dear God, dear God, dear God! She spread icy, shaking hands over her face and lowered it into her full, hooped skirt. Dear God! But there was nothing particularly dear about God to her these days. He had not helped her at all in the last 3 years, unless it was in the gift of Luke and Joy. It was a cruel gift, one that had brought illusions of happiness and security, one that was about to be snatched away from her. He had behaved exactly as he had always behaved at Elm Court and in its neighbourhood. He had behaved with warmth and charm, and had made everyone like him and feel an eagerness to have him return their calls, to have him become part of their social life. He had looked exactly as he had always looked there, handsome, fashionable, virile, attractive. Henrietta had fallen under his spell. Even Luke's mother had thawed noticeably after that first and only mistake he had made in trying to flatter her. Anna sat up again and set her head against the cushions at the back of the chair. It was all going to start again in earnest, then. It was going to be just as it had been at Elm Court. There would be the visits and the demands for money in payment of her father's debts, as there had been by letter in the months following her marriage, and perhaps demands that she help him in other ways, help him to cheat and steal from her neighbours and friends. No. She gripped the arms of the chair tightly. Not that. Never that again. There at least she would draw the line. What was she to do? Her instinct at this very moment was to go to Luke and tell him everything, every sordid detail. She tried to imagine the overpowering relief she would feel at being able to unburden herself to her husband, to the man she had grown to love more than life. She tried to imagine it, but all she could see behind her closed eyelids was Luke's face, first disbelieving, then disdainful, and then cold and thin-lipped. And she pictured him taking their daughter from her and hiring a wet nurse, and having her carried off to a magistrate elsewhere, far away, so that the scandal would be somewhat lessened. Her breathing quickened again. She would never see them again, ever. The imaginings were ridiculous, she thought. Luke would never react that way. She was his wife. Lately he had made her his friend. He felt, surely he must feel some affection for her. Surely he would listen with sympathy. Surely he would help her. But she thought of how he had reacted on a previous occasion to someone who had offended and hurt him. His brother, George. Not only had he never forgiven his brother in this life, he would not even go near his grave. Oh, no, she could not risk it. She could not risk losing everything. The stakes were so much higher now. There was Joy now as well as Luke. But she was going to lose everything anyway. She felt that the final denouement was somehow near. At some time, perhaps soon, perhaps far in the future, he was going to take her away. Away from Luke, away from Joy, perhaps away from England. Was she going to go meekly? Or was she going to fight? But how would she fight? Tell Luke? If she was going to tell him when the time came, why not tell him now? Why had she not told him that day he came to propose marriage to her? Or better still, why had she not just refused his proposal? By now she would be with Sir Lovat, wherever it was he planned to take her. She would know what he had in store for her. As his mistress, as his wife, as neither. But at least she would know. And she would not have allowed herself the treacherous luxury of happiness and hope. Anna's mind teemed with conflicting thoughts and emotions and decisions. her body fought against the urge to send her hurtling into her dressing-room to vomit. Luke was in the library, thumbing through a book he had drawn from a shelf, but not really seeing it. He, too, would normally have gone up to the nursery at this time of day. The lure of playing with his daughter when she was awake was usually irresistible. Under other circumstances, he would probably have suggested that he and Anna take her outside for a walk. It really was a lovely day. But he had come to the library instead, and shut the door firmly behind him. Colonel Henry Lomax was a gentleman of some refinement. He had presence and conversation, and a fashionable appearance for an Englishman. He had displayed an easy amiability toward his male guests, and charm toward the ladies. He would doubtless be much in demand through the summer, until the novelty of his presence in the neighbourhood had worn off, and perhaps even beyond that. Henrietta had been noticeably drawn by his charm. That, at least, was a promising sign. Luke frowned and snapped the book shut. But what the devil had the man been doing, standing half-hidden behind a tree in the middle of the square outside the church on the day of his wedding to Anna? Had it been pure coincidence that he had been there, and curiosity that had held him there to watch? But if that were so, would he not have commented this afternoon on the strange fact that he had seen the Duke and Duchess on the day of their wedding? There had not been a flicker of recognition in his eyes when they had entered his drawing-room. Luke himself had not mentioned it either, of course. Perhaps the Colonel was too embarrassed to admit the fact that he had stood and watched a wedding party like an uninvited guest, just like the people of the lower orders. Luke replaced the book on its shelf and absently drew out another. That was not the only peculiar fact, though. There was also his strange conviction, but surely he must be wrong, that Colonel Lomax was the man who had walked with Anna at Ranelagh. He had been cloaked and hooded and masked. It had been impossible to gain anything more than an impression of height and slimness. There were probably a few thousand tall, slim men in England. It was foolish to imagine that he had recognized the same man in the new neighbour he had called on this afternoon. Lomax and Anna had shown no sign of having recognized each other. But Luke could remember on both occasions, outside the church and at Ranelagh, that fleeting feeling he had had that he should know the man, though he had made no connection at the time between the two incidents. He had had the same feeling this afternoon. Lomax. Lomax. The name meant nothing to him, and physical recognition, if that was what it was, had eluded him. It was all very foolish, he thought now, pushing the second book back into place impatiently and turning resolutely away from the bookshelf. If Lomax was the man outside the church, and Luke was almost sure he was, then his appearance there had been coincidental and of no significance whatsoever. And Lomax was surely not the man from Ranelagh. He could not be. If Luke had seen him before, possibly in France, then it had been so fleetingly that the memory of the occasion would not come back to him. It was quite unimportant. He sat down behind the desk, rested his elbows on its top, and steepled his fingers, tapping them absently together. He realized that he had not taken the simple step of asking Anna if she had any previous acquaintance with Lomax, and he realized, too, with some unease, that he would not ask her. Was he afraid of the answer, or the lack of an answer? He frowned across the room. Why the devil had he not asserted his full authority from the start? Why had he permitted her to retain a secret that had deprived him of one of his marital rights? Why had he not forced her to tell it right then at the start? His frown deepened. And what the devil connection was he imagining between her secret and the arrival of a perfectly amiable neighbour whom he had spotted once before, quite by accident, on his wedding day, and whom Anna had never seen in her life before this afternoon? With the coming of spring, there were changes at Bowden Abbey. Luke had found a new steward, Howard Fox, who came well recommended. He was to begin work within a few weeks, as soon as he had served out his notice at his previous employment. Ashley was to join the East India Company and to leave for India as soon as he was called. He was enthusiastic about his future, and Luke was happy for him. There he would be able to make his own way in life, as Luke had done. But things would be different for Ashley. He would know that he had the love and support of his family behind him. Though his mother thought he was disgracing his name by associating himself with a business enterprise, Ashley would know that he could come back at any time. And with the coming of spring, Doris was returning to London for the entertainments of the season. Indeed, she would have been on her way there sooner if the christening and the wedding had not kept her and her mother at home. Luke had not done quite as well at making his peace with Doris as he had with Ashley, though they had at least been able to treat each other civilly for a few months. He wished for her happiness. He hoped she would have better experiences this year to obliterate the bitter memories of the year before. Nevertheless, he would probably have been content to let her go without any private or personal word had Anna allowed him to get away with it. But she would not.
"Doris will be leaving the day after tomorrow,"
she told him, 2 nights after they had made their visit to their new neighbour. He grunted a reply. He was only half a remove from sleep, having just finished making love to her.
"Are you going to have a word with her?"
she asked. He resigned himself to staying awake for a few minutes longer. A fatherly admonition to behave herself and not repeat last year's indiscretion, he said. Hardly, Anna.
"I would hope not," she said fervently. "Have you ever told her that you love her?"
Not since I was 20, he said. I believe she has passed the age of craving an outpouring of love from a mere brother, Anna.
"Oh, there you are wrong," she said. "And I know you love her, Luke. There is no point in reminding me that you know nothing of love, as I am sure you are about to do. She needs to hear that you trust her, that you desire her happiness, that you love her. 'Tis what she has waited for all year."
He considered her words. Did it matter to Doris? She seemed to have done very well without him for the past year. Except at the beginning, she had not appeared either sullen or moping as he had fully expected. But he knew that Anna was right. He had felt the rift himself, and fleetingly, just fleetingly, he felt the old resentment at the responsibilities and obligations that he had been burdened with, though he had not asked for any of them. "Yes, madam," he said with an exaggerated sigh. "May I go to sleep now?"
"Yes, you may," she said, snuggling closer.
But he thought he detected disappointment in her voice, just as he had felt the suggestion of desperation and clinging in her arms and her body while they had made love. The same sort of desperation, but more controlled, as he had experienced on 2 previous occasions. But he did not want to consider the reasons for it just now. "I shall have a word with her tomorrow," he said, "and I shall have a word with Theo next time I see him about talking me into marrying you." This was better, he thought, when he heard her chuckle against his shoulder, and yet he was learning something about himself. He had not suspected himself capable of cowardice before, but he had teased her instead of confronting the issue that was in the forefront of his mind, and he no longer felt sleepy at all. Damnation! Doris looked at him in some surprise the following morning, when he strolled into the breakfast parlour and asked to have a word with her when she had finished eating. But he did not make the mistake he had made on a previous occasion. When she came into his office a short time later, looking rather wary and defiant, he did not remain behind the barrier of his desk. "'Tis a little cloudy outside this morning," he said, "but not cold. Shall we stroll in the garden?" She looked even more suspicious than she had before.
"I know what you're going to say," she said,
when they were in the formal gardens, and he had tucked her arm through his.
"I am not going to try to write to him or see him, Luke. I told you I hated him, and I meant it. And I am a year older than I was then, and a year wiser. I do not need you to act the part of stern father."
"How about concerned and affectionate brother, then?" he asked.
affectionate.
She looked at him and laughed. "Do you remember what you were going to ask the king one day?" he asked her. She frowned.
Ask the king?
"You were going to ask him to allow you to marry me," he said, "because you loved me more than anyone, more than Papa and George, and a little more than Ashley. Do you remember?" She looked incredulous for a moment, and then burst into genuine laughter.
No, did I really?
She said. "You were 5 years old," he said, "but as soon as you were grown up you were going to ask him. I let you down, Dor."
By not taking me to the king?
Her look had become wistful. "By acting without either wisdom or compassion last year," he said, "in that affair with Frawley."
That?
She flushed.
You did quite right, Luke. I would have been dreadfully unhappy with him. I believe I hinted of my plans to Anna at Ranelagh, in the hope that someone would stop me, though I did not admit that to myself at the time.
"I should have hugged you tightly and refused to let you go until you had promised not to give my favourite sister's affections to a damned fortune-hunter," he said.
I am your only sister, Luke,
she said. "Precisely," he said, "and a sister I have been without for far too long. Don't ever do it again, Dor, or I will kill the man, whoever he is. You may marry whom you will with my blessing, within reason, of course, provided he loves you more than £5,000, or 50,000, or 500,000.
Within reason?
She had stopped walking and was smiling at him. "Words I should not have added," he said ruefully. "Pardon me. The weight of responsibility is sometimes heavy on my shoulders. I worry about you. But I do trust you, Dor, now that you are 20 years old and have a wiser head on your shoulders than you had last year. I trust you to make a choice that will be for your lasting happiness."
As you did when you chose Anna?
She asked. The question caught him off guard. "As I did," he said, and realized as he said it that it was at least partly true. But lasting happiness? His mind touched on that desperation he had felt in his wife last night. Doris put her arms about his neck then and kissed him, first on one cheek and then on the other, and finally and smackingly on the lips. There were tears in her eyes when she drew back her head.
"How sorry I am now,"
she said,
"that I made you speak first. All year I have been wanting to tell you how sorry I was for my childish behaviour, and how glad I was that you had freed me from what would have been an intolerable situation."
He smiled at her.
"You do that too rarely,"
she said.
"When you smile, you look just like the brother I remember. Oh, la! I believe now that you really are my brother, Luke."
He chuckled, and she linked her arm through his again and drew him along the path through the gardens, away from the house.
"I am very glad," she said, "that you did not marry Henrietta, Luke. I wish George had not married her either."
He stiffened. "George had no choice," he said. "If he was unhappy, it was no more than he deserved."
"Oh, fie," she said. "You do not believe that, do you, Luke?"
"This is not a subject I choose to discuss," he said.
"Oh, nonsense," she said. "You do not believe that George ravished Henrietta, do you?"
He had no wish to talk of the matter with anyone, least of all his sister. Somewhere, long filmed over, but still very capable of being ripped open again, was a deep and painful wound. There had been his loss of Henrietta in the past. There had been another loss too, perhaps worse. There had been the loss of George, his beloved brother. "There was a baby, Dor," he said stiffly, "and George married Henrietta. You do not suggest it was mine, do you?" She tutted.
"Children see a great deal they are not supposed to see," she said. "I saw a great deal, Luke. She had an eye to George as soon as he came home from his grand tour, looking very handsome and very dashing. And of course he had a marquess's title and was Papa's heir. She flirted with him whenever your back was turned. She wanted to be a marchioness and a duchess one day."
"Doris!" His voice was like cold steel. "You speak of your sister-in-law, I would have you remember. You will be silent now or change the subject." But she would not be cowed.
"And I speak, too, of my brother," she hissed at him, "and of yours. You cannot have believed such evil of him all these years, Luke. You cannot. There was seduction between George and Henrietta, 'tis true. But 'twas Henrietta who was the seducer, I swear. George merely gave in to a moment's weakness and suffered for it the rest of his life. Poor George."
Luke felt himself turn cold. "We will speak no more of this," he said. "I would not quarrel with you when we are newly reconciled."
"Luke,"
she looked at him with tear-filled eyes.
"'Twas because of Henrietta you stayed away for 2 years after George died, was it not? You still loved her. You still love her. Oh, poor Anna."
"No, I do not love Henrietta. But I said we will speak no more," he said quietly, his eyes flashing dangerously, and at last she obeyed. He did not know if what she said was true. He did not know if he wanted it to be true, but it did surprise him that he had not thought of it for himself before now. He had grown a hard shell of cynicism during his 10 years in France, and yet somehow Henrietta had been held outside that shell, the one inviolable piece of perfection in his past, the one object of love in which he had continued to believe, even though it had not survived into the present. And yet, believing in her, he had had to bear the deep wound of his brother's cruel betrayal, and it was the need to take away the pain of that wound that had forced him to kill all love in himself.
"Shall I tell you what kind of husband I shall look for in London this spring?"
Doris asked, after a few minutes of silence. "Yes, do," he said, covering her hand with his. Chapter 22. Colonel Henry Lomax paid a courtesy call at Bowden Abbey the same afternoon. He shook hands warmly with Ashley, was charmed to make the acquaintance of Lady Doris, and disappointed to learn that she was to leave for London the following day with her mother. Disappointed for himself, that was, and dared he speak for all his new acquaintances in the neighbourhood? For the gentleman in town, of course, the arrival of 2 such lovely ladies would be a fortunate event indeed. Doris, blushing and laughing, was won over by his gallantry. Henrietta was clearly interested in this handsome and attractive new arrival to the neighbourhood.
"La, sir,"
she said, when they were all seated in the drawing-room taking tea,
"'tis hard to believe that there will be a stranger in my girlhood home for the next year."
"A stranger, madam?" he said. "I trust that very soon that word will be changed to neighbour and friend." Henrietta blushed.
"'Tis just that I have so many fond memories associated with that house," she said.
"Then you must be no stranger to it during the coming year, madam," he said. "You must come as often as you wish, with her Grace, your sister-in-law, for company, I would hope."
"Oh, la!"
Henrietta said, laughing.
"You did not believe I would dream of coming alone, sir. But your offer is most generous. If Anna cannot accompany me, I shall bring a maid."
"It would be my pleasure, madam," he said, "to see you make free with your former home." Luke watched with some interest. In many ways, it would be a relief to find that Henrietta was taking his advice and putting the past behind her. A new man in her life might be just the thing for her. And Lomax, though a good deal older than she, was quite personable enough to be attractive to women, he supposed. The man was all charm and amiability. Luke was not quite sure why he could not like him, unless it was those foolish thoughts he had had after that first call. "You served for a long time with the army, Colonel?" he asked. "With which regiment?" Lomax answered all his questions. He gave a good deal of detailed information on military matters, but at the same time engaged the interest of the ladies by including interesting little anecdotes, especially as related to the years he had spent in America. He was a skilled and a courteous conversationalist, Luke was forced to conclude. "You have lived in France?" Luke asked him. Alas, no. The Colonel laughed. Unlike you, Your Grace, I lack the polish in both appearance and manners that only a long sojourn in Paris can give a man. My visits to France have all been of lamentably short duration. A fact that did not preclude the possibility of Luke's having seen him there at some time, but memory of the specific occasion still eluded him. "You have been back from America for some time," Luke said. "You were in London last spring. My wife and I were there too, as well as my mother and brother and sister. 'Tis surprising we did not meet you then." "Not as surprising as it might seem," Lomax said, with a shrug and a smile. "After such a long absence, Your Grace, it took me a while to become reacquainted with old friends." Luke had half lowered his eyelids over his eyes, a habit he had acquired in France during his months of serious gambling. Watch keenly, while appearing to be lazily daydreaming. An older and experienced gambler, who had taken an interest in him, had once told him. But Lomax met his eyes and hesitated a moment. "You married in London last spring, Your Grace?" he asked, frowning. "I have the strangest notion that 'twas your wedding I observed from outside the church. In a nameless walk about town, I came upon a group of people waiting outside a church, and at the same moment the doors opened, and I realized that a wedding party was about to emerge. Curiosity caused me to pause, and to gaze in what I must confess was an unmannerly way. And I do believe—" He paused to glance at Anna and smile. "Yes, I do believe you were the bride and groom. What a curious coincidence." "Yes, indeed," Luke said, raising his eyebrows in feigned surprise. So there was his explanation. Perfectly reasonable. The sort of explanation he had imagined for himself a few days ago. It had been coincidence, and Lomax had not immediately recognized them here almost a year later. Why should he? They had been total strangers to him, or else the man was being very clever. He had seen something in Luke's eyes, and had adjusted his behaviour according to what he had read there. Or perhaps it was Luke who was being too clever. Was there anything whatsoever of which to be suspicious? Colonel Lomax set down his empty cup and saucer on the table beside him, and showed signs that he was about to take his leave.
"The formal gardens of Bowden Abbey are famous, sir," Henrietta said, "as perhaps you have heard, and there is colour in them again, now that spring is well advanced."
"Indeed, madam," the Colonel said, getting to his feet and making her a bow. "I caught tantalizing glimpses of their beauty from the window of my carriage as I approached the house."
Henrietta smiled warmly. "'Tis a beautiful day, sir," she said. "Far too lovely to be spent entirely indoors or inside a carriage."
"You are quite right." He smiled at her. "At least a part of the day should be enjoyed in a stroll, amid beautiful surroundings, with a beautiful companion." He turned and bowed to Anna. "Would you do me the honour of showing me the gardens before I leave, Your Grace?" Luke only half noticed Henrietta's quickly hidden look of chagrin. His full attention focused on his wife, who rose gracefully to her feet, smiled, and informed Colonel Lomax that she would be delighted. Was there any sign in her face, Luke asked himself, watching her keenly, that this whole situation was not exactly as it appeared on the surface? Any sign that she had a previous acquaintance with this man? Any sign that she was either pleased or displeased by his request? There was nothing that he could detect, unless there was a certain blandness in her smile, a certain lack of her usual warmth. But he might well be imagining that, twisting the facts to suit his groundless suspicions. But Lomax, had he not almost openly snubbed Henrietta? A man would have to be as insensitive as a brick not to have seen that she had set her cap at him, and had been hinting that he take a walk alone with her. And it seemed to Luke that there had been something almost deliberate, almost theatrical in the snub, as though Lomax had deeply relished administering it. And, yet again, it could be imagination. Could it not be conceived of as a courtesy to turn to the mistress of the house to show one the gardens, or a part of the house? During his years in France, Luke had learned to follow his intuition. More than once it had enabled him to avoid a nasty situation. He could never remember an intuition that was as strong as this one, that nagged at him so persistently. He could ask Anna. That would be the simplest course. But Anna, he knew, would look blankly at him and deny everything. There was another way, perhaps, one that would at least give him a little more information about the handsome and charming Lomax. After the Colonel had stepped outside, Anna on his arm, Luke watched them for a while from the window of his study. They were strolling and talking, just as one might expect a guest and his hostess to be doing. Lomax was dressed in a full-skirted blue coat with grey knee-breeches, white stockings and buckled shoes. His bag-wig was carefully powdered. He carried his tricorn hat correctly beneath his arm. It was impossible to say for certain that it was the same man who had walked with Anna at Ranelagh, cloaked in black from head to toe. Except for one thing. There was a way he had of leaning slightly sideways, bent solicitously over his companion, listening to what she said. It was an elusive something, not anything Luke could have described with any conviction in words, but it was something that turned him cold. It was the same man. He would swear an oath on it. He sat down at his desk, drew paper toward him, and tested the nib of a quill pen before dipping it into the inkwell and beginning to write. Theo, he did not doubt, would get him the information he needed. He wanted to know everything there was to know about Colonel Henry Lomax, starting with his military record. "It does my heart good to see you again, my Anna," he said. "It has been far too long. Motherhood must agree with you, as I knew it would when I allowed you to become a mother. You are more lovely than ever." For perhaps the first time, anger was stronger in Anna than fear. "I am not your Anna," she said curtly, "and you have no business coming here under an assumed name and duping innocent people." "You have courage and spirit," he said. "I have always admired that in you, Anna."
"What is the sum total of my father's remaining debts?" she asked, knowing even as she spoke that it was quite hopeless. "What does my family still owe you? Give me the sum, sir, and I shall have my husband pay it, and there will be an end of the matter. You may return to your life, and I may resume mine."
"But you are my life, Anna," he said, chilling the fire of her anger. "Does he love you that well? He appears to be a cold and a proud man, and has a reputation as such. But I can understand that you have been seduced by a handsome appearance. Would he enjoy knowing that he has a thief and a murderer for a duchess?"
"You know I am neither," she said.
"I may believe in you," he said, "because you are my life, Anna. But alack, there are those more objective and thus more reliable than I who can swear to your guilt." She clutched her anger to her like a cloak.
"I can perfectly understand what has happened," she said. "I would have to be an imbecile not to realize. From the first you marked me as your victim and set your trap, and like a foolish innocent, I walked right into it. I understand that. The only thing I do not understand is why. Why are you doing this to me? 'Tis not the money. What then?"
"Oh, Anna," he said softly, leaning his head closer to hers. "'Tis that I love you."
"Love!"
Fury exploded in her. But in time she remembered where she was, in the formal gardens at Bowden, in full sight of anyone who cared to watch from the house. "I would have married you after Mamma died, and you were so kind and understanding. I would have loved you. Did you realize that?"
"There could never have been marriage between you and me, Anna," he said. "'Tis not that kind of love between us."
"There is no love between us," she said. "Only a sick kind of obsession on your part. You would not have me as wife or mistress, And yet you marked me so that no other man would have me, or so you thought. I hate you. If there were a stronger word to express what I feel for you, I would use it.
'Tis because you do not understand, he said. You will, my Anna. In time, a little while yet, you will understand all, and you will see the rightness of spending the rest of your life with me. You will be more happy than you can possibly dream.
I am happy now, she said. I have a husband and child and a home and family and friends.
Family, he said softly, a note of wistfulness in his voice. You have a daughter. I was glad to learn 'twas a girl, Anna. 'Tis better so. I would like to see her some time soon. Her blood ran cold.
No, she said.
The gardens are as lovely as your sister-in-law said they were, he said, turning back and looking at the house. The perfect setting for such an old and splendid house. There is beauty of design in America, Anna, but not the feeling of history and antiquity one senses in old British houses. Shall we stroll back? I would not outstay my welcome.
How did you get inside the house? She asked him suddenly, chilled by memories of terror that she had suppressed for several months. Or even into the park. How did you get inside the houses of my neighbours when I was there, without anyone seeing you?
Anna, he said softly, I am the air you breathe.
Was it a servant? You bribed a servant?
She had considered the possibility before, but servants did not hear her private conversations or attend entertainments in other houses. I am as close as your heart, my Anna, he said, and you will be as close as mine when you understand all. His carriage had been brought up to the door. He entered it when they reached the terrace after bowing over her hand. Anna did not stay to watch him on his way. She hurried inside and upstairs to the nursery, where Joy was mercifully alone with her nurse. Anna picked her up, sent the nurse for tea below stairs, and set about coaxing smiles from her daughter. There had to be a way out, she thought. There had to be. She could not be his abject slave for the rest of her life. There had been no demands today, but there would be. From now on, she would have to live in constant fear of his visits and his demands. But she was reaching the end of her tether. She would not tolerate this for much longer, even if she must kill him. The thought terrified and fascinated her. She turned her head sharply to look over her shoulder at the empty room. I am the air you breathe. I am as close as your heart. Emily never went downstairs for tea, although she was now 15 years old and very nearly grown up. To her family, she knew, she would never be quite an adult. She would always be different, a little strange. They loved her, Emily knew, as did Luke and Ashley and Doris, but she would always be something of a child to them. And so, at tea-time, she was usually outside, wandering, or in the gallery if the weather was bad, looking at the portraits, or in the conservatory, smelling the plants and fingering the varying textures of their leaves and petals. Today, she had walked among the trees on the opposite side of the house from those that led to the river and the falls. She liked the walk on this side too. The trees led through to meadows that were always prettily carpeted with wildflowers. But she was coming back early. Ashley would be returning to his office after tea. He would be leaving soon for India, and was trying to get the books in order and ready for the man who was to be Luke's steward. There was so little time left with Ashley. Emily did not care to think how little, but she would spend every possible moment of the remaining time with him. Anna was walking in the formal gardens with a gentleman. Emily was some distance away, but even so, she shrank back instinctively into the protective covering of the trees. It was impossible to see clearly from this distance who it was that walked with Anna, but Emily knew. There was something quite distinctive about his form and about his bearing. It was him. He had found Anna again. But of course he had found her. There had been those letters, but now he had come in person. Emily felt physically sick as she hugged a tree trunk and gazed at the distant figures of her sister and Sir Lovat Bladen. They were moving back in the direction of the house, and a carriage was being drawn onto the terrace. There was evil in the man, Emily knew, and evil in his presence here. His appearance would bring misery and perhaps even disaster for Anna. Emily did not know quite why she was so certain of it, but she was. As soon as the carriage had left, taking Sir Lovat with it, and Anna had disappeared into the house, Emily emerged from her hiding place and raced across the grass. Ashley! Oh, pray God he was back in his office. Pray God! She was sobbing with panic by the time she got there. Ashley looked up, startled, from his books, and then jumped to his feet and came around the desk to clasp her by the shoulders. "Little Fawn," he said, frowning. "What is it?" She gazed earnestly into his face and pointed off in the direction of the formal gardens. "Something happened outside?" he asked. "Something to frighten you?" She nodded and pointed again. He ran his hands down her arms and held her hands while his eyes swept down her body. "You were not hurt?" She stared at him mutely, and he searched her eyes with his own. "Zounds!" he said, and she read frustration in his expression. "There should be a language. Some way you can talk more eloquently than just with your eyes. You should be able to read and write, Little Fawn. There must be a way of teaching you. You understand spoken language. If I were staying, I vow I would teach you myself." She bit her upper lip. No, there was no way of telling him. And even if she could do so, what then? What could he do? Tell Luke? But what could Luke do? Sir Lovat Bladen made Anna very unhappy, and he had some hold over her. But Emily did not understand what. Even if she could explain, there was very little to explain. Ashley cupped her face with gentle hands and touched his thumbs to her cheeks, blotting 2 tears that had spilled over. "Don't cry," he said. "I will not let anyone hurt you, Little Fawn. You are safe now. Come here." He drew her against him and wrapped strong arms about her. He forgot, of course, that she could not hear him unless she could see his lips. She could tell by the vibrations of his chest that he was still talking. But she knew, even without seeing his lips, that he was murmuring soothing words to her. How was she going to live without him? She would surely die. She would want to die. He was holding her at arm's length again. "Better?" he asked. She nodded. Her heart was breaking for Anna and for herself, but she smiled at him, at her dear, beloved Ashley. "I need you to mend my pen for me," he said, grinning at her rather sheepishly. "I have been scratching too hard with it again and ruining the nib. No one mends a pen better than my Little Fawn. Will you?" Emily nodded and continued to smile. Colonel Henry Lomax was smiling as his butler closed the door of the drawing-room behind Henrietta. "Ah, Duchess," he said, "how pleased and gratified I am that you have accepted so soon my open invitation to visit Wycherley, only an hour after my own return here." She smiled coquettishly and crossed the room toward him. "'Tis a face that does not need to be masked, sir," she said, "and a form that does not need to be hidden beneath a cloak." "Now, whatever can you mean?" he asked her, as her hands splayed themselves lightly against his chest. Henrietta pouted. "'Twas unkind of you," she said, "to ask Anna to walk with you in the garden when I had all but offered. Was it that you wished to protect my reputation? But perhaps I do not please you any longer." Colonel Lomax chuckled softly. "You wish to please me, do you, madam?" he said, grasping the skirt of her riding habit at both sides and lifting it upward. "A gentleman must bow to a lady's wishes." He backed her toward the wide sofa behind her. "Yes, sir," she half shrieked, "but there is no privacy." "Any servant who enters a room in my house unannounced is instantly dismissed," he said. "Come, please me, Henrietta." He turned her so that he could sit on the sofa and held up her skirts with one hand while he adjusted his own clothing. He drew her down astride him, grasped her hips, and pulled her down hard onto him. She gasped. "Come, whore for me, then," he said, continuing to smile at her. "You do it with such panting enthusiasm, Duchess."
"Sir?"
Henrietta looked indignant and tried to get up onto her knees away from his penetration. But he laughed and held her hips with firm hands.
"Enjoy it, Henrietta," he said. "Everything you want will be yours soon. I will be taking Anna away before too much time has elapsed, but it may take a little while for Harnden to recover from her loss and to turn to you for comfort. Enjoy it while you may."
He held her firmly down on him and took her quickly and ungently. Henrietta gasped and whimpered, and lowered her forehead to his shoulder when he had finished.
"But perhaps 'tis you I want, and not Luke," she said. "Perhaps I do not want you to take Anna away. Perhaps I would prefer that you took me."
"You have been deprived too long of a man's part, Henrietta," he said, "and have forgotten what you prize most in life, position and power. You connived for them, did you not, and still connive? You brought me all that information about Anna, who can have done nothing to offend you, in exchange for a weekly mount. No, my dear Duchess, you must not lose sight of what is important to you. I have no use for you but this, and this is sometimes tedious. 'Tis not something I crave with any frequency."
"Only with Anna?"
she said bitterly, lifting her head. He jerked her off him and dumped her onto the sofa beside him. He stood, his back to her, and buttoned his breeches.
"Never with Anna," he said. "You will not sully her name by suggesting any such filth, madam. I will have your help when the time comes. You will return here next week at the same time for instructions, and each week after that until I am ready to make use of you."
Henrietta was shaking out the skirt of her habit. Anger sparked from her eyes and sharpened her voice.
"And why should I?" she asked him. "Why should I return where I have been insulted?"
He turned to look at her, his eyes amused.
"I have servants, madam," he said, "who have seen you here today, alone, without maid or chaperone. I have a servant who walked into this room to see you rutting with me on that sofa, your skirts about your waist, so mindless with pleasure that you did not even notice him."
Henrietta's eyes widened.
"No one,"
she began.
"And there are 2 or 3 witnesses to your lusty goings-on with a mysterious masked man several months ago," he continued. "Witnesses who may yet recover from their embarrassment sufficiently to begin gossiping."
"Why, you—"
Henrietta went for him with clawed fingernails, but he caught her wrists and held them.
"Besides, your Grace," he said, "you will come back if only for this, will you not?"
For the first time he kissed her, hard, pulling on her wrists, until she came against him, opening her mouth with his and thrusting his tongue deep inside, before withdrawing his head and smiling at her.
"You need it, just like a drug, do you not? I will give it to you again next week, Henrietta. The very thought has you aching between your legs, does it not?"
She stared at him mutely. Anger and desire mingled in her face.
"Yes."
He smiled again.
"Perhaps we will do it in a bed next week, without the nuisance of clothes. Next week, my dear."
He stepped back from her, released one of her wrists, and lifted the other to his lips.
"You must leave now. We would not wish any breath of scandal to attach itself to your name, would we?"
Henrietta stared at him while he released his hold on her wrist. Then she whisked about and hurried toward the door. She hated and feared him. Her breasts and her womb throbbed with desire for him. Chapter 23.
Colonel Henry Lomax drew attention to himself and became a great favourite wherever he went. No dinner, no dance, no evening party was complete without the presence of the colonel. Men liked him, women adored him. Even some of the younger girls giggled and blushed when he paid them compliments, as he frequently did. Luke found himself contemplating pleasurable and original ways to kill the man. Wherever he went, he singled Anna out for attention. Oh, never enough to cause a breath of gossip or a hint of scandal. He usually manoeuvred matters so that he sat beside her at meals, and then punctiliously divided his attention between her and whatever lady was seated at his other side. He always joined her group in a drawing-room, and then talked more with the other members of the group than he did with her. He always danced with her at assemblies, only once, but with no one else. Yet he always spent the rest of such evenings charming all the other ladies, and protesting the debilitating effects of old wounds, which prohibited him from dancing as much as he would like. He always smiled in such a way when he talked thus that the ladies never believed that those wounds also detracted from his virility. There was nothing improper in his behaviour to Anna. Luke found himself wishing that there were. He would know how to deal with any man who made indecent advances to his wife. There was nothing indecent about Lomax, and his attentions could hardly be called advances. Of course they upset Henrietta. "I am surprised," she said to him one evening at the Pierces, when he was dancing with her and Anna was dancing with Lomax, "that you, of all people, will put up with it, Luke." "Madam?" He raised his eyebrows and focused his gaze on her. "'Tis very clear," she said, "that he fancies her, and she does naught to discourage him." No, she did not. That was part of what made him feel murderous. But then there was nothing to discourage. "I assume you speak of my wife and Colonel Lomax," he said. "You are out of line, Henrietta." "You cannot see it, can you?" she said. "She married you for your fortune, Luke, but she is not above taking a lover, I vow. She told me that first day he visited that she found him irresistibly charming and handsome, and she warned me that if I thought to flirt with him myself, she would give me competition. La, as if I would flirt with a man of such indiscriminate tastes." Luke's look was so icy that she faltered to a stop and lowered her eyes. "You will say no more, madam," he said from between his teeth. "You have already said too much." She had become a bitter and a spiteful woman, he thought with some regret. She had seemed perfection itself once upon a time, and perhaps she had been. Poor Henrietta! Life had not been kind to her. Luke waited in some impatience for a reply from his uncle to the inquiries he had made about Lomax. It came, finally, and chilled him to the heart, though it was the answer he had anticipated. The army had no records of a Colonel Henry Lomax. It seemed that the man did not exist, at least not in any military capacity, and Theo, with all his considerable connections, had been able to find no trace of him in any non-military capacity either. Colonel Henry Lomax, it appeared, since he was a very real flesh-and-blood man, was living at Wycherley under an assumed name. He was someone from Anna's past, someone who had known about her wedding plans and had come to watch from afar, someone who had followed her to Ranelagh and had taken the first opportunity that had presented itself to walk apart with her there, someone who had written to her several times during the first 6 months of her marriage and even drawn her into clandestine meetings, someone who had gone to the trouble of making Will's acquaintance, perhaps of talking him into taking his bride on an extended wedding journey and of persuading him to lease out Wycherley for a year. Someone whose feelings for Anna were so powerful that he could not let her go. Her secret lover. Luke sat at the desk in his study, absently turning his uncle's letter about and about on its surface, while staring into space. And what about Anna? Was she finding it equally hard to let him go? Lomax, or whatever his name was. She was not being unfaithful.
Luke did not know why he was so sure of that, since he did not spy on her, and could not account for her every move during every hour of every day since he had married her. But he was sure nonetheless. One could not live intimately with a woman for a year without being certain of some facts about her. Anna was a faithful wife, and a devoted mother. But what of her inner feelings? What had her distress after Ranelagh and after her receipt of that first letter indicated? Fear at the renewal of an acquaintance she did not want renewed? Fear of her own feelings? Had she clung to her husband and made love to him with such desperate passion out of guilt? Guilt over the fact that she did not love him, but did love another man? He remembered. He could never stop remembering the look in her eyes and her tears on the morning after their wedding, when he had asked her if she loved the man who had taken her virginity. Luke crumpled the letter almost viciously in one hand and got abruptly to his feet. One thing was certain. The time for secrets was past. He was going to find out the truth. Not from Anna. He doubted he would get it from her. But he was going to find out the truth. Himself. Not Theo this time, but himself. Luke and Ashley were out riding. They had no particular destination, but somehow they ended up at the top of the slope, a few miles behind the house, and stopped by unspoken consent to turn their horses' heads and look down on the panorama of park, gardens, and house. It was Ashley's last day at home. "I will think of this when I am in India," he said, "and wonder what the devil I am doing there. 'Tis said that Englishmen always appreciate their own country best when they are out of it. Did you find that?" "I had reason not to want to remember England," Luke said quietly. "You have not changed your mind, Ash? 'Tis not too late." Ashley laughed. "When I am back to leave for London tomorrow, and to leave for India within the week," he said. "No, I have not changed my mind, Luke. Thought of the future excites me. 'Tis just that I will miss all this, and all of you." "Fox comes here well recommended," Luke said. "But he cannot do a better job than you have done, Ash. Any time you want to come back. But no matter. I will miss you too, my only brother." They had grown close again in the months since Joy's birth. "There was another brother," Ashley said. "Have you even been to see his grave, Luke?" "No," Luke said curtly, "and 'tis not a topic I wish to pursue, Ash." "There is something you should know," Ashley said abruptly. "Mamma said 'twas something no one should ever know except her and Henrietta and me. But it has troubled me, especially now that I am leaving. You have the right to know." Luke turned his horse again and proceeded down the far side of the hill. "If it concerns George," he said, "I have no wish to know." Ashley came after him. "He killed himself," he said. Luke stopped so abruptly that his horse reared, and it took a few moments to bring it under control. By the time he had done so, his face was deathly pale. "What?" "He fell on a knife," Ashley said, looking equally pale. "Deliberately. Fortunately, I suppose it was fortunate, there was some cholera in the village, and we put it about that it was of that he died. He would not have been given a Christian burial if the truth had been known, Luke." Luke felt that buzzing in the head he had felt once before. "But why?" he asked. "He could never forgive himself, I suppose," Ashley said. "He loved you. He sent you money once, did he not? And you sent it back. He drank for 2 weeks without stopping after that. Even Papa could do nothing with him." "God. She got what she wanted," Ashley said. "Can you see her clearly enough by now, Luke, to know that it was all her doing? She put him through hell. He could do nothing right. She even blamed him for the death of the child. They hated each other. I think she perhaps had feelings for you, Luke, but you were only a second son, and George was available. Ironic, is it not? He used to take her to London, and she had affairs, and flaunted her lovers before him. I heard about it when I was at university. And then he killed himself. God, Ash." Luke rode onward,
neither knowing nor caring which direction he took. "He wronged you," Ashley said. "But as I live, Luke, he suffered for it 1,000-fold. I sent back the money, Luke thought, unconsciously increasing his horse's pace to a canter. I sent back the money. I sent back his peace offering. "Perhaps I should not have told you." Ashley sounded miserable. "But you did have another brother, Luke, and I loved him." And now Luke was about to lose the other brother too. Not so cruelly or so permanently, but it would be a loss. He eased back on the reins and looked across at Ashley. "You did right, Ash," he said. "Thank you." Ashley shrugged. "Let me ask something of you," he said. "I am going to be in the devil of an emotional mood tomorrow morning. I want to leave as if I were running an errand into the village. I do not want you and Anna on the terrace, hugging and crying all over me and waving me on my way." Somehow they were close to the stables. Ashley must have been steering their course. "I'll stay out of the way, then," Luke said reluctantly, "and I will ask Anna to do likewise." Ashley breathed an audible sigh of relief. "Thank you," he said, grinning. "All right, Luke." "See that you do," his brother said, leading the way into the stables. "Orders from the head of the family, Ash." It had not been easy to say good night to Ashley, just as if it were any other night, and not to wring his hand as if to crush every bone in it, or hug him closely as if to break ribs. Luke had been away from his family for 10 years, and had neither expected nor wanted to come back to them. And yet now, knowing that his brother was going far away for an indeterminate number of years, he mourned those last years. 10 years, or some of them anyway, in which he might have known his brother. Anna did not have as much fortitude. After excusing herself early from the drawing-room in order to go up to the nursery to give Joy her night feed, and after bidding Ashley her usual warm and cheerful good night, she had turned back at the door, rushed back across the room to him, and given him all the hugs, and shed over him all the tears he had hoped to avoid in the morning. Ashley had emerged from the embrace looking sheepish and damp-eyed. Luke breakfasted early and left the house before Ashley came down. He had had a sleepless night, and had even wandered into his own bedchamber so as not to wake Anna. He had renounced his family, all of them, and had lived with deadened emotions for 10 peaceful years. Now they were back, his family and his emotions. He loved Doris and Ashley. He was still hurt by his mother's rejection. He would admit it now. He still hated his father and George. George had thrown himself on a knife and killed himself. Luke left the house early, saddled his horse himself, and rode slowly and reluctantly to the only place he could go. He had a visit to pay, a long overdue visit. He had always liked to wander in the churchyard as a boy. It had fascinated him to know that his own ancestors from generations back, and those of the neighbours and villagers he knew, were buried there. It had not been a morbid fascination. He had felt all the mystery and wonder of the continuation of life. But he had come this time to see 2 particular graves, ones he had not seen before. He stopped at his father's first. His father had been a stern man. There had been love in him too, love for his boys and his girl, but clearly there had been limits to that love. Luke had passed those limits. The 20-year-old Luke had been bitter about his father's rejection. The 31-year-old Luke finally found it more understandable. He had tried to shoot his brother, or so it would have seemed, and had very nearly succeeded. Luke wondered if his father had felt any regrets during the final 5 years of his life. "Father," he said silently, but there were no words, only a suddenly remembered image of his father teaching him, with endless patience, to ride his first pony. Papa. There was a small grave for the stillborn child. He had even been named. Lucas. Luke stared at the little headstone for a long time, perhaps afraid to take that one more step to the side that would bring him to the other, most recent family grave. But he finally took the step. George, dead at the age of 32, killed by his own hand, because he could not forgive himself, because his brother would not forgive him, because his brother had returned the money. Hurt and bewildered and angry and proud, Luke had sent the money back, and the paper on which only his brother's signature had been scrawled. A peace offering, a love offering, scorned and rejected. In all the selfishness of youth, Luke thought now, he had believed that only he suffered, he and Henrietta, and so he had rejected the love offering, and love itself. He had killed all love in himself, and torn out his own heart, so that no one would be able to hurt him ever again. And yet he had hurt someone else so deeply that he had killed himself. He had hurt his brother. He had killed George after all. He hunched his shoulders as the cold breeze knifed between his shoulder blades. He had not brought a cloak. It looked as if it might rain at any moment. Everything around him looked suitably grey and gloomy. "George," he said aloud. "George." "Forgive me. I have forgiven you. Forgive me. Forgive me. I love you." Love came in pain, in unalloyed pain, and was not turned back. Luke went down on one knee and rested one hand on the top of the gravestone and the other on the earth over where his brother's remains lay. "Forgive me." Tears plopped unheeded onto the grass. "Forgive me." And then he rested his forehead on the hand that held the gravestone, and he wept, with deeply painful, racking sobs. A long time passed before he got slowly to his feet and turned again in the direction of home, leading his horse, not riding it. No one had disturbed him, though more than one person, the rector included, had seen him. Ashley had told her yesterday that he was leaving today. He had set his hands on her shoulders after doing so, smiled cheerfully at her, told her to be a good girl, and gone striding away. It had been a very brief meeting. He had been riding all afternoon with Luke. Emily did not want to see him today. She would not be able to bear seeing him actually leave. And yet, when she had eaten her breakfast, or rather when she had not eaten it, she could feel nothing but panic. Had he left? Was he gone already? Gone forever, and she had not seen him go? She sat at her window and tried to draw calmness from the sight of the lawns and trees outside. But it was a grey and gloomy day, and perhaps even now he was at the door and entering the carriage that would take him away. She would never see him again. Her nurse would come for her soon and take her to the nursery, where she would try to interest her in some needlework or painting. She could not do any stitching today, or any painting either, not when her heart was breaking. She leapt up, ran into her dressing-room for a cloak, flung it about her shoulders, and ran from the room while there was still time. If there was still time. But there were trunks and boxes in the hall. No carriage at the door. No sign of Ashley. He would be at breakfast. He had not left yet. But she could not go to him. She did not want to see him today. Oh, yes, she did. She must see him. But she did not want him to see her. She ran outside and down the steps onto the upper terrace of the formal gardens. She ran fleet-footed through the gardens, across the wide lawn, over the bridge and down the driveway, until she stopped, gasping for breath among the trees. She set her back against one tree trunk, so that she could see the driveway but not be seen. But all she would see was the carriage. It was unlikely that he would be looking through the window, and if he were, he might see her. She did not want him to see her. She wished her cloak was not red. Why had she not thought of bringing a different one? She was shivering with cold by the time she heard the carriage approach. Not that she heard it, of course, but she was far more aware of vibrations than other people seemed to be. She knew the carriage was coming before it came into sight, and panic hit her. He was leaving forever, and all she would see was the carriage. She leaned forward, desperate for one last sight of him. But the carriage rolled on by, and she saw nothing. And then it slowed and stopped, and the door opened, and Ashley jumped to the driveway and turned back to where she was standing, clutching the tree trunk behind her back. He came to stand in front of her, very close to her, before he said anything. There was a sadness in his eyes. "Little fawn," he said. But if he said any more, she did not hear it. Her vision blurred. His weight came against her, pressing her against the tree, though he did not immediately touch her with his hands. When she looked up at him, she saw that his head was thrown back and his eyes were tightly shut. And then he lowered his head and looked into her eyes, only inches away. His mouth, when it touched hers, was warm and soft and wonderful, and it stayed against hers for a while. She pushed her own lips back against his for comfort. He framed her face with his hands, one of them still, the other smoothing back her hair. "I will be back, little fawn," he said. "I will be back to teach you to read and write, and to teach you a language you can use."
"All I want to be able to say is I love you. I'll always love you. Forever and ever I will love you."
"Oh," he said, those eyes, Emmy. I'll be back. I'll not forget you. I'll carry you here." He stood away from her and touched a hand to his heart. And then he was gone. Some time after she had closed her eyes, the carriage was gone too. She felt the vibrations again. Emily stood where she was for many long minutes, until she pushed herself away from the tree and began to run recklessly, heedlessly through the woods, faster and faster, as if all the fiends of hell were at her heels. Anna was in the nursery playing with Joy when Luke came in. The baby, who had been insisting to her mother for half an hour or more that she was just not in a jovial mood this morning, smiled brightly as soon as she set eyes on her father.
"Rascal,"
Anna said to her. "She has your smile," Luke said, setting a hand on Anna's shoulder.
"When she decides to use it,"
Anna said.
"Little imp."
She turned her head to look into his face. He was pale. He looked almost as if he had been crying.
"What is it?"
she asked.
"You saw Ashley after all this morning. It was very hard to stay up here, I must confess. It seemed unnatural to let him go without a proper farewell."
"Ash is very young," he said. "Too young to want to be seen shedding tears, Anna. No, I did not see him today, though I have been told that he has gone. I'll miss him."
"I know."
She smiled at him. His hand tightened on her shoulder. "Invite me to your sitting room?" he asked. She never had, since he had told her it would be her private domain, though she had often wanted him there, just the two of them together. She handed him the baby, who smiled at him again, and rang for the nurse. When the woman came and took charge of the baby, Anna led the way to her sitting room.
"What is it?"
She seated herself beside him on a sofa and took one of his hands in both of hers. She was surprised and rather horrified to see tears spring to his eyes. "I have been visiting my other brother," he said, leaning his head back against the cushions and turning it so that he could look into her face. "I went to the churchyard to see George's grave."
"Oh," Anna said quietly. "I am glad, Luke."
And she could see from his face that there had been some reconciliation, absurd as that sounded when his brother was dead. But she knew that Luke had needed this, that he had needed to have all his family back after years of bitter estrangement. "He killed himself, Anna." He closed his eyes while she turned cold, and then he told her everything Ashley and Doris had told him between them. He finished with what she knew was the most painful fact of all. He sent me that money as a sign that he still loved me, that he was sorry for what he had done to me. And I sent it back. I rejected him. I failed to kill him with that bullet. Did you know that I aimed for a tree 6 feet to one side of him and hit him 1 inch from the heart? But I killed him by returning that money.
No, Luke.
She lifted his hand to her cheek and held it there. It was so rare to see her husband weak and vulnerable.
Of course you did not kill him. You must not think that. Both of you suffered dreadfully. You had the strength to come through it. He did not. He might have written a letter to send with the money. He might have gone to Paris looking for you. You cannot blame yourself for what he did or did not do. And if you did reject him once, then he had rejected you too. Unfortunately, people do that to each other. People hurt each other, especially those closest to one another. And some people lack the inner strength to endure that others have. They cannot help it, perhaps. My father appeared strong to me all my life, until he discovered that Mamma had consumption, and then he fell all to pieces. Many people blamed him. It would have been easy to have stopped loving him.
I loved George, Anna, he said. He was always everything I ever wanted to be. He was my idol.
He loved you too, Luke, she said, to the end, else he would not have suffered so much. He would not want you to suffer now. He would not want to know that he had hurt you in death, perhaps more than he hurt you in life.
He turned his head to look at her again.
Love is never the soft and easy emotion it is sometimes made out to be, he said. I should be able to have him back, so that we could make our peace with each other. But he is dead. Love hurts, Anna.
Yes. She turned her head to kiss the lace at his wrist.
Anna.
He was looking closely at her.
Has Henrietta always been your friend?
She considered answering vaguely, but she knew that he was struggling to put his life together again, to reconcile the past with the present. He needed honesty, on this point at least.
No, not really,
she said.
She has always been at pains to describe her meetings with you, and to make me understand how much you and she still love each other. And I have come to believe, perhaps unjustly, that it is deliberate, that she dislikes me. I avoid her company whenever I can.
'Tis not true what she has insinuated, Anna, he said. I will confess that I was afraid to come back, afraid that my feelings for her would be revived if I ever saw her again. And after my return, I was afraid to be alone with her for the same reason. She manoeuvred all our meetings. It did not take me long to understand that what I felt for her was no longer love, but pity.
Anna drew a breath and let it out slowly. She lowered his hand to her lap again.
Anna,
he asked her, his eyes searching hers,
do you have any regrets about marrying me?
No, she said, closing her eyes. And then she opened them to look at him and spoke more fiercely.
No, none.
And I have none, he said. You are the best thing that has happened in my life.
She bit her lip hard. What had he just said about love hurting?
Is there anything...
he began almost hesitantly. He started again.
May I be of service to you in any way, Anna?
How often the most momentous decisions of one's life have to be made in a moment, she was to think afterward, with no prior warning, with no more than a few seconds of time in which to weigh one's answer. Why had she not told him, she thought later. He was in a mellow, almost tender mood. He had just told her that she was precious to him. He had just been confessing to her his own terrible mistakes. He would have listened sympathetically to her own confession. He would have set her free. But she had only a moment. She answered from instinct. The instinct for self-preservation. You are always good to me.
She smiled at him.
And there is nothing?
Nothing,
she said firmly, holding on to her smile.
He nodded.
I have to go to London on some business, he said more briskly. It should take a week or so.
Her heart leapt with gladness, though of course any idea of escape was merely illusory. We will go together, she asked. Soon?
No.
He reached out with his free hand to brush his fingers across her cheek.
I will go alone, Anna. 'Twill be easier than packing up Joy and her nurse and taking you all with me. I will come home as soon as 'tis possible.
Oh, she said.
You have no fear of staying here alone?
He asked her, his eyes keen on hers.
Fear? Terror, perhaps, was a better word.
No, of course not. She smiled at him. But we will miss you, Joy and I. I shall count the hours until your return.
Anna, he said. Oh, Anna.
He was in a strangely pensive mood. His eyes were unusually wide and defenceless. But he returned suddenly to his more normal self and rose to his feet.
I must have a word with Fox, he said, and with my valet.
She smiled at him, resisting the urge to grab for him, to cling to him, to beg him not to leave her alone. But she stayed where she was as he left her room. Perhaps being alone, without the semblance of safety to hide behind, was what she needed more than anything. Perhaps, when she was alone, she would find the courage to do something in her own defence. Perhaps, the thought came unbidden again, she would find the courage to kill him. Chapter 24. An hour or so later, Luke was in the office of his new steward, Howard Fox, listening with some satisfaction to the man's praises at how well ordered the ledgers and records were, and giving him some instructions on what was to be done during Luke's absence from Bowden. But they were interrupted by a knock on the door, followed by the appearance of Anna. She looked worried. "Emmy has disappeared," she said, with an apologetic glance at Fox. Luke nodded at his steward and left the room with her.
"'Tis but early in the afternoon," he said. "She is in the habit of wandering, Anna. Is there need to worry?"
"But she has been gone since early this morning," she said. "Her nurse has only just reported her absence, foolish woman. She has been gone a long time, Luke. Ashley left early. I suppose she saw him leave and went off somewhere to grieve alone. I blame myself for not giving her my company this morning. I should have known how 'twould be. Goodness knows where she has gone."
"Poor Emily," he said. "She will come home when she is ready."
But he looked into his wife's face and saw agitation there.
"You want me to look for her?"
"I have to feed Joy," she said. "It will be half an hour or more before I will be free to go."
"I will find her and bring her home safely to you," he said. "Was she at least wise enough to take a cloak with her? 'Tis a raw day."
"Her red cloak is missing," she said.
"Ah, then she should be easy to spot," he said.
But he would wager a bundle that the child had gone running off to the falls. It appeared to be one of her favourite places. He found her there, lying face down on the flat rock that jutted out over the water, her cloak fanning over her.
"Emily,"
he said softly, as he scrambled up the other rocks toward her. Poor child! He had been so wrapped up in his own powerful emotions this morning that he had not spared her a thought.
"Emily."
He touched a hand to her shoulder and kept it there. He had not frightened her as he had feared he would. She turned her head to look up at him with dull, reddened eyes, and then hid her face on her arms again. He sat down beside her and patted her shoulder for a while. She was not crying any longer. She was utterly passive. Poor child! She had loved Ash more devotedly, more single-mindedly than any of them. And she was 15 years old already, was she not? It was probable that she loved Ash not as a sister loves a brother, or a child loves a hero, but as a woman loves a man. It was so easy, because of her affliction,
to think of Emily as a child rather than as a girl budding into early womanhood. What would happen to her, he wondered. Would he and Anna be able to find her a husband who would be kind to her when the time came? But she would be quite unable at this moment to look forward to a possibly contented future. She was too absorbed in the agony of the present. He turned her over eventually, scooped her up in his arms, and set her on his lap. He cradled her as she huddled against him, crooning comforting words to her, even though he realized that she could not hear them. "You saw him leave?" he asked her, when she looked up at him at last with wide and unhappy eyes. She nodded. "Did you speak with him?" he asked. "He said goodbye to you?" She nodded again. He wondered if Ashley realized that the child loved him. "I am sorry," he said. "I am sorry for your pain, Emily." She rested her head on his shoulder again and lay against him for a few minutes longer before getting to her feet and arranging her cloak carefully about her, eyes lowered. He offered his arm and she took it. "Emily." He bent his head to her as they walked until she looked at him. "Anna and I love you very dearly. I know that knowledge will not help ease the pain, but 'tis true, my dear." She smiled wanly at him. It was when they were halfway across the lawn to the house that he had an idea. He slowed his pace and bent his head toward her again. "Emily," he said when she looked up, "do you know Colonel Lomax?" She looked at him blankly. "Our new neighbour," he said. "The man who is living at Wycherley." He saw awareness come into her eyes. And something else. Definitely something else. "Do you know him?" he asked. "Had you seen him before he appeared here?" She nodded, her eyes huge with a message he could not read. "Where?" he asked. She pointed in a vague, wide gesture, and then shrugged helplessly. "At home?" he asked. "At Elm Court?" She nodded vigorously. "But his name was not Lomax," he said. She shook her head. He had known, of course, but there was a certain stab of bleakness about the heart to have his suspicions finally confirmed. "Did you like him?" he asked. She shook her head, and her eyes told him that her feelings for Lomax were just the opposite of liking. But why? And did Anna like him? But he would not ask the question of Emily. It would not be fair. Though what fairness had to do with anything he did not know. He squeezed her hand. "Thank you," he said. "I will find out the truth for myself, my dear. Do you believe I should?" She nodded, and there were tears in her eyes. He squeezed her hand once more as he led her toward the house. Yes, he would find out for himself. It was time. And he had the feeling that the whole future of his marriage depended on his finding out the truth. A marriage that had gradually, so gradually that he had hardly noticed its happening, become very dear indeed to him. If only one could go back, Henrietta thought, as she rode alone up the driveway to Bowden Abbey, and order one's life differently. If only she had stayed with Luke, dull, unfashionable, bookish Luke, with his dream of a career in the church. She might have been a bishop's wife now, or perhaps the reigning Duchess of Harnden, though George might still be alive if he might be married with sons. She had just come from Wycherley, where she had been thanked for the news she had brought of Luke's intended journey. Thanked in the usual way. It had become more and more insulting. Never in a bed, as he had once half promised. It had been in a stall in the stables this afternoon, the door closed but not locked, grooms clearly audible just beyond the thin wooden barrier. He had laughed at her protests, and yet she could not seem to live without it. If only he took Anna away. She had stopped wishing he would take her instead. She would be free again. She would have her pride back. She would have Bowden to rule again. And Luke. She had never had Luke. But if half the stories about him that had come from Paris were true, and there was a look in Anna's eyes some mornings. Henrietta clamped her teeth together as she strode from the stable block to the house. Coates met her in the hall, bowed, and told her that his Grace wished to have a word with her. Henrietta raised her eyebrows in some surprise, but followed the butler across the hall to the study and swept past him when he had knocked and opened the door for her. Luke was seated behind his desk. He got to his feet, but stayed where he was. He motioned to a chair on the other side. "Henrietta," he said, "have a seat." She smiled at him when they were both seated. He looked steadily and silently back at her for several moments. How different he was, she thought. How much more handsome and commanding. How much more attractive.
"What has happened?"
She leaned forward in her chair and set one delicate hand on the far side of the desk.
"Has Anna—"
"Henrietta," he said, "we are going to have to make arrangements for you to live somewhere else. Permanently." She stared at him blankly for a moment, while what remained of her world began to fall about her ears. But perhaps she had misunderstood. Her eyes softened and saddened.
"Poor Luke," she said. "You feel it too. The constant tension, the constant temptation. You cannot bear it any more than I can."
"You have done your best," he said coldly, "to ruin my marriage, madam. I will have no more of it. My marriage is very precious to me." Her lips compressed suddenly, and her eyes sparked.
"What has Anna been saying?" she asked. "What lies has she been telling about me? She is naught but a slut, Luke. And you—"
"Silence," Luke said, not loudly, but so coldly that she instantly obeyed and stared at him. "I have to be away from Bowden for a week or so," Luke said, "as I announced at luncheon. I will be leaving tomorrow. By the time I return, madam, you will be prepared to leave. I will send you to Hendon House until we can make more permanent arrangements. You will decide whether you would like your own establishment in town, or whether you would prefer a house in the country somewhere that is not close to Bowden. I will honour your wishes in the matter." She realised then the extent of her loss, the extent of her foolishness. There were tears in her eyes.
"Luke," she whispered, "is this what has come of our love?"
"I loved you once," he said, "but I doubt you know the meaning of the word, Henrietta. Frankly, I have no wish to debate the matter with you, but you have been a force of destruction in my family for too long. You are my sister-in-law, my brother George's widow, and as such you are entitled to be housed in some luxury for the rest of your life, and to be generously supported by the estate. But once you have left here, you will not return under any circumstances, madam, at least not during my lifetime." She got to her feet and looked scornfully at him.
"You always were a weakling," she said, "wanting to be a clergyman, running away to France and fearing to return, marrying a slut for whom you have no feelings at all, so that you could hide behind her skirts when you returned to me, fearing now to admit to your continued attraction to me. You were always weak. I am glad I took George instead of you. Of course, he would probably still be living if I had not, and I would be sitting in a church pew every Sunday morning pretending to gaze adoringly at you as you delivered the sermon."
Luke took his snuff-box from a pocket and opened the lid with one thumbnail. "You are dismissed, madam," he said, looking up with cold eyes. Too late she realised what her flash of temper had accomplished. She had lost him forever, lost Bowden forever. But then he was going to lose too. She could scarcely wait. She snapped her teeth together, turned sharply away from him, and flounced to the door, head high. Then she turned and glared at him.
"He would not lie with me after our son was stillborn," she hissed at him. "What was I to do but hate him? He deprived me of my rights. He would not risk having any more children by me. The dukedom had to be preserved for Luke, always his precious Luke. And finally he gave it to you.
on the end of a knife, so to speak. Do you know that? Did you know that your brother, my husband, took his own life, so that no son of mine would succeed him, but his precious Luke?"
Luke took snuff with a steady hand until she had turned again and left the room, and then he allowed the final piece of the puzzle to fall into place. All those years he had thought himself cruelly betrayed, yet all those years he had been dearly, dearly loved. Yes, Anna was right. George would not want him to suffer now from pangs of guilt. George had loved him, and had done all in his power to make amends, finally. Foolish, foolish man, giving his life in order to do so. Greater love hath no man than this. She did not want Luke to go, even for a week. A week was 7 days long, 7 endless days. A great deal could happen in 7 days. He would surely find out soon enough that Luke was gone, and would take full advantage of the fact. So far, he had been content merely to seek out her company wherever they went. There had been no demands, but that would change. It would probably change this week. She had this week, too, in which to do something about the situation herself, to put an end to the terror, or perhaps to begin it. She did not want Luke to go. If she begged him, would he take her and Joy, or stay at home and send Mr. Fox on whatever business there was to do? But she would not beg him. Clearly, he felt compelled to go himself, and preferred to go alone. Anna tried not to feel hurt at the realization. When he came to bed and took her into his arms, she tried not to cling. But she knew immediately, and with some relief, that it was one of the nights when he would make love to her. She tried not to appear over-eager, but she was always excited when she knew he was going to love her. He kissed her mouth warmly and lingeringly. She opened it wide and arched against him. He said. "What is it, Anna?"
He always knew. Sometimes she thought he knew her better than she knew herself. It was so hard to deceive him. "Nothing," she whispered. "I am going to miss you, 'tis all."
"Let us make the most of tonight, then, shall we?" he said, returning his mouth to hers.
She said. He loved her slowly, very slowly, melting her into warm relaxation, stirring her by degrees to excitement, letting it subside into warmth again, building it once more, over and over again. His hands and fingers, his mouth and tongue and teeth, his legs, his body, he used them all with marvellous skill. After a year of marriage, it might have seemed that there would be no new way of touching or arousing her, and yet always there was something new, and her own hands and mouth and body had learned to give pleasure in skilled and varying ways. She lost her fears and anxieties and gave herself up to the moment, to the giving and receiving of pleasure, and when it came time for their bodies to join, she opened herself to him and lifted to him, and sighed as he came deeply inside. She was panting with arousal, very close to the brink. Had he moved in her, even just once or twice, she would have gone shuddering over. But he held still, and raw sensations subsided yet again. She lay still and relaxed beneath his weight, knowing that soon, in his own time and at his own pace, he would move them both into the entwined dance of bodies that would take them to a shared ecstasy. She felt no anxiety as excitement waned. He would bring it back again with even greater intensity, with one withdrawal and inward thrust.
"Anna."
He had lifted himself to his forearms and was gazing down into her face. With the curtains drawn back, both from about the bed and from the windows, she could see his face almost clearly, though his hair hung about it and over his shoulders. There was a light in his eyes that made her heart lurch.
"Anna."
She lifted both hands and smoothed his hair back from his face and tucked it behind his shoulders.
She cupped his face with gentle hands and gazed back at him. She loved him so tenderly at that moment that she was close to tears. "I love you," he whispered. And then the tears did spring and trickle down her cheeks. "I love you," he said again, his lips light against hers. There was a moment's pause before he deepened the kiss, perhaps to give her the chance to return his words. And then he loved her with his body, as he had loved her innumerable times before, with firm, deep inward strokes and gradually increasing rhythm, until every nerve ending in her body was raw with need, and she tumbled with him beyond need into that temporary heaven where all was fulfillment of needs and dreams, as he had loved her innumerable times, as he had never loved her before. For there was a difference. Both her body and her heart recognized it. He had given her pleasure countless times before. He had never before given love with the pleasure, conscious, tender love. He had made love to her, and she floated in heaven as he disengaged his body from hers, turned her onto her side against him, and covered her with the bedclothes, as he usually did. She was sexually satiated, as she usually was. She also felt loved, as she never had before. She would not even consider, she thought sluggishly, why she had been unable to return his words. He found her mouth with his, and kissed her lingeringly. "I love you," he said once more. It was because she could not yet give herself completely to him. There were secrets, barriers of her own making. Secrets that must be told, barriers that must be torn down. And then... But there was no knowing what lay beyond that point. No, she could not speak the words yet. Perhaps never. And yet she loved him as she loved her soul. She loved him more than life. She had loved him since she had set eyes on him, all scarlet and golden and Parisian affectation, that first evening. She would love him until she had taken her last breath, and perhaps even beyond that. The journey from Bowden Abbey to Elm Court usually took 3 days. Luke did it in 2. He felt uneasy being away from Anna. Perhaps he had done the wrong thing to leave her alone, though he could not believe she was in any danger. If Lomax was her former lover, however, and Luke was almost convinced he was, perhaps he was putting temptation in her way by leaving her at home alone. Perhaps he was presenting Lomax with just too good an opportunity. He could not shake from his mind the fact that Anna had failed to respond to his declaration of love 3 times. They had not married each other for love. She was not obliged to love him, and he certainly did not want her to fake a love she did not feel. But he had hoped, and even believed. There had been a special tenderness about their love-making the night before his departure, or so it had seemed to him. He had found it impossible to believe that only he felt it. What they did to each other that night had not been just physical. They had not been 2 separate entities giving and receiving pleasure. They had been man and wife, making love. 1 body, 1 heart, or so it had seemed to him. He had not paused to consider how horrifying or how laughable, depending on how he looked upon it, such a notion would have appeared to him just a year ago. A year ago he had not known that love, in its many forms, could possibly return to him. A year ago he would have resisted such a possibility. But love had returned, including love of his wife, especially love of his wife. But perhaps it was something he alone had felt. Anna had not returned his words. And yet there had been the silent tears. Yes, he had had to leave her. He had to find out the truth. He had to know what was between her and Lomax, whether it was love or something else. Heaven help him, Luke thought, if it was love. The Earl and Countess of Royce were not expecting him, and greeted him in some astonishment, though warmly enough. They were disappointed, of course, to find that he had come alone, and had not brought Anna and Emily with him, and Joy. Lomax? Henry Lomax? Royce frowned over the name when Luke finally began asking his questions, an hour or two after his arrival. No, he had no acquaintance with anyone of that name. It was the expected answer, of course. "Emily told me she had seen him here," Luke said. "He is now living at Wycherley Park, Severidge's home, while Will and Agnes are away. He is close to 50 years of age at a guess. Tall, slim, distinguished-looking, even handsome. Well liked by all. Charming to the ladies." But Royce responded only to the first words. "Emily told you?" he asked, and he looked at his wife and chuckled. "Yes," Luke said, not stopping to explain. Surely her own brother must have discovered that the child could communicate certain facts. Royce frowned again. "But why did you not just ask Anna?" he said. "If Emily saw him here, then so did Anna. Am I missing something?" Luke drew a deep breath. He hated to voice any of his suspicions when Anna did not even realize that he was here. But Royce was her brother, and they had always appeared to him to be a close family. "Anna will not admit to knowing him," he said, "but she does, and he makes her unhappy somehow. I want to find out the truth."
"Perhaps,"
the very young and idealistic Constance said, her voice a tremble,
"you should trust my sister-in-law, Your Grace."
"Connie," her husband said in mingled embarrassment and admonition. "No," Luke said, holding up a staying hand. "She is quite right, Victor. I have explained myself poorly, my dear. Will it help if I explain that I love Anna very dearly, that I want to help remove the burden that is clouding her happiness, if I may? I fear she keeps a secret that for some reason she is afraid to disclose."
"Perhaps 'tis that she is fond of this man,"
Constance said. Her voice still trembled, and she glanced apprehensively at her husband. His youthful sister-in-law was a woman with backbone, Luke thought approvingly. "Perhaps so," he said. "But if 'tis so, my dear, this man who calls himself Lomax has no business following her to the home where her husband has taken her. It would be more honourable and more compassionate to go away and to allow her heart to heal. That is what I shall tell him, if that indeed is Anna's secret."
"Yes,"
Constance said rather sadly, looking down at her hands, and then up to gaze so adoringly at Royce that Luke almost smiled.
"Yes, Your Grace, you are quite right. Forgive me."
"I will always honour a woman who will speak up for the rights of others, madam," he said, and watched her flush with pleasure at the compliment. "I believe," Royce said, "that this man might be Bladen, Sir Lovat Bladen. He leased a house close to ours soon after my mother died, and stayed for a year. After my father's death he went to America, I believe. I had not heard of his returning, but then there is no reason that I should have." Sir Lovat Bladen. The name hammered on a door in Luke's memory that had remained stubbornly closed for a year, and the door suddenly flew open. Luke had been at a notorious gaming hall in France during that first year of his exile, heavily inebriated, when one of the other patrons had been tossed out on his ear, almost literally, for beating insensible one of the whores upstairs and then cheating at cards. It had struck Luke at the time as an interesting point that the latter offence was the one that had got the man, Sir Lovat Bladen, tossed out, the former misdemeanour merely adding fuel to the fire of indignation against anyone who would dare to cheat and get himself caught. Luke had not seen the man before or since that incident, until the morning of his wedding. "Bladen," he said, and raised his eyebrows. "He was very good to us," Royce said, "and especially to Anna. She bore all the burdens of our family problems, you know, after Mamma died. And Papa was—" He flushed. "Well, I suppose Anna has told you." Luke nodded. "There were debts," Royce said, "mostly gaming debts. Bladen bought them all, and allowed us to pay them back in our own time. I suppose he did not charge interest either. I do not know. I was at university and let Anna take care of everything. I have been ashamed since, but she always seemed so capable, and she always insisted that I complete my studies and not worry about anything else. She must have paid off the debts, for I was not presented with any bills after Papa died. We thought at one time Anna would marry Bladen. They seemed fond of each other. 'Twas something of a surprise that he went away just when perhaps she needed him most. Papa's death was a terrible shock to all of us. There were debts. Paid off. Luke doubted it. He doubted it very much. He knew something about how huge gaming debts could be, especially when they were incurred by a man who also drank to excess. Was that what it was? Was that all it was? Luke allowed himself to feel the luxury of a huge relief. She owed the man money. Or rather, Royce owed him money, but Anna, true to form, would not put the burden on her brother's shoulders, but kept it on her own. The foolish woman. His poor, foolish, brave, wonderful Anna. Why in heaven's name had she not come to him? He would have paid all the debts twice over, if necessary, to have her released from the burden of the hold a ruthless man had over her. Why had she not told him, on that very first morning after their wedding, instead of keeping the secret to herself? But thinking of that morning brought back a more chilling memory. Anna had had a lover, or more accurately, since he was not certain of the truth of that, someone had had her virginity. Bladen, in payment of some of the debts. Rape? Luke's blood ran cold, and quite unconsciously his hand strayed to the hilt of his sword.
"Do you think, Vic," Constance asked timidly, "that perhaps some of your father's debts still have not been paid? Is that why he has followed Anna to Bowden? Is that why she is not quite happy?"
"My thoughts exactly, madam," Luke said. Royce looked grim, and somewhat pale. "Zounds," he said. "If that is true, she will have the length of my tongue, begging your pardon, Luke, and he might well have the length of my sword if he has been harassing her. Those debts, if they still exist, are mine." "I will get to the bottom of it," Luke said quietly. "Can you tell me anything else about Bladen?" Royce thought, but he shook his head. "I was away most of that year," he said, but he brightened at a sudden thought. "Perhaps Charlotte will know more. She was here all the time. She married only just before Anna and Agnes went to Aunt Marjorie's in London, you know." Charlotte. Perhaps she would be able to fill in some of the gaps in the story, if there were still gaps. Perhaps everything was just the way it seemed. Luke turned suddenly cold again. If Bladen had raped Anna once, or more than once, perhaps. He was going to have to get back to Bowden Abbey just as soon as possible, Luke decided. Chapter 25. Anna knew she had made a mistake when she let 3 days pass after Luke's departure, and Sir Lovett Bladen came calling on her. Of course he had found out that Luke had gone. It would have been difficult to keep such a thing secret in a country neighbourhood, even if she had tried. And so, in some way, she had let the initiative stay with him. She should have gone and confronted him on the very first day, she thought, as soon as a servant came to the nursery to announce that Colonel Lomax had been shown into the drawing-room. Anna handed Joy reluctantly to Emily and smiled. "I have a visitor," she said. And of course it had to be on an afternoon when there were no other callers, she thought, as she went downstairs with firm steps and shrinking heart. But then perhaps he had known that too. The man seemed omniscient in many ways. At least she was fortunate enough to find that Henrietta was at home and in the drawing-room entertaining their guest. Relations with Henrietta had been difficult lately, but Anna was very thankful to see her on this particular occasion. It was a relief that was short-lived. Henrietta got to her feet, even as Sir Lovett rose to make his bow to Anna. Henrietta smiled dazzlingly at him as she gave him her hand, and then turned her head to look archly at Anna.
"I would not be de trop," she said. "I can see when two people prefer to be alone together. I shall leave."
Anna froze. Sir Lovat bowed over Henrietta's hand, brought her fingers to his lips, and smiled at her. "Ah, you are perceptive, my dear Duchess," he said. "Anna and I thank you." Henrietta, on her way out of the room, her back to Sir Lovat, smiled again at Anna. A rather unpleasant smile. "My Anna," Sir Lovat said, reaching out a hand for hers as soon as they were alone. "We have an ally in your sister-in-law. We are fortunate indeed."
"I believe,"
she said icily, staying where she was, just inside the door,
"in my vocabulary, she would be called an enemy, sir. I shall ring for tea."
But he stepped into her path as she moved. "Anna," he said, "the time will be soon. The time when we will be happy together, though I know you do not believe so now. It should be this week, since a perfect opportunity has presented itself in the absence of your husband. But the child is not weaned." Anna wished suddenly that she was sitting down. She felt dizzy. There was darkness somewhere at the outer edges of her vision. "No," she said curtly. "I would wait until it is," he said. "That has always been my plan. You see how I consider the interests of your daughter as well as yours, my Anna. We will wait a while, but there must be a token of good faith. There has not been one since I came to Wycherley, has there?" "No," Anna said again. "Your poor papa was experiencing particular bad fortune on this particular evening," he said, sympathy in his eyes and voice, as he held out a voucher with her father's signature scrawled at the bottom. A drunken, unsteady signature, but unmistakably his. Anna glanced at the amount, and then stared at it more fixedly. The darkness was approaching closer to the centre of her vision.
£1,000, she said. "I do not have that much money."
"Oh, Anna," he said, "there are other valuables in this house apart from money. There are jewels." All the most valuable jewellery, even her own, was kept in a safe and private place in Luke's room. Anna knew where it was. She even knew where the key was. Luke had never made a secret of its hiding place from her. He kept her jewels there, not to hide them from her, but to keep them safe. Yes, there were more than enough jewels there to pay off this particular debt.
"I do not have access to any of the jewels or other valuables here," she said. "You must give me time."
"I shall do that, my Anna." He smiled at her. "The morning after tomorrow? One day longer than usual? The usual place? You would wish to wean your own child, would you not? You would not like to think of a wet nurse doing it for you?" The darkness closed in completely, and cold air rushed into Anna's nostrils. She stumbled, and felt hands on her arms, and heard a voice talking to her from a long way off. "Luke, Luke, Luke!" "It is I, my dear," Sir Lovat's voice said. She was seated, and his hand was firm against the back of her head, forcing it downward so that the blood would return to it. "How foolish you are not to trust me. Do you not realize that all the money you have given me, and all the jewels you will bring me, have not gone to supply my own greedy needs, but have been set aside for your future happiness?" He stooped down on his haunches and rubbed her hands, one at a time, in an effort to restore warmth to them. She found the energy to snatch them away when he lifted one to his lips. "I cannot steal from my own husband," she said. "Anna," he said reproachfully, "'twould not be theft, my dear. Are the jewels not your own? Can you steal from yourself?"
"They are mine in my capacity as Duchess of Harnden," she said, and she realized what she was doing in her weakness. She was arguing with him. She was not confronting him as she had sworn she would, and she had not brought a weapon to the drawing-room with her.
How satisfying it would be, at this moment, to whip out a knife from among the folds of her skirts and plunge it into his black heart. She would almost gladly hang for such a crime.
"I will take my leave now," he said gently, straightening up before her chair. "You are in no state to entertain a guest for tea, my Anna. The morning after next you will do as you have been instructed, and the largest of your father's debts will be paid."
Anna laughed. After the drawing-room door had closed behind him, she continued to laugh, and the laughter, quite beyond her power for the moment to control, horrified her far more than hysterical tears would have done. Henrietta was waiting among the trees far down the driveway when Sir Lovat Blaydon rode homeward. He touched his tricorn to her, and she smiled, as she had smiled at Anna earlier. "Well," she said, "when is it to be? Soon, I hope."
"Your good wishes for my future happiness and Anna's are touching, madam," he said. "'Twill be when it will be. You will come to me in 3 days' time, as usual."
Henrietta's smile faded. "Oh, la," she said, "you are not going to take advantage of Luke's absence? I begin to believe you merely play games with us all, sir." Sir Lovat leaned forward from his horse's back, set the tip of his riding-whip beneath Henrietta's chin, and raised it.
"You have enjoyed our little games immensely, my dear," he said. "You enjoy degradation. We will see what near public place we can find next time for our carnal delight. Perhaps I will arrange for a servant to be present. Yes, I believe I will. Other games I choose to play, madam, are none of your concern, and your opinion is unsolicited and unwelcome. I trust you will remember not to offer it again."
The point of his whip was pressing rather uncomfortably against Henrietta's neck. She disdained to take a step back, but she dared not answer. She swallowed.
"You are wise," he said. "Another part of this whip would feel a little more painful against another part of your person, Duchess. Good day to you."
He straightened up, touched his whip to his tricorn, and rode on his way. Henrietta looked after him, burning with hatred, and with painful and unrequited desire. At first, Charlotte, complacent and plump with pregnancy, was able to tell Luke no more than her brother had known. Sir Lovat Blaydon had been particularly attentive to Anna. Everyone, not just her family, but the entire neighbourhood, had expected that they would marry, though Charlotte and her sisters had thought him too old for Anna. "But he was very well liked," Charlotte explained. "We all admired him a great deal, except Emily, perhaps. But Emily has always been a little strange. She cannot help it, poor dear. 'Tis her affliction. She used to run away when Sir Lovat called." Luke felt convinced that Emily, if only she could talk, would be able to tell him a great deal more than the others had noticed. He felt frustrated in his efforts to piece together a story.
"Blaydon appeared here soon after your mother's death?" he asked. "Did he ever explain why he came here, and why he came at that particular time?"
"He was looking for a place in the country," Charlotte said with a shrug, "and that particular house was for lease. I suppose he might have chosen any of a dozen different places." Luke did not believe so somehow. He frowned. What was it he was not seeing or not understanding? What was the missing clue? Had Anna met Blaydon somewhere even before that? Had he followed her to Elm Court then, as he had followed her to Bowden now?
"Did Anna go away to school?" he asked. "Was she ever from home for any length of time before your mother's death?"
Charlotte thought, but she shook her head. "Mamma was ill for several years," she said. "Anna was like a mother to us. She was always at home." It seemed, Luke thought, that he would have to take his interpretation of what had happened back to Anna, and hope that she would finally confide the truth to him when confronted with what he already knew. "'Twas a pity," Charlotte said, "that Sir Lovat did not arrive a little sooner than he did. He just missed the chance to become reacquainted with Mamma."
Luke regarded her from hooded eyes. She looked a little disconcerted for a moment.
His family had an acquaintance with Mamma's, Charlotte explained. He and Mamma knew each other as children.
It was strange, Luke thought, how sometimes the most pertinent information on a subject could come out quite by accident. Charlotte had let out this particular piece of information as an aside, as something that had no particular relevance to the matter at hand. And yet to Luke it had enormous significance, suggesting as it did that the arrival of Sir Lovett Blaydon at Elm Court had been no more accidental than his appearance at Bowden. But how could he find out what the significance of that particular piece of information was? Had there been some sort of family feud that he was continuing? Had Anna's mother at one time done him some harm that he wished to avenge? Had he been in love with Anna's mother? How could he find out? Who would know? The answer came to him almost as soon as he had asked himself the question. "Lady Sterne," he said to Charlotte. "She was your mother's friend?"
"Oh, yes," she said, blinking at the abrupt change of topic. "She is Anna's godmother, you know. We all call her Aunt Marjorie, though she is not really our aunt."
"How long were they friends?" Luke asked. "All their lives?"
"They met in London as girls," Charlotte said, "when they were both presented to the Queen. Mamma often told us about it. They remained friends ever after, though Mamma would not allow Aunt Marjorie to come visiting after she became so sick. She did not want to be seen pale and thin and ugly, she used to say. Poor Mamma."
There was a chance, just a chance, that Lady Sterne would have known Blaydon, or at least that Lady Royce had talked of him. It would mean going to London, of course, and delaying his return home by another day at least. He was becoming more uneasy about being away from Anna, but he needed to learn the truth, or as much of it as he could possibly piece together. More and more he was beginning to feel, partly with elation and partly with fear, that whatever it was between Anna and Blaydon, it was not love. He left Elm Court for London early the following morning, one day after his arrival there. Anna was careful to tell a number of people where she was going. It might not seem very proper that she was going alone, with only a maid for company, but she was not concerned with appearances. She just wanted some people to know. She told Mr. Fox and Coates and Mrs. Wynne, and she took with her a coachman, a footman, and her maid. She was paying a morning call on Sir Lovett Blaydon, at the time when his man would be waiting among the trees to watch her set the money and jewellery beneath the stone outside the gamekeeper's cottage, so that he could retrieve them without delay. She was being driven through the gates of Bowden and along the road to Wycherley. She was paying a morning call because it was unlikely she would encounter any other visitors at that time. "Wait here for me," she told the coachman and footman, when the latter handed her down outside the doors of Wycherley. They looked disappointed that they would not have the anticipated visit and ale in the kitchen, but both bowed their acquiescence. "Wait here for me," she told her maid, when Sir Lovett's butler offered to escort her to a visitor's salon leading off the hall, and Penny nodded and bobbed a curtsy, though she looked as disappointed as the men had looked. Anna stood inside the salon for 10 minutes, gazing out the window, drawing some strength from the sight of her own carriage and servants before the doorway. She slipped a hand beneath the ropings of her open gown and through the slit at the side of her petticoat to the pockets taped about her waist beneath her hoops. Her fingers touched cold steel, and suddenly felt as cold as the metal. And for a few moments she was breathless, and the darkness threatened the edges of her vision again. But she was not going to faint today, she decided. Never again. She was not going to be a victim ever again. She should never have allowed him to gain such power over her. When he had talked of witnesses to various crimes, she should have invited him to use them. She should have gambled on pitting her honesty against their lies. Except that there had been so much to lose then, both for herself and, more importantly, for her family. No, she thought now, She must not blame herself for the weakness of the past. In the past it had been necessary, but no longer. Now, giving in to the endless demands protected only herself, making her into an abject, cringing creature. She would not do it any longer. The door opened behind her. She did not turn immediately. "Anna!" He sounded genuinely pleased. "What a very pleasant surprise. You have brought your bundle in person instead of leaving it beneath the stone. I would have asked it, my dear, if I had realized you had the courage to come here alone and risk your reputation. Do take a seat. I shall have refreshments brought." She turned at last to look at him. He was wearing a morning gown of grey silk over his shirt and breeches. Without the padding of waistcoat and skirted coat, he looked thin rather than slim. His wig had not been freshly powdered. She guessed it was yesterday's powder. He looked older than usual. "I want neither a chair nor refreshments," she said, "and as you see, I carry no bundle." She spread her empty hands to the sides. "There is no bundle beneath the stone outside the cottage." He looked sympathetic rather than angry. "He has hidden away the valuables and the keys, my Anna?" he asked. "What sort of a husband is that, I ask you? Not one who loves you as you deserve to be loved, my dear." "I love you." She had a vivid image of Luke's face above hers on her bed, the tender light of love in his eyes to prove the truth of the words he spoke. She thrust the memory back whence it came. "I will not pay any more of my father's debts," she said, "until they have been presented in full to either my husband or my brother, and I will not allow you to make any more threats to me. If you wish to bring any charges against me, you may speak to the appropriate authorities. My husband will be home soon. When he returns, I shall tell him everything. Every single sordid little detail. Perhaps you can make life difficult financially for my brother, sir, and perhaps you can destroy me. Perhaps you can even put a rope about my neck. But I will not allow you to harass and intimidate me ever again. Your power over me is ended as of this moment." He looked at her silently for a few moments, his hands clasped at his back, and then he smiled slowly. "Anna, my dear," he said at last, "you are magnificent. You are finally becoming the woman I always knew you could be." "I will be returning home now," she said. "I have 3 servants with me, sir, and several more at home know where I have come this morning and what time I expect to be home. If you try to detain me, there will be trouble." He laughed. "You are wonderful, my dear," he said. "I kiss my hand to you." He proceeded to do so. "You are free to leave whenever you wish." She stood looking steadily at him for a while, trying to make sense of his reaction. Was it possible that he would let her go so easily? Had it been as simple as this all along, if she had only had the courage to stand up against him? She did not believe it for a moment. She walked past him to the door, and was relieved when he stepped well to one side of her path. "Anna," he said softly as she passed. "My dearest Anna." Her back prickled as she stepped into the hallway and summoned Penny. It bristled as she stepped outside and allowed her footman to hand her into the carriage. It crawled during the seemingly interminable time it took him to climb to his place beside the coachman. And then the carriage lurched into motion. After a few minutes they were off Wycherley Land and on the road back to Bowden. She was free. It was all over. At last, she was free. But she did not believe that either for a single moment. Doris was delighted to see Luke. She hugged him when he arrived at Harnden House and looked beyond him for Anna. He had come on business for a day or two and had left her at home with Joy, he explained. Doris was enjoying the entertainments of the spring season in town and had an even larger court than she had had the year before.
"But if you do not mind being burdened with me for a while longer, I do not believe I will choose a husband from among them, she explained to him. There is no one for whom I feel a particular fondness.
Last year, Luke thought, that argument would probably have meant nothing to him. This year it did. He smiled at her.
"Then you must wait until there is, Dor," he said.
He arranged matters so that he could have a few words alone with his mother.
"I have learned the truth, you know," he told her. "About George's death, that is. You should have told me, Mother. 'Twas something I needed to know."
"No," she said, her face stiff and pale. "You did not need to know anything so shameful. You thought badly enough of him as it was."
"I have learned the full truth," he said. "I have been to his grave, Mother, and wept there. He continued to love me, even though he thought I had tried to kill him. I was angry enough to challenge him, to make a point, but I loved him too dearly to kill him. I aimed well to one side of him, but I hit him."
"He knew it," she said. "He always argued with your father that 'twas so." Luke went down on his haunches suddenly before her and took both her hands in his.
"Mother," he said, "Papa and George are dead. More is the pity. I will grieve for them for the rest of my life. But there are still you and Ashley and Doris and me. Let us love one another while we are alive and have the chance. I was without my family for 10 years and convinced myself that 'twas better so. But I have learned in the past year that family and love are the most precious possessions anyone can own."
His mother sat staring woodenly at the floor. "So many decisions," she said, her tone flat, "have to be made without time to reflect, and without knowledge of what the consequences will be. I had to decide, Lucas, between you on the one side and your father and George on the other. Duty led me to choose them. I have always put duty first since my marriage. I have always put duty before love. What is love, after all, but an emotion to cause us pain and bring us loss? I always loved you best, shameful as the admission is, but I put duty before love."
"Mother."
He warmed her stiff, icy hands with his own.
"Mother."
He raised her hands one at a time to his lips. "I love all of you," she said. "I worry about all of you. With my lips, I try to persuade all of you to be dutiful. With my heart, I am afraid that you will all love and be hurt by love."
"Mother."
He kissed the palm of the hand he held to his lips.
"Mamma."
She looked up at him. "I cannot change, Lucas," she said. "But know that I love you and wish for your happiness. You made a wise choice in Anna."
"Yes."
He squeezed her hands once more and released them as he got to his feet.
"I have to call on Lady Stern with a message from Anna, and then I must hurry home to her. All is well with Doris?"
"All is well," his mother said. "She is a year older in age than she was last year, and 5 years older in experience, I vow." Luke called on Lady Stern without delay, and was fortunate to find her at home with his uncle. They were seated quite respectably in her drawing-room. Luke knew that they were lovers. He knew, too, that they were ever discreet, and would not have dreamed of making love to each other in the home of either. "Mercy on me," Lady Stern said, coming across the room to Luke, both hands extended. "As handsome as ever, Harnden. But you left Anna and the child at Bowden. For shame."
"Hark ye, lad,"
Lord Quinn said sternly, on his feet too.
"I'll not have the two of you drifting apart merely because the first year of marriage is past. Pox on it, but marriage is the damnedest thing."
"Oh, pshaw," Lady Stern said. "Pay him no heed, Harnden."
"I need some information that I hope you can supply, madam,"
Luke said, taking the offered chair. Lady Stern raised her eyebrows in inquiry.
"The late Lady Royce, your friend," he said, "grew up knowing a family by the name of Bladen. In particular, a boy of about her age named Lovett. The father would have been a baronet, I believe. Did she ever mention this man or this family to you?"
"Egad, Luke,"
his uncle said.
"you ask some strange questions."
"The man took up residence at Elm Court immediately following Lady Royce's death," Luke said, "and he has leased Wycherley Park from Severidge under an assumed name. Anna pretends not to know him, but Emily does know him, and she does not like him. I have just come from Elm Court, where I spoke to Royce and to Charlotte."
"Lud," Lady Stern said almost in a whisper. "Anna is harbouring a secret."
"Look here, Luke," Lord Quinn said. "You may bring naught but grief on yourself by prying into your wife's secrets."
"Anna is not happy," Luke said. "And I love her, Theo. Oh, yes, the two of you can congratulate each other on the total success of your schemes. I love her. Therefore I must find out the truth."
"But as I live, I have never heard the name," Lady Stern said. "Bladen." She frowned in thought. "You are quite sure it is not Blakely? Lowell Blakely?"
Luke stared at her. "Perhaps," he said. "What do you know of him, madam?"
"He was a handsome lad," Lady Stern said. "Tall and slender and dark, or so Lucy said. I never saw him myself. He was quite in love with her, and she had been infatuated with him when she was very young. She had promised, when she was just a young girl, to marry him, but even before her papa brought her to London, she had grown tired of his persistence and his ardour and his jealousy. He used to smuggle letters to her quite shamelessly after she came here. She used to complain of them to me. She started to return them unopened, and then she met Royce, and no man ever existed for her after that."
"And she never heard from from Blakely again?" Luke asked.
"Only once, as far as I know," Lady Stern said. "She was married in London. I remember her telling me afterward that he was standing outside the church, silently watching, when she came out on Royce's arm. Lud, it quite gave me the shudders when she told me that."
Luke felt it now himself, a deep inward shudder. "The man who now calls himself Colonel Henry Lomax," he said, "was standing outside the church when I brought Anna out after wedding her."
"Mercy on us," Lady Stern said.
"Sounds,"
Lord Quinn said. "I believe," Luke said, getting to his feet, "I had better return to Bowden as quickly as I can." He bowed. "You will excuse me, madam?"
"Egad!"
Lord Quinn jumped up too.
"I'll come with you, lad. I can still shoot a pistol and hit my target, I warrant you. If this Blakely Bladen Lomer, or whoever he is, thinks to lay one finger on that girl, he will find himself staring down the barrel of a gun with my itchy finger on the trigger. Devil a bit. I'll not be able to escort you to the Minden soiree tonight, Marge, my dear."
"Oh, do go with Handen, Theo," she said,
her hands pressed to her mouth.
"Oh, Anna, my dear little Anna."
Luke did not argue. For almost 10 years in France, his sword and his pistol had been the only friends and the only defence he had felt need of, and both had been quite adequate in protecting him. But for those 10 years he had not had love to protect, or Anna. He felt sick with worry. Why in heaven's name had he left her there alone? He had seen only unhappiness. He had not dreamed of danger. Chapter 26. Anna returned to Bowden Abbey late in the morning, the day after her visit to Sir Lovett Bladen. She had been visiting the wife of one of her husband's labourers, a woman who had just given birth to her 8th child. Anna was feeling happy, quite light-heartedly happy. Luke had been away for 6 days, and should be home tomorrow or the day after. There was a little sick lurching of the stomach when she thought of all she must tell him on his return, but only a little. He knew her well enough by now, surely, to believe that she was neither a thief nor a murderer, and to understand why she had become involved in some shady dealings. And he would understand about that other ugly deed too. though the thought of telling him the details of that made her shudder. It seemed almost better to let him go on believing that she had had a lover. But she would tell him. She wanted everything off her mind and her conscience. Everything. Surely Luke would believe her story, and surely he would be able to protect her from anything Sir Lovat tried to do to her. Looking back now, she could not understand why she had not told him everything at the start, on that first dreadful morning when he had suggested that openness between them was essential to a workable marriage. Surely even then he would have helped her. But it was hard now to look back on Luke as he had been then, and on herself as she had been. At that time he had not yet looked into her eyes with that special light in his own. At that time he had not yet told her that he loved her. He had told her quite the opposite, in fact. He had said that there would be no love between them, and she had seen steel in his eyes. "I love you." She could hear him saying the words the night before his departure. She could see the look in his eyes, and she quickened her steps up to the nursery, feeling so happy, despite her anxieties, that it was difficult not to break into a run. What would the servants think if they saw her do that? Anna smiled at the thought. She stopped abruptly in the doorway of the nursery. The room was empty. What a disappointment! Where had Nurse taken Joy? It was a fine day outside, but the baby's nurse always avoided the outdoors, unless she had been given direct instructions to take the child out. She had the strange notion that fresh air was harmful to a child below the age of 1. Anna crossed the room and jerked on the bell pull. If the nurse had Joy somewhere in the house, then Anna would take her outside herself. Perhaps she would take her all the way to the falls. Emmy could come with them. The outing would help fill in time, so that the day would pass quickly. Though she must not expect Luke tomorrow, she told herself. If she did, she would be disappointed if he did not come. She would be disappointed anyway. She smiled again. The nurse came into the room alone. "Where is Joy?" Anna asked. She must be with Emmy, though Emmy never took her out of the nursery. The nurse smiled. "The Duchess took her out for a picnic, Your Grace," she said. "I thought you would be pleased. She has never shown much interest in the child before. Packed a bag full of changing cloths, she did, and some extra clothes. As if she were going for a week, I told her." She laughed. "Though I told her, too, she could not keep Lady Joy out for very long because she would want her feed. That will be another hour, Your Grace." Henrietta. She had taken Joy for a picnic. Alone, with no nurse, with clothes that she would change herself. Anna remembered suddenly the smile Henrietta had given her when leaving her and Sir Lovat alone in the drawing-room 3 days ago. She felt instantly uneasy, even frightened. Henrietta had never shown any interest in Joy. "Where did she go for the picnic?" she asked. "She did not say, Your Grace." For the first time the nurse looked uneasy herself. "But she did say that she spoke to you at breakfast." Anna left the room without another word and hastened down the stairs, though she stopped halfway and hurried back up to her dressing-room, where she took the knife from the drawer where she had hidden it the day before and slipped it into her pocket again. The action frightened her, and she tried to tell herself that she was being absurd. She rushed back down the stairs. But where would she begin looking? And why would she need to look? In another hour or less, Joy would be hungry, and would first fuss and then cry lustily. Henrietta would come hurrying back when that happened, even if she did not return sooner. She had done this deliberately, Anna thought, merely to be tiresome. How she disliked Henrietta, and how sad she felt at the change in their relationship. There had seemed to be so much love and friendship at first. Henrietta, Anna saw as she stood uncertainly in the doorway, was strolling in leisurely fashion through the formal gardens toward the house, alone. She stopped walking and smiled when Anna came hurrying toward her. It was that same smile she had worn in the drawing-room a few days ago. "Where is Joy?" Anna asked. She was seriously frightened now.
"Quite safe," Henrietta said. "She is with your lover."
"What?"
The darkness threatened again.
"I value our friendship, even if you do not, you see,"
Henrietta said, her eyes glittering with that strange look of triumph.
"I still love you, Anna. I have been helping you, making your elopement easier. You have only yourself to take to the gamekeeper's cottage. The child is there already. You are fortunate that your lover is willing also to take the child. Many men would not, but he appears quite to dote on her."
"Oh, dear God!"
Anna gazed wildly at her sister-in-law.
"What have you done, Henrietta? He is not my lover, and now he has kidnapped Joy. You must go for help, please."
She clutched at the other woman's sleeve.
"Go and tell Mr. Fox and Coates. Get them to send as many men servants as possible, and quickly. Please, Henrietta, please."
Henrietta continued to smile.
"Of course," she said. "Of course, Anna. You run along. Did I do wrong?"
But Anna did not stay to answer. In her panic, she broke into the run that in her happiness she had resisted inside the house. She dared not think as she ran, though thoughts and images teemed unbidden through her mind. Sir Lovat with Joy in his arms, Sir Lovat threatening to dash out her brains on the stone outside the gamekeeper's cottage unless Anna promised to bring them money and jewels and to keep her mouth shut when Luke came home. She would do it too. She would sell her soul to get her child safely back. She had to pause on the bridge, one hand pressed to her side as she gasped for air.
"Oh, dear God,"
she prayed as she stumbled onward.
"Dear God, please, dear God."
God had seemed her friend again lately. Was he to turn deaf ears to her pleas again now? But it was a child for whom she prayed now, a helpless infant, an innocent.
"Please, dear God, please, dear God."
A man stood in the clearing before the cottage, a man she had not seen before. Undoubtedly the servant who had delivered the letters and left the bills beneath the stone and retrieved her money. Perhaps she had seen him once ride up to the house. Anna came to an abrupt halt at the edge of the trees.
"Where is she?"
she demanded.
"Where does he have her?"
The man set his fingers to his lips and whistled piercingly. Then he grinned at her. A few moments later, Sir Lovat Bladen stepped out from among the trees opposite, a blanket-bound bundle in his arms. The baby was still and quiet. Was she dead? Anna stumbled toward him, arms outstretched.
"Give her to me," she begged. "Oh, please give her to me."
She did not even try to control the hysterical sobs that came with the words. But two strong hands clamped onto her upper arms from behind before she could get close enough and held her still.
"Dearest Anna,"
Sir Lovat said, smiling tenderly,
"the time has come. There is a gate in the wall close by. My carriage awaits beyond. Do not worry that you bring no trunks or boxes. I have provided them for you, and I would prefer that you bring nothing that he has bought for you. Come, my dear."
"What?"
Hysteria gave place to frozen terror.
"Where are you taking me?"
"Home, my dear," he said. "I am taking you and the child to the home I prepared for you more than a year ago. In America, my Anna. Across the ocean, where we can be at peace together, with no one to pursue or find us."
"Oh, dear God,"
she said.
"Come,"
he said, and he nodded to the servant, who still held her arms from behind.
"We will talk as we travel."
"No,"
she shrieked.
"You cannot take us to America, not without a word to my husband. And you cannot take Joy. She is his daughter."
"She belongs to you,"
Sir Lovat said. His tender gaze was transferred to the sleeping child in his arms.
"And to me now. She is beautiful, my Anna. But come, no more delay."
Anna struggled against the servant, who urged her forward.
"Take me if you must,"
she said. She was sobbing again.
"But please, send Joy home. Oh, please. She is his. She belongs here with him. Please send her back home. I will come without a struggle if you will, but send her home."
But Sir Lovat merely nodded curtly to his servant, who swept her up into his arms and strode with her through the trees to the gate she had never seen before, and beyond it to a waiting carriage. He thrust her inside, and Sir Lovat climbed in behind her, the baby still in his arms. Anna moved to the corner of the seat and reached out her arms blindly. He set the baby in them and seated himself beside her. Anna bent her head over the warm bundle of her daughter and wept as the door was firmly closed from the outside. A moment later, the carriage lurched into motion. Emily clutched the gate-post and watched the carriage disappear along the road. She felt such panic that for a full minute she stood rooted to the spot. She could not decide whether to go running after the carriage or to race to the village, which she could reach in perhaps 5 minutes if she ran without stopping, or to run all the way back to the house. But she stood rooted to the spot in despair. There was no point in trying to follow the carriage on foot, and if she ran into the village, she would not be able to make anyone understand that her sister and her niece had been abducted. If she ran back to the house, a great deal of time would be wasted, and she would still face the same problem. Ashley! Oh, Ashley! She started to cry in her fright and frustration, and then turned back to the house. She had to make someone understand. She had to. But not when she was around. Henrietta. Emily had seen Henrietta take the baby from the nursery, and had been struck by how unusual an event it was, especially the fact that she also brought from the nursery a large bag of supplies. How foolish the nurse was, Emily had thought, letting the baby go so easily when Anna was not at home to permit it, and Luke had gone away for a week. Emily had followed, keeping well behind the woman and child, careful not to be seen. And to her amazement, it had soon become obvious to her that Henrietta was taking the familiar route to the gamekeeper's cottage. Emily had watched it all, the meeting with Sir Lovat Bladen, his taking the baby and smiling down at her, Henrietta smiling and happy and turning back to the house. But Emily had stayed where she was, sick with terror and bewilderment and indecision. Should she show herself and try to wrest the baby away from him? But that servant Emily had seen before was there too. It would do no good to show herself. It was her duty to keep herself hidden, so that at the very least she could tell Anna where the baby had gone. She had stood there long enough for despair to set in. Sir Lovat had disappeared with Joy, while his servant had remained, pacing up and down before the cottage, waiting. Waiting for what? For whom? For Anna? But of course for Anna. Henrietta would return to the house and tell her about Joy, and Anna would come for her. But surely not alone. Surely she would bring servants who could help get the baby back. Emily had known that Anna would come alone, and so she had stood hidden, helplessly watching the scene before her, as Anna had struggled to reach the baby, and as she had eventually been carried away by the servant, Sir Lovat following with the baby. Emily had followed them cautiously and had discovered the gate, which she had never seen before, despite her wanderings. And she had seen the carriage drive away, and had experienced the greatest frustration and despair of her life. How was she to tell anyone, she thought, as she hurried back in the direction of the house? Henrietta would doubtless have told some plausible story to account for the absence of Anna and Joy, so that for many hours no one would even realize that they were missing. How was she, Emily, to convey that message? And even if she could, even if someone understood and believed her, how could she tell anyone where he had taken them? To America, across the ocean. She had seen his lips form the words. She remembered Anna's explaining to her, when Bladen had left Elm Court after Papa's death, that America was far, far away at the other side of the world,
across the vast ocean. Emily had known that Anna was glad he had gone so far away, and had hoped he would never come back. Emily had hoped it too, and now he was taking Anna and Joy there. How was she to explain this to anyone? Emily could feel the pain of her breathlessness and her sobs as she hurried onward. "I am what?" Anna stared wide-eyed at Sir Lovat Blaydon, ignoring Joy's protests at being held so close and at not having her early hunger pangs satisfied. "I am what?" Sir Lovat chuckled and looked fondly back at her.
"Yes, 'tis true," he said. "You see what a wonderful secret I have hugged to myself all this time, my Anna. You are my daughter, mine and my beloved Lucy's."
"I most certainly am not," she said, indignation flashing from her eyes. "How dare you suggest such a thing, sir?"
His eyes softened.
"I know 'tis a shock to you, my dear," he said. "I know you were fond of the man you called father, worthless drunkard as he was. But in truth, you are mine, Anna."
"Liar!"
she spat at him. "Anna," he said, not at all perturbed by her fury,
"dearest Anna, do you know how many months after your dear mamma's marriage you were born?"
Her eyes widened again.
"She fell," she said. "I was born a month early. I was so small that 'twas thought I would not live, and mamma almost did not survive."
"Ah, Anna," he said, "that was the story she told your papa, my dear. 'Twas fortunate you were small. He might have suspected the truth had you been larger."
Anna felt suddenly cold, and filled to the brim with horror. It could not be.
Oh, it could not. Mamma and this man? Papa cuckolded. Herself the daughter of the fiend who had stalked her and tormented her for 3 years. She would rather die than have it be true.
Only gradually did she realize what was causing unbearable aggravation to her anguish. Joy was crying lustily.
"See to the child, my Anna," Sir Lovat said. "My dear granddaughter. She is hungry."
"She is wet and hungry," Anna said.
"Ah, but I had the forethought to have supplies brought with her," he said,
placing the bag of changing cloths and clean clothing on the seat opposite. Anna changed the baby over her continued protests. And all the while, as she stood awkwardly, feet braced against the swaying of the carriage, she pictured the movements she would have to make to get at the knife in her pocket without his seeing, and the way she would have to swing around and stab with it. Stab hard enough to kill. But the space was too confined, and if she was not successful, all hope would be finally gone. Besides, Joy was in the carriage. It would be far too dangerous to try to wield a knife while she lay on the carriage seat.
"Here."
Sir Lovat smiled as she sat down again with the furious baby.
"A shawl to guard your modesty in the presence of your father, Anna."
He wrapped it about her shoulders, a beautiful cashmere shawl that enabled her to loosen her clothes at the front and set Joy to her breast, without the embarrassment of exposing herself to a man who was not her husband. "Oh, Luke!" The child suddenly fell silent. It seemed strange to Anna, at this particular time, and in this particular place, to feel the pleasurable suction of her baby's mouth drawing milk from her. Strangely normal, in a situation that had no other normality about it. Sir Lovat chuckled.
"She was hungry," he said. "I did not want you to marry, Anna. You know that. Since we were forced to live apart during your growing years, you and I thought it would be enough for both of us to have only each other for the rest of my days. But I allowed you to marry, after all, so that we could have a child in our home. Your child, my grandchild, 3 generations together. The 2 of you to gladden my heart through old age until my passing. And then you will still have the comfort of little Joy when I am gone, Anna."
I am not your daughter, Anna said firmly, and my child is not your granddaughter. This is absurd, bizarre. Even if 'twere true, your behaviour is incomprehensible. Why have you done all these things to me in the past 3 years? Why do you want me all to yourself? Any normal father would be delighted to see his child happily wed and happily producing more grandchildren for him.
You were attached to people who were no concern of yours, Anna, he said. To that worthless man, who would have brought ruin to his own family if I had not come to his rescue, and to a boy and girls who are only your half-brother and sisters, one of them not even quite human. It hurt, Anna, and to know that my Lucy, your dear mother, was torn cruelly from my arms by parents who insisted she marry an earl. Anna, all your life you have been kept from me. You were even given his name, but no more. You are Anna Blakely, my real name, and my granddaughter is Joy Blakely. Joy indeed. I am glad you gave her that name. At last we are all together. Do not blame me for wanting us always to be together. I will make you happy, my Anna. Happier than you have ever dreamed of being.
I am happy with my husband, she said. I love him. This child is his, ours. She disengaged her nipple from Joy's mouth and lifted the child to her shoulder. She rubbed her back gently and patted it to dislodge any wind she had swallowed. Mercifully, he fell silent while she finished feeding her child. Anna tried to keep her mind calm. She tried to think coolly and rationally. She tried to plan ahead. Were they close enough to the coast to board ship today? What were the chances anyway that there would be a ship in port that was bound for America and ready to be boarded? Would they put up somewhere on land for the night? At an inn? Would she have a chance there to enlist help from the landlord or another guest? Would there be an opportunity to use her knife and make her escape with Joy? But there was the servant who had carried her to the carriage, and a coachman. And then a thought struck her out of nowhere. Of course. But of course. She turned her head and tried to keep the triumph out of her face and her voice. I am not your daughter, she said. I can prove it.
Dear Anna, he murmured.
My father, she said, emphasizing the words, used to keep a miniature of his mother, my grandmother, in his room. I now have it in mine at Bowden Abbey. I am so like her that it has always been a source of wonder and amusement to my family. It looks as if I dressed up in clothes of an earlier era for the portrait painter. Everyone who sees it agrees. If you were to look at that portrait, you would be in no doubt whatsoever that she was my grandmother, that Papa was my father. For the first time, there was something of an ugly look on Sir Lovat Bladen's face.
"'Tis easy to imagine likenesses within families," he said. "Lucy, your mother, was mine, my Anna. Mine. Ours was a love rarely encountered in this world, a love that she carried to her grave, a love I shall carry to mine, a love that will reunite us for eternity. And you are a product of that love."
"Even without the portrait as proof," she said, "I would not believe it of Mamma. She would not have done such a thing. She would certainly not have deceived Papa with another man's child. And when it comes to love of a rare intensity, sir, then such a love was shared by my Mamma and Papa. I am ashamed that I doubted Mamma, and half believed you for even a single moment. Take me back home. I am not yours. There is no relationship whatsoever between us." His eyes glittered with a light that frightened her. But he spoke pleasantly enough.
"Shock usually brings denial with it at first, my Anna," he said. "You will believe the truth eventually. When you see how I love you and how I have provided for you and my granddaughter, you will believe it. America is a beautiful country, new and vast, a place for fresh starts, a place for freedom.
Freedom. It had been a slim hope that he would be convinced by her words and would take her back home. But Anna was now convinced that there was not even the possibility of his story being true. Her mother just had not been the type of person to have given herself to another man a scant month before her marriage, and her mother had clearly loved her father very dearly. Sir Lovat Blaydon must know, then, that she could not possibly be his daughter. But did he know that he lied? Was he mad? Had he convinced himself of the truth of the lie? The possibility that he was mad caught at Anna's breathing and threatened to bring panic and hysteria. But she would not give in to either. It would do no good at all. If there was any shred of hope left, and she had to cling to hope, it was essential that she stay calm and keep thinking clearly. She must keep looking about with her eyes and her mind for any small opportunity for escape that presented itself. Joy, satisfied by her meal, refreshed by her long morning sleep, was eager to play. Anna smiled at her, love constricting her heart, and played while her captor looked on, chuckling indulgently. Chapter 27. It was the middle of the afternoon. Full daylight, a pleasant day with blue sky and white scudding clouds. Clawing fears and wild imaginings seemed foolish somehow when one descended from the carriage and stood on the terrace and looked about at the peaceful beauty of Bowden Abbey. Luke looked somewhat apologetically at his uncle.
"I believe we will find that you have been dragged away from the pleasures of town for naught, Theo,"
he said. But he hurried up the steps and through the doors into the hall and immediately demanded to know where he might find her Grace, his wife.
"The Duchess is from home, your Grace,"
Coates said with a bow for Luke and another for Lord Quinn, who had hurried in behind him.
"Ah," Luke said. "And where might she have gone, Coates?"
His butler inclined his head in another bow.
"She took Lady Joy out for a picnic, your Grace," he said, "despite the fact that the child's nurse feels that so much fresh air will be harmful to her lungs."
Luke turned to look at his uncle, eyebrows raised.
"Out on a picnic, Theo," he said. "So much for our fears. I have a mind to join them after being so long cooped up inside the carriage. Will you come too? Did her Grace say where she was going, Coates?"
But even as the butler shook his head, Henrietta appeared in the archway that led to the staircase. She was smiling, and looking beautiful and happy, as if they had not had words before his departure, Luke thought, making her a stiff bow.
"Henrietta," he said, "I trust we find you well."
"Very well, I thank you," she said. "You have brought Uncle Theo with you. How lovely it is to see you, sir."
She crossed the hallway toward him, one hand extended graciously, just as if she was still mistress of Bowden, and he bowed over it.
"As lovely as ever, I see, my dear," he said. "You did not join Anna for the picnic?"
Henrietta smiled archly.
"I would have felt quite out of place, uncle," she said. "Anna has more congenial company than mine. She is picnicking on Colonel Lomax's land at his invitation. I declare he quite fancies her, though Anna is all propriety, of course."
"She is at Lomax's?"
Luke said, exchanging a glance with his uncle. All his anxieties returned. God, but he should not have left her. He should not have assumed that she would be safe at Bowden Abbey without him.
"Coates, send orders to have my horse saddled immediately. Theo? And one for me, Coates, if you please," Lord Quinn said. "Egad, but I do not like it."
"But 'tis merely a picnic,"
Henrietta said, all wide-eyed innocence. And then another figure came hurtling through the arch and launched itself at Luke, making noises that seemed not quite human.
"Emily?"
He touched a hand to the back of her head as her arms came about his waist. She tipped back her head almost immediately and looked at him so piteously that he frowned.
"Something is wrong?"
he asked. She nodded vigorously, but Henrietta spoke from behind her back.
"Anna would not allow her to go on the picnic," she said. "The poor girl could not understand the reason. She has come to you for comfort, Luke."
Luke fixed his eyes on the wild face that gazed up into his. "I must go and bring Anna home," he said. "She has gone to Wycherley with Joy for a picnic. We will talk when I return." But Emily shook her head fiercely and tightened her arms about his waist. "What is it?" he asked, frowning. "Anna is not at Wycherley?" Again the headshake. "Where is she, then?" he asked. Emily had to take a step back in order to use her arms. She pointed wildly, first in one direction and then another, and then she gestured furiously away from herself with both arms. "Oh, we are losing time," Luke said in some frustration. "I do not understand you, my dear. Henrietta says that she has gone on a picnic with Colonel Lomax." And then Emily was shaking her head wildly again and turning to point accusingly at Henrietta. She made a cradling gesture with her arms, pointed at Henrietta again, and gestured toward the outside door before gazing imploringly back into Luke's face. Luke frowned again. "Henrietta had the baby," he said, "but Anna went out alone with Joy." Emily shook her head. "Hark ye, Luke," Lord Quinn said. "I believe the child is trying to say that Henrietta took the child somewhere." Emily, who had realized somehow that he was talking, had watched him intently. She nodded her head eagerly now.
"I took the baby?"
Henrietta laughed lightly.
"La, how ridiculous! You know, Luke, that I have never had a great deal to do with your daughter. I am reminded too strongly of the child I lost. The girl should be locked up for indulging in such insane fantasies."
But Luke was beginning to feel a return of the panic that had brought him dashing home a day earlier than planned, bringing his uncle with him. "Emily," he said, taking her by the upper arms and speaking very distinctly, "what does Colonel Lomax have to do with this? Did Henrietta take the baby to him?" Emily nodded, and Luke felt all his insides perform a somersault.
"This is preposterous," Henrietta said.
"To Wycherley?" Luke asked Emily. She shook her head and gestured outward, away from the house. "Somewhere fairly close to here?" he asked. "On Bowdenland?" She nodded. "And Anna was not with them?" "No," she told him with her head. "So Lomax had the baby," Luke said, willing panic down so that he could think straight and find the truth as fast as possible. "Is Anna with them now?" A nod. "How did she find out?" Luke asked. "Did Henrietta come for her?" Another nod, and Emily turned to point at Henrietta again.
"The girl is mad," Henrietta said scornfully. "You are not going to believe a half-wit, Luke?"
"Egad, madam," Lord Quinn said, "if you do not hold your tongue until you are invited to use it, I vow I may forget that I am a gentleman." "So Anna went to them," Luke was saying to Emily. "You saw this?" Tears brightened her eyes, and she blinked them away. "And she went away with him," Luke said. "He forced her, Emily?" "Yes," her nodding head told him. God, but why had no one, himself for example, ever tried to teach the girl a more adequate language to use? Why had no one ever tried to teach her to read and write? "Emily!" Unconsciously he grasped her arms more tightly. How could she possibly answer his next question? "Where did he take them? Do you know?" "Yes," she told him. "To Wycherley?" "No." God! To London? No. Where would he be likely to take them? Somewhere safe from pursuit, a place where a frantic husband was unlikely to find them. Emily had already indicated that the place was not London, but she knew where the place was. "To France?" he asked. "No." "Zounds!" Lord Quinn said. "Did you not tell me the scoundrel went to America after Royce's death, lad?" "America, of course." "To America, Emily?" She nodded, and the tears spilled over, and her face crumpled into misery. Luke drew her close and set his arms about her, and over her head he looked directly at Henrietta.
You, madam," he said very softly, "will stay just where you are until I have a moment to deal with you. Say a prayer of thanks while you wait that it will be only a moment. Perhaps, if I bring my wife and daughter safely home with me, my temper will have cooled before I deal with you more thoroughly." "Egad," Lord Quinn said, "the villainy of the woman! Confine her to her room, lad, with coats to guard her. You will be going in pursuit. I will come with you."
"No," Luke said. "I would rather you stayed here, Theo, to protect Emily from that witch. Devil take it! Where would he have taken them? Southampton, do you think?"
"Most likely, lad," his uncle agreed. "Fresh horses for the carriage, Coates," Luke said, "and quick about it."
Emily was gazing up at him again, with reddened eyes and untidy hair and frantic hope.
"I am going after them, my dear," he said. "I will bring them back safely, never fear. You will stay here. Lord Quinn will see to it that you are safe. I will bring them back."
He raised her hands to his lips and forced himself to smile. Lord Quinn took the girl by the hand and smiled at her with avuncular gentleness, and led her toward the stairs.
"You understand lips, do you, girl?" he said. "Up we go, then. A cup of tea 'twill be for you and me."
Henrietta lifted her chin and looked at Luke. "I did it because I love you," she said. "I have always loved you, even though pride and misery caused me to imply otherwise the last time we spoke. I did it because they are lovers, and she is not worthy of you. How do you even know that child is yours?"
"Madam," he said, his voice and his eyes so icy that there was a flicker of alarm in her own eyes, "be thankful for 3 things. First, that my time is very limited. 'Twill not take long for fresh horses to be brought up. Second, that you are not a man. If you were, you would be feeling a horsewhip about your shoulders. Third, that I do not hold with the chastisement of women. If I did, you would find that I have a heavy hand."
"You never loved me," she said. "I was deceived in you. I thought you the love of my life."
"If you wish to see the love of your life," he said, with cold contempt, "I suggest you look in the mirror, madam. You seduced my brother for his title and wealth, and set a distance between me and him that was never breached. You lied to me, and killed a part of me for 10 years. You effectively killed my brother. You have used friendship during the past year to try to put doubts and misery in Anna's mind, and have tried to seduce me. And now you have put the lives of my wife and child in grave danger. I will not make the excuse for you that perhaps you did not realize that. I believe you know it very well." She opened her mouth to speak, but closed it again. Coates coughed from behind Luke.
"The carriage is ready to leave, Your Grace,"
he said. Luke kept his eyes on Henrietta a moment longer. "You will escort her Grace to her apartments, Coates," he said, "and see to it that a guard is kept outside her door at all times. She is not to leave her rooms under any circumstances." He did not wait to see his orders carried out. He strode from the house. He had promised Emily he would bring Anna and Joy safely home. He felt very much less certain when he was back on the road, alone inside his carriage this time, on a trail that might well be cold by this time, travelling in a direction that he was not at all sure was the correct one. Anna, he thought, setting his head back against the cushions and closing his eyes and feeling immediately dizzy. My God, Anna. And Joy. They were indeed close enough to the coast to reach it before nightfall, and there was indeed a ship bound for America in port, but it would not sail until the morrow, and could not be boarded until first light. They were forced to take rooms at an inn close to the waterfront, a single bedchamber with a private sitting-room. Anna must be a good girl, Sir Lovett warned her before he took her inside the inn. Any attempt to draw attention to herself might well result in harm to the child. He took the baby into his own arms as soon as they left the carriage, and she would accomplish nothing else. The innkeeper had been well paid to ignore her, and his servant would be stationed outside the door of their rooms for the rest of the evening and all night. "You will be happy enough once we are on our way," Sir Lovat told her. "'Twill be a wondrous adventure, my Anna. But 'tis natural that now you look back in some regret." And so she found herself, late in the evening, pacing the floor of the sitting-room, ignoring her captor's suggestion that she sit down and relax, or retire to the bedchamber for the night. "We make an early start in the morning, my dear," he told her. Her knife was still where it had been from the beginning, but gradually, through the evening, she had nudged back the robings of her gown and widened the slit in the side of her petticoat, and arranged the haft of the knife so that it was tilted toward the edge of the pocket. She could draw it quickly, but having done so, would she be able to kill with it? To jab for the heart with such force that the blade would not simply become entangled with the fabric of coat and waistcoat and shirt, but would penetrate flesh? The thought of killing was frankly terrifying. But to save Joy, to save herself, to give them a chance to see Luke again. Oh, yes, she could do it, and she would do it too, as soon as a chance presented itself. The trouble was that he would not allow her to take Joy into the bedchamber, although she had been asleep for more than an hour, and would probably sleep all night. Anna could not risk having an unsheathed knife in the same room with her daughter. What if she failed, and he punished her by stabbing the baby with her own knife? The thought sent a deep shudder through her, and so she procrastinated. When would be a good time? Would a good time ever present itself, as though on a platter? Would it not have to be created? But when? There would be only one chance. Only one. She had no other weapon. No one would come to her rescue. No one knew where she was. The only help she could expect must come from herself, and from her knife. Oh, dear God. Oh, Luke. But there was no point in giving in to panic or self-pity, and so she paced, until a sound outside the door had her stopping abruptly and straining to hear. It was not loud, but it sounded like a scuffle. She was not mistaken. Sir Lovat, too, was suddenly alert. He was half out of his chair by the time a grunt outside the door was followed almost immediately by the crash of the door opening inward and colliding with the inner wall. "I regret to inform you, Blakeley," Lucas Kendrick, Duke of Hondon, told Sir Lovat, all cold formality, "that your servant has met with a little accident. I believe he is, to put the matter bluntly, dead." The unsheathed sword he held in his right hand was red to the hilt and dripped onto the worn carpet. Anna's trembling hands went to her mouth. "Dear God, thank you. Dear God, let me not be dreaming. Not unless the whole thing is a dream." Luke had been sick with worry throughout the journey. There were several ports from which one might sail to America, including London itself. What if Blakeley had not made for the nearest one? And what if he had, and had had the good fortune to find a ship about to sail? And how was Luke to find them in Southampton anyway? Blakeley, he remembered now that he thought about it, had always ridden in a plain carriage. Luke doubted he would recognize it even if he saw it. It was evening by the time he reached Southampton, but as it turned out, tracking down his quarry proved almost unbelievably easy. There was a ship bound for America the next day. The captain was on board and confirmed the fact that Sir Lowell Blakeley had booked passage for himself and for his daughter and her child. They were to board soon after first light on the morrow. Given that fact, it was unlikely that they had put up at an inn very far from the quay, the captain gave as his opinion. There were 4 inns within a stone's throw, so to speak. They were not at either the White Horse or the Dolphin. The landlords of both watched the gold coins Luke jingled absently in one hand with some wistfulness, but could give him no information. The landlord at the George was a different story. He licked his lips at sight of the coins and glanced with shifty eyes in the direction of the stairs. He had already denied knowledge of the travellers. Luke casually added 2 more coins to the others.
"Well, there is a gent with a lady and a babe in number 12, and it please your worship," the man said. "But I vow I do not know if 'tis your man."
"Who else is with them?" Luke asked, the coins suspended over his closed fingers halfway across the taproom counter.
"A manservant," the innkeeper said. "He is on guard outside the room, your worship. He has a pistol, but I will have any damage to my good house paid for in full, do you hear?"
Luke looked steadily into the man's eyes as he dropped the coins into his open palm. The landlord licked his lips and turned shifty-eyed again.
"As I was a-saying," he said, "you should find the gent in number 12, your worship."
The man who was sitting outside room number 12, looking bored, was the same man who had refused to deliver Anna's letter into Luke's hand one morning at the gates to Bowden Abbey. He lost his look of boredom as soon as he caught sight of Luke, bounded to his feet, and assumed a posture of defence, both hands clenched into fists and raised menacingly before him. Luke would have been content to knock the man insensible, but even as he moved in with his fists, evaded his opponent's guard, and landed one satisfying punch to the jaw, the servant drew a pistol. It was a mistake he would not live to regret. Luke's sword was drawn and through his stomach even before he could get his finger on the trigger. He moaned, but he was dead before he measured his length on the floor. Luke opened the door of the room and flung it inward. One glance assured him that there were 3 occupants. Anna was there, standing at one side of the room. Joy was lying in a sleeping bundle on a sofa at the opposite side. Blakely was between them, and it was on Blakely, alert and half out of his chair, that Luke's eyes and all of his attention focused.
"I regret to inform you, Blakely," he said, "that your servant has met with a little accident. I believe he is, to put the matter bluntly, dead."
His mind assessed the fact that his wife and his daughter were widely separated, and that the other door, doubtless leading to a bedchamber, was close to Anna, but far away from Joy. There was no chance to get them out of the way. Sir Lowell Blakely finished getting to his feet, his sword scraping free of its scabbard as he did so.
"Handen,"
he said, eyeing Luke's sword with some distaste,
"this is a rude interruption to a quiet evening I am spending with my Anna. You sully her Grace's name by permitting it to pass your lips," Luke said. "It were better to make use of that weapon if you know how. I wonder if you realize," Sir Lowell said, smiling, "what a strumpet you have for a wife, Handen. It were best to let me take her away with me. You would not want her if you knew all."
"Perhaps you noticed," Luke said softly, "that I call you Blakely, not either Bladen or Lomax. I am not in utter ignorance of the facts."
"On guard, Blakely."
"The baby,"
Anna moaned.
"Oh, dear God, the baby."
But Luke could not afford to have his attention diverted by the very real danger to his wife and his daughter on either side of him. Blakely was not a worthy opponent. Luke realized that early in the fight, at the first clash of swords. He fought defensively and wildly, trying to take his opponent by surprise and end the bout quickly. But he was a desperate man, and desperate men are ever dangerous. Luke fought with care and with intelligence, parrying wild thrusts and patiently setting up his opponent for the inevitable opening that would take his sword in for the kill. He was aware that Anna had not stayed where she was, but was edging her way around the room in an attempt to reach the baby. But he could not spare a moment's attention either to look at her or to advise her to stay still. He could only ensure that she stayed out of range of either his sword or Blakely's. But Blakely had noticed her too, and Luke had made the mistake of assuming that he, too, would ignore her and keep his full attention on the fight to the death in which he was involved. Blakely suddenly whirled about, dropped his sword with a clatter to the carpet, whipped an arm about Anna, and turned back so that her body was a shield between him and Luke. He drew a pistol from his pocket. A moment later, its muzzle was resting against Anna's temple. Sir Lowell was smiling and breathless.
"It might be advisable to set the sword down on the floor, my dear Honden," he said. "You may not enjoy seeing your wife's brains spattered all over the room. Now, if you please."
For the first time, Luke's eyes rested fully on his wife. She was deathly pale. She was looking directly back at him.
"I am sorry," she said. "I am so sorry."
And she closed her eyes. Luke leaned slowly down and set his sword on the floor at his feet. He straightened up again. What now? What the devil was to be done now? He cursed himself for not anticipating that very obvious move of Blakely's.
"Luke,"
Anna was saying,
"you had best go back home. He will not kill you or me if you agree to go. I do not love you, you see. I never have. And I have no further wish to live with you. I am going to America with Sir Lowell. He has a home prepared for me there. And although I have been reluctant all day, I know now that I have seen you again, that I really want to go."
Luke's eyes focused on her as her words lashed at him. But her eyes were sending him a different message entirely, and from the edge of his vision he could see her hand inching its way beneath the folded-back portion of her gown to the side of her petticoat. There was a slit there through which she could reach into a pocket. What was in the pocket? What the devil was in it?
"Strumpet," he said, eyes blazing, voice dripping scorn. "Aye, 'twas well said, Blakely. Strumpet indeed. Is this what I get for coming after you to claim my own? America, you say? Go, and good riddance, madam."
His nostrils flared, and his knees felt suddenly weak. He had seen what Anna was sliding free of the petticoat slit. Anna turned her head slowly, so that the muzzle of the pistol moved from her temple almost to the centre of her forehead. She smiled.
"Shoot him instead of me," she said. "Dear father, dearest papa."
Sir Lowell's eyes turned to her in some surprise, and the gun shifted position slightly, so that it was no longer against her head, or pointing at any other occupant of the room. Luke watched, his heart in his mouth, as Anna's hand whipped up, and she stabbed the knife sharply downward into Sir Lowell's leg. He howled with shock and pain. Anna whirled away, and Luke snatched up his sword from the floor and embedded it in Sir Lowell Blakely's heart. Sir Lowell stared at him for a moment, a ghastly smile on his lips. Luke withdrew his sword before the man pitched forward, dead, onto his face. Anna had the baby, still miraculously asleep, in her arms. Luke dropped his sword as she stumbled toward him and opened his arms. He held them both against him, his eyes tightly closed. Neither he nor Anna spoke.
"Lawks a mercy,"
the voice of the landlord said from the doorway.
"2 dead bodies, and more blood than will wash away with a dozen pails of water, forsooth. And who is to answer for these 2 deaths, your worship?" "The Duke of Honden," Luke said with weary haughtiness. "You will send for the nearest magistrate without delay, my good man. Standing there gawking will accomplish nothing." A group of curious servants and guests had gathered in the hallway to witness the fascinating spectacle of a dead and bloody body stretched on the floor there. Several of them peered into the room for the extra satisfaction of seeing the phenomenon repeated. But this time the body belonged to a gentleman, the murmur went. "Anna," Luke said, leading her to the doorway into the bedchamber, "there is no need for you to have to look further on this. Wait in here with Joy." "Yes," she said, as he opened the door and stepped into the inner room with her. She raised a face to his that was even more ghastly pale than before. "Luke, thank you for coming. Thank you for killing him for me. I did not come willingly, I swear it." "I know." He bent his head and kissed her quickly. "I know, my love.
and I must treat you with care for the rest of my life. I will live in fear and trembling of that knife hand of yours." She laughed shakily and bit her lip. "Stay here for now," he said, looking down at their oblivious daughter and bending his head to kiss her too on the forehead. "I'll be back, Hannah. We will leave here tonight, late as it is. We will go home."
"Yes."
Tears sprang to her eyes.
"Yes, please, Luke."
Chapter 28. It was close to midnight when he came back into the room. She had lain on the bed the whole while, having removed only her hoops, staring upward. Joy, beside her, had not stirred. Sometimes Anna had stilled her thoughts by listening to the child's quiet breathing. She had tried to ignore the sound of voices in the other room and the line of light beneath the door. She had plunged a knife into living flesh and had heard the howl of agony she had caused, and she had exulted in the feeling of power and triumph. She would have pulled the knife out and stabbed it into his heart if she could have done so, and felt even more triumphant. She shivered. And then, eventually, the door opened again, and Luke came in. She turned her head to watch him as he approached the bed. The light was behind him, so that she could not see his face. "Do you want to stay here for the night, Anna?" he asked. "It is very late."
"No."
She sat up. The thought of staying, of trying to sleep in this room, even if he stayed there with her, was nauseating.
"I want to go home."
"The carriage is ready," he said, looking down at their daughter. "She is wrapped warmly. Those are your trunks." Anna shook her head.
"They are what he brought for me," she said. "I do not want them. Only Joy's bag of supplies."
But he stooped over one of the trunks, opened the lid, and came out after a brief rummaging with a new and warm-looking cloak. He wrapped it about her when she got to her feet. "We will burn it when we get home if you wish," he said.
"Yes."
She shivered despite the increased warmth the cloak brought. The landlord was still up. He bowed obsequiously to them as they passed through the tap-room. A few guests, who were sitting up late drinking, perhaps discussing the exciting events of the evening, gazed at them silently. And then they were in the blessed darkness and familiarity of their own carriage. Anna sank down onto one of the seats and watched as Luke set the baby down opposite and wedged her carefully with the blankets so that she could not roll off.
"How wonderful," Anna said, "to have the kind of innocence and the sense of security that would enable one to sleep through such an evening."
Luke sat down and took her hand in his.
"How did you know?" she asked him. "How did you know he had taken us? How did you know where to look for us? Did Henrietta tell you?"
"Emily told me," he said. "She saw all, Anna, and somehow managed to tell me all, even to the fact that he was taking you to America. Theo is at Bowden to protect her from Henrietta, so you need not worry about her. Henrietta will be sent away tomorrow. You will never see her again."
Anna did not comment. There was nothing to say about Henrietta, whom both she and Luke had loved at different times. They sat in silence for a while. "You called him by his real name," she said at last. "Even I did not know it until today."
"'Twas the business that took me from home," he said. "I needed to find out who Colonel Henry Lomax really was, Anna, and what hold he had over you. Your brother and sister, and Lady Stern, helped me to piece the story together. You called him father."
"He told me today that that was what he was," she said. "I felt that he almost believed it himself."
"But 'tis not true." He squeezed her hand. "You do not need to carry about that burden, Anna. He had an obsession for your mother, long after she had turned him off as a girl, and even after she had fallen in love with your father and married him."
"I know," she said. "I know he was not my father. There is the portrait of my grandmother I have hanging in my room."
"Ah, yes," he said. "The portrait that looks for all the world like you masquerading as your paternal grandmother.
I am glad you resemble her so closely, Anna. There will be no lingering doubt in your mind."
She closed her eyes. She wanted to tip her head sideways to rest against his shoulder, but she could not do so. Not yet. "Luke," she said, suddenly finding it difficult to speak, "you do not know the half."
"I know," he said, "that he was obsessed with you, Anna. I know that he bought all your father's debts, and so gained power over you. I know that he has demanded gradually that you pay off those debts one at a time. And I know that you love your brother too much to have burdened him with the debts, and that you were too proud to come to me so that I could pay them for you. Why did you not trust me, even at the beginning? Did you not realize that I would have honored rather than censured you?"
"You do not know the half," she said again, her heart heavy. A fiendish voice in her head was telling her to let it go at that. He need never know the rest. But she had to tell the rest. All of it. She had to give him the whole truth. He lifted her hand to his lips.
"Tell me then, my love," he said.
"Perhaps you will not call me that when you know," she said. And she told him all the things she had done to redeem some of those debts, in addition to the payment of money, and about the witnesses he had hired to perjure themselves if necessary, and swear that she was both a thief and a murderer.
"Anna,"
he said, with gentle reproach when she fell silent.
"Oh, Anna, why did you not tell me? What foolishness to think yourself guilty of crimes you were forced to witness, and how foolish to believe that he would have brought you to court when he was so very guilty himself. My love, I could have eased your mind in a moment. You have lived through this hell for 3 years. I could have put an end to it a year ago if you had only confided in me."
"I thought you would not have the power," she said. "Worse, I thought perhaps you would believe it all and turn me away."
"Anna."
He released her hand in order to set his arm about her shoulders and turn her toward him.
"What a scoundrel you must have thought me."
He tilted her chin with his free hand and kissed her deeply. She sagged against him and kissed him back. The numbness was gradually leaving her mind. She was only just beginning to realize that it was all over, the nightmare of 3 years, that she was free, that she was going home with her husband and their daughter, and that she would be able to live with them there without fear for the rest of their lives. He was looking into her eyes from a few inches away. She could see his face clearly from the light of the moon and stars.
"He called himself your father, Anna," he said. "Yet he raped you. It was him, was it not? Was it once or many times? Talk about it, my love, so that we may put it behind us and let the healing begin."
And yes, there was that. One more barrier to happiness. She did not want to think about it. She did not want to remember. It had not really been rape, though in a way it had been. It had been as ugly and as sordid and as demeaning as rape could possibly have been. And she had not understood it at all, either at the time or afterward. Only now did she understand, now that she knew he claimed to be her father. He had lured her to his house on some pretext, not difficult when she dared not disobey his every whim. They had taken her upstairs to a bedchamber, his 2 servants, when she had refused to go there herself. 1 on each side of her. They had half dragged, half carried her, while he had walked behind, talking soothingly to her. And then they had tied her to the bed by her wrists and her ankles, so that she was spread-eagled and helpless, and feeling quite robbed of dignity and personhood. The woman servant had folded back her petticoat and her shift to the waist, so that Anna had closed her eyes tightly and sobbed with shame. And then the servant had taken something. Anna had not seen it, but it had felt hard and cold and greasy, and pushed it slowly inside, twisting it as she did so. There had been blinding terror, screams above that constant soothing voice, and sharp pain. Anna had thought she was about to die.
She had thought they were going to impale her until they had killed her. But the woman had withdrawn whatever it was she had used, and Anna had felt a hot gush between her legs.
"There is the blood,"
the woman had said, sounding satisfied.
"It has been done, sir."
She was no longer a virgin, he had told her afterward. No man would want her as a wife now. She must never think of marriage. Anna was sobbing. Dry, painful sobs that hurt her chest and robbed her of breath. "Shh," Luke was saying, cradling her head against his shoulder, freeing it of cap and pins so that he could run his fingers soothingly through her hair. "My love, forgive me, please forgive me." He was crying too, Anna realized suddenly. She stayed where she was for a while, until the echo of his words finally took meaning in her brain.
"Forgive you,"
she said.
"For what?"
He swallowed. "I can see myself sitting behind that desk," he said, "the morning after our wedding, telling you that you had some explaining to do, interrogating you, demanding to know how many times, with how many lovers, demanding to know if you had loved him. Oh, my sweet love, forgive me." She drew back her head and looked into his face.
"Yes,"
she said,
"if 'twill make you feel better. But I was very foolish not to tell you all then. I realize that now. I was afraid to, Luke. I was afraid of losing you."
"So soon?" he asked. "But why? We hardly knew each other. We had had a week's acquaintance, not even. The fact constantly amazes me when I look back."
"But I loved you from the moment I first saw you," she said, "looking more gorgeous than any other gentleman I had ever seen, with your cosmetics and your fan that should have made you seem unmanly, but somehow had just the opposite effect. I was dazzled, and I was lost from that moment on. And so I was unwise enough to give in to temptation when you came to offer for me. I would have done anything after that to avoid the risk of losing you. I was foolish."
He sighed. "And I talked so sensibly of duty and pleasure," he said. Anna, what a very foolish man I was."
"No."
She raised a hand to cup about one side of his face and let all the tenderness she felt show in her eyes.
"Just a very unhappy and a very hurt person, Luke, hidden skillfully behind a facade of splendour and a reputation for ruthlessness and heartlessness. I believe some of the pain has gone away, has it not?"
He touched his lips to hers. "All of it," he said. "All of it, Anna. I was dead for 10 years, my love, and you have brought life back to me in one." She smiled, and then snuggled her head against his shoulder. She suddenly felt very tired. It was still dark when he woke up. He guessed that he had not slept for very long. The carriage was still moving at a steady pace. They were fortunate that it was a light night. His coachman had assured him that he would have no trouble seeing well enough to drive, and neither the coachman nor Luke had any particular fear of highwaymen. Joy was settling into sleep again. He realized that it was her slight fussing that had woken him, but she stilled and fell silent even as he watched. Anna was sleeping against his shoulder. He had killed 4 men in his lifetime, 2 of them this very night. It was a heavy burden knowing that he had deprived men of life, though in each case he had felt fully justified, and in each case the killing had seemed unavoidable. But he knew at this moment that he had only one regret about killing Lowell Blakely. The regret was that he had been able to do it only once. One other thing of which he was glad. He was thankful that Blakely was not, in fact, Anna's father, and that she had proof that would satisfy her beyond any doubts. For a long time, perhaps for the rest of her life, she was going to live with bad memories. At least she would not be burdened by the knowledge that her father had so used her, and that she had helped kill her father. There were still hours to go before they would be home. It would be daylight by the time they reached Bowden, and there was not the faintest sign of dawn yet. He was impatient to be home. Home. A feeling of almost unbearable longing and love swept over him. Bowden Abbey, where he belonged, where he lived with his wife and his daughter, where their other children would be begotten and born and nurtured, where he would live, surrounded by family and warmed by the love he gave them and received from them for the rest of his life, where he could be with Anna, the two of them living there together until a ripe old age, God willing. Unconsciously, he tightened his arms about her. She sighed deeply and burrowed closer for a few moments before drawing her head back and smiling sleepily up at him.
Are we almost home?
I see my wife here before my very eyes, he said, and feel her in my arms. I have but to turn my head to see my daughter asleep within a few feet. Are we not home already, love? She smiled slowly at him.
Yes,
she said.
Oh, yes, Luke.
He chuckled suddenly. Do you remember going home from Ranelagh? He asked her. I suppose 'tis not a very pleasant memory for you, Anna, as you were very frightened on that occasion, and had turned to me for comfort, I believe. But the memory is very pleasant indeed for me, and very tantalizing. Her smile deepened, and became fully Anna's smile, sunshine in the middle of the night, with a touch of mischief added to it.
What memory would that be?
She asked, getting to her feet and turning awkwardly in the confined, swaying interior of the carriage to sit on his lap. It started like this, he said, his lips light against hers, while his hand explored one of her breasts through the fabric of her stomacher, and then pushed beneath it to fondle smooth and warm flesh. Anna, they feel so good when there is milk. I have never sucked them since you gave birth. Tonight I will.
Memory is returning, she said in a whisper, but 'tis sluggish.
And then there was this, he said, his hand moving sensuously beneath her petticoat and up her legs until his fingers could fondle and arouse her. Though I believe my memory is hazy too, my love. I believe at the time we both had such voracious appetites that we moved immediately to the main feast. She moaned.
I am voracious now, she said.
Ah, me too, love, he said, lifting her and bringing her astride him, pushing her skirts up out of the way as he did so, and unbuttoning the flap of his breeches. Come to the feast, Anna. Let us gorge ourselves together.
Yes.
It was half gasp, half sigh as he brought her down onto his hard length and let her settle there for a few moments. He pressed his mouth to her one exposed breast, took the nipple into his mouth and sucked hard. Her milk was warm and sweet and infinitely exciting.
Oh, Luke, you are so beautiful.
He chuckled and lifted his head. But manly, too, I believe we are agreed, he said. Tell me I am manly as well as beautiful, Anna. Come, my dear, I must not have my self-esteem shattered. She was laughing quietly and helplessly then against his hair.
Oh, yes,
she said.
Oh, yes, you feel manly, Luke, I must confess. So manly that I marvel there is room for you there.
And so, after all, it was a joyful feast in which they indulged together, and on which they gorged themselves over the next several minutes. Passionate and joyful and healing and life-giving. There was pleasure in plenty, and ecstasy for the taking at the end. But more than that, there were happiness and self-giving and love, and the promise of an ever-abundant and ever-joyful feast for the rest of a lifetime. They did not sleep afterward, but sat side by side, their arms about each other, gazing with shared affection at the child who was sleeping the night away on the opposite seat, quite ignorant of the fact that her safety had been seriously threatened for a number of hours. And now they would take her home together and give her the security of their shared love until it came time for her to pass on the love she had been given to someone else and begin her own family. They would take her home and give her brothers and sisters if they were fortunate.
Luke,
Anna said,
I have always been fortunate enough to be able to enjoy happiness when it presented itself. I have always had hope, and I have always had the ability to see and appreciate the little things that can make life worth living. But I know now that it has been years and years since I have felt totally happy. I am happy now at this moment. Totally, wonderful.